Just getting core PCE numbers coming here month-over-month basis in line with expectations here. To the number, in fact, 3.9% versus 3.9 expected. Again, a lot of, depending on where you were looking, a lot of people were mentioning the 3.8% as of the end of the day yesterday. So it depends on where you look. Again, 3.9 expected, 3.9 it actually comes out there. 4.2 was the last print, if you remember. So definitely headed in the right direction. Remember, this is the metric that Fed Chair Powell looks at for judging how inflation is doing. So 3.9 again on the core PCE number versus a 3.9 expectation there. So good look overall right across the board. 0.1 to the upside on the month-over-month number. Personal income month-over-month, 0.4, 0.4 for the spending as well, all in line with expectations. So here comes more in line with expectations data, 2 days in a row here. Just worth mentioning, 9:45 Chicago PMI to come. We'll also get Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. That is a market mover, or could potentially be a market mover, because there is an inflation portion and expectation attached to that, both a 1 year and a 5 year. So we'll bring that to you at 10 o'clock. A bunch of things to talk about this morning on an individual basis. Some strength in Chinese names, EV names trying to bounce here as well this morning as the entire market looks to wrap up what's going to be a pretty negative month on the positive side. We finally made it to Friday. It's Friday, September 29th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts. Yeah, if you missed it there, 4.2% expected on the core PCE year-over-year number. It comes out 3.9. So it depends on where you look as far as the expectation is concerned. So 3.8 was forecast here, comes out 3.9 and change. On another site that I'm looking at right now, they were actually forecasting 3.8, or 3.9, I should say, comes out 3.9. So again, depends on where you look. But market taking it, most importantly, as a positive here. We're heading back to the upside ever so slightly for the SPY. Back to positive territory. 0.6 was a bit of a flat start to the morning. Ahead of this data, again, we'll get Chicago PMI at 9:45. We'll get Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock. So more to come here as we head towards the end of September.
Yeah, it's great that the core number came in line. Actually, the month-over-month number was actually lower than expected, 0.1 versus the 0.2% estimate. But my concern is with that headline number. As we continue to see higher energy prices, I know the barrel is looking at that $100 mark, WTI I'm talking about specifically. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it could affect where we go.
Yeah, this number up here might be helping things out as well as far as the market is concerned. I'll zoom in here a little bit. So the spending number, personal spending month over month, 0.4 was the actual number. Consensus was 0.4, but the forecast was 0.6. So that's a decent beat to the downside there for the spending side of things. Income basically in line to slightly higher. Everything else, guys, kind of in line as well. So we'll see how we head throughout the morning here, but more to come at 10 o'clock today.
Well, we did very briefly take out 15,000 on the NQ there. I mean, like for like a hair, we got there, and then I don't know, like you started looking at those other numbers, Brendan, and I don't know if that caused us to pull back, but we're up 0.8% on the NASDAQ, the ES 0.5. So far, decent early start. It was a great run to the upside in the afternoon, led by a lot of the chip names, and it looks as if there's a chance that we could close breaking out on the week. Imagine that on the NASDAQ. We close breaking out the week. I'll tell you this right now. If Amazon closes at $125.98 again, I'm doing laps. It's not happening. It's impossible. I don't think I've ever seen a stock like that close at the same price randomly for 3 days in a row. If it happens a fourth time, I'm doing a lap around the block because that's just ridiculous. But I think it's an interesting level if we were to get there. I hope we don't get there, because if Amazon gets back to that price, it will mean we failed 15,000 on the NASDAQ, which we don't necessarily want. But I'm expecting, obviously some fireworks. We're going to get CCL earnings way too close to the bell. I think you want to be patient there. The call is then going to be going on usually early at the open. Nike, it was an interesting report. It wasn't like it blew everything out of the water, but it's on its way potentially testing $100. There's a lot to really look at here today. Some continuation plays from yesterday. and a thing called GPCR. Sometimes you just have to have positive results in the right space because their drug showed some positivity in weight loss in their study, and it's up 73%. Was up 100% last I looked at it. This feels as if it's going to be the wild runner today, GPCR, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I did not take my own advice, but if you do remember yesterday, we talked about Nike report, and I said that's probably long down here from these levels. We talked about that even on the market recap show before the report came out. We had it. It was late to come out yesterday, but there it was, man. It came out about almost about like 4:20, 4:30 or so when we were live with Miss Danielle Shea, and I was like, what do we think about this Nike number? She said, what about 95? I said, what about higher? And there it is. Nice move to the upside, now up 10% on NKE. We talked about that, man. I said, it looks like the risk here is going to be to the longs, and there it is. So people right here probably caught a little bit offside. It would not surprise me if we do fade off this 101. It's a T kind of day for this guy right now, as we'll see if we can get this voice back under control.
It's feeling a little like fall, or a little more like fall outside today as well, although it's going to be so hot tomorrow. I saw like crazy.
Next week.
30 Celsius here tomorrow. Quick look at overall. I mean, obviously the final day of trading here for the markets right across the board for September. A monthly look here for you. It's tough to see at the top of the screen, but this is the SPY. 4.85% right now going into the final day of the month here. The Qs, 5.29% to the downside, and the Dow 3.2%. But I mean, yeah. So obviously going to be a negative month outside of something crazy happening today right across the board. But we'll see if we can't get going back to the upside. One thing of note coming up, I saw a whole bunch of different times, but 9:15 seemed to be the consensus for this one. Carnival set to report here before the market opens. It typically comes right at the very last second. I have no idea why they do this, but it's worth noting here. Carnival has had a couple of pretty good days in a row.
Yeah, and analysts are expecting a lot from this one. Let's have a look what they're looking at here. 75 cents per share EPS. That's what the consensus is. But when you look individually here, Barclays increased their price target not that long ago to 22 from 21. Truist, same thing as well, moving it from 16 to 17. Argus as well, moving it up to 21. JP Morgan liking it as well earlier in July from 16 to 18. And I was just talking to Sean about this off camera. More anecdotally, my sister just came back from a cruise and she said everybody was there. It made it unpleasant, Brent, to be on the cruise.
That seems to be the consensus, going back years even, that all you do is line up on a cruise. It's worth noting, we're going to have Michael Noss. I wanted to mention this as well quickly. We're going to have Michael Noss back in the building today to touch on. We found him. He's back from Las Vegas. Everything's fine. He's going to touch on a few things that he's been watching this week. Chinese ADRs across the board higher so far today. XPeng specifically announcing a share repurchase program. So almost 5% here. Some of the Chinese EV makers specifically looking good here.
Yeah, these guys had a good run yesterday. And well, NIO also had a pretty good run. That's the one that we elected to trade, and just usually the one we almost always trade. But XPeng with a bit of a local breakout. You're now above the 50. It's at 18 bucks, so you get that round number and the fact that it was previous support. I like this. I like the setup here, and I would almost think if you hold out the top, look for the continuation move. But I kind of like NIO better on the setup. Maybe it's just NIO. More comfortable trading. It tends to do better volume, better consolidation. It had a really great range break yesterday and then dipped right back into 850. I think you keep your eye on XPeng for any kind of sympathy. NIO pulling back into 9 even, given it closed at 890. I think that could be an area for a dip buy. Sometimes you want to be patient off of those. I'm going to say what I said yesterday. Sorry, Sharif. But this move up, so, I mean, I just showed you a couple of big gap ups. I mean, NIO and XPeng both have gaps up. But then you look at Li Auto, it's gapping up today, and it's up 3%. But since it got underneath that flat bottom at 38, it hasn't even broken the lower high at $36 here. So 36.10 is about that lower high. And when it gapped to the downside, the next resistance is at 37. So on this gap up, you're not really challenging any of those two levels, meaning it's still looking like it's working into a consolidation for the short. I think it's a very different looking chart from XPeng or NEO. I mean, NEO looks pretty weak. XPeng's actually holding the 50 period here, so XPeng looks pretty solid if there's going to be a continuation. But Lee, underneath that, it's got to break that 36 at least before I'm convinced that it's heading back into the upside. Otherwise, I think that's the one that I would look for the short, and that 36 level is standing out there again for Li Auto.
I was just looking here. I haven't looked at Alibaba in quite a while. I just, honestly, I don't know. There's been so many hot trades happening in, like, you know, our tech names that we've sort of stopped. I've sort of stopped looking. I mean, NIO is an absolute monster right now because, like, that was at $8, and I still remember. I think it was Monday, I guess, when, or whatever the day was, when it was down here. There's 1 million shares on this bid, and went long, went short, lost, and now it's up 15% from that point. So nice, almost 20%. Nice little move up there from 8 to 920 and looking higher, man. We were at 930 today. Great trading on NIO. I mean, faded at 10. That's going to be my play right there. All right, the other one would be Alibaba. I saw Alibaba $89 level, I believe. I hope this chart actually blows up and shows it to me. Yeah, there it is up here. So again, you know, a lot of sort of consolidation up here between $88 and $89. I feel like if you could get to the top of this range, there's probably not enough juice in the market today. It's Friday. It's been a great, I guess, couple days, but it's been a disastrous September. The NASDAQ at its bottoms was down 7%. Obviously, now we're getting a nice little rally. I'm just looking at the charts here. Getting a nice little rally the last couple of days, like Neil said, touching that 15,000. But we were also down to 14.7 yesterday, right? And then a nice little rally back. So the market can hold this bid, I feel like, and I would be shorting Alibaba in here around 88.50, something like that. But to be honest with you, I'm not even that concerned about these Chinese names. I haven't traded them in probably about a month, other than that NEO example I just gave. I do like the Li Auto. We've been talking about that for a minute. But look at this name, guys. You want to talk about a name that we've been talking about since $9, right, is Palantir. I mean, this was a name that, I mean, this is back in COVID, or I think, or maybe even before that, when they direct listed down there at $9.25. And it was a big purchase for me at that time. I really liked the company. It was an older company coming to market. We like big data. Obviously, I'm talking about 3-4 years ago. This is well before AI hit. I mean, everyone knew about AI, but that's not an AI play at that point. I like the big data. I like Palantir, and I like that it bounced off $14. And right now, you're taking the 50 period. We said this yesterday, man. I mean, again, more talk about trades. It was like if we took this 15, next level was going to be 16, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. It just ripped pretty much all morning, all afternoon, leveled off. Found a base at 1580. So this is going to be something here that I'm going to look at for Palantir into this morning. 1580, 1575, something like that. Palantir off to the races, up 1.9%. Look at the NASDAQ, man, screaming. Both the ES 0.69 and the NASDAQ up 1%. What a nice end to the end here, you know, to the month. We bought Oracle this month, or this week. That's about 107. Okay, that's nice. And then Amazon, but like Neil said, Amazon really hasn't been moving, so I like that play. And then I think Google as well. I mean, I have a lot. You can go check the sticky note. There's a bunch of different names on here. Actually, Google's not on here, but this is another name that I think up that 1% here might have found a base around this 132. So there's going to be lots of dip buy opportunities. Yesterday, patience was key, and I don't see why it wouldn't be any different today.
All right, as mentioned, let's bring in Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to get a wrap-up of what he was looking at this week and what we should expect maybe going into a brand new month of October coming up next week, which is crazy to even say. Good to see you. It is, or it has been a pretty eventful week, including today with this inflation data we just got. Seems to be, I mean, the market kind of digesting this so far, but the market is also, that you want to talk about here, sitting at a pretty key level.
Yeah, and first of all, I am excited for new monthly candles. I'm probably one of the only nerds out there as a CMT. I love the end of every month because when the candle closes, I can start to do these really long-term analysis. And I saw you do that right before I popped on. And man, it doesn't look nearly as bad when you step out on a monthly candle. But we have been pulling back. I think the market's down at its lows was 8 or 9% off of its highs. But what's very interesting, and I picked this one up when I was hanging out with Brian Shannon there in Vegas, the March lows are very, very significant. So when we draw our anchored VWAPs, it's very important that we pick a significant level. We don't, cherry pick what fits at the moment. But these March lows, you don't need to be a CMT to know that these are really, that's a really significant level, right? We sold off pretty dramatically to retest those lows, and then we've been up ever since. So again, for people who don't know, the anchored VWAP just shows us where the average market participant is in any stock from any level. So from the March lows, if you started to buy the markets from the March lows, that purple line represents kind of your average price, and a price that institutions often like to fill orders at. And you can see we came right down to that, not yesterday, the day before, and then rallied all day. It broke that pretty substantially and then rallied and put in that nice hammer candle yesterday. Tested it again yesterday and then actually rocketed higher. So very significant level. That's the area that I'm watching for this S&P 500 rally to see if we're, just doing a dead cat bounce here or if this thing's going to have legs. I'm comfortable being long stocks in front of that level. And speaking of, when I talked to you guys last on the next slide here, this is what Smith & Wesson brands looked like when I was in that Vegas hotel. And this is the weekly chart and the same thing, right? So I just want to kind of show a theme here. It came back to this anchored VWAP from a really significant low and then bounced from there. So the next chart is kind of what we look at here. It's up a bit. It's been so far a good trade, but not substantial. Right? If you go to the next slide, you'll just see a little tiny green candle. So up on the position, it's been a good trade. But again, just showing that things are holding these anchored VWAP from lows. To me, that may be a sign that there are institutions, large hedge funds that are using this pullback as a chance to get in positions that maybe they've missed when they've rallied initially. So that's good for us as investors because it means we are not the only people that are looking to buy the dip. Just the more of these I see, the more the anchored VWAP pullbacks I see, the more I'm kind of convinced that there, at least for now, there are some institutions that are buying the dip. So what we're going to talk about today is Affirm. So everyone knows Affirm. It's a massive, massive company and was one of the darlings during the pandemic kind of rise and fall. It came from a scan that we worked together with Brian Shannon to make that looks for these stocks that are pulling back to anchored VWAPs from very significant levels. So I just highlight the scan it came from, but also the short float. Still nearly 18% of the float short, even though I'll show you in a second, the last few weeks on this one's actually been really, really good. So a lot of people might be getting close to getting caught offside. So if the levels I'm going to talk about hold, I think this one has really, really good potential in it. So we're at the weekly chart here. I say it all the time. I've been bought to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. This is starting to look like a smiley face to me. We bottomed out about 10 earlier in the year and then tested 10 again. And then we've been rallying off that ever since. So far, this looks like kind of an accumulation zone where institutions are saying, okay, the highs, which I think were 70 or 80 bucks or even higher, that was way too low or way too high, and maybe $10 is an area that's a more of a fair value. That's what causes these rounded bottoms or low bases is accumulations by the big guys. So it's very interesting. I like the look of that weekly chart. Now into the daily chart, we have the anchored VWAP from these lows and from right before that gap. You can see this put in a wicked rally in August and September, rallying from 15 to 25 bucks, right? If that doesn't scare those shorts a little bit, I don't know what will. Then we've been pulling back ever since. Now I kind of highlighted $20 was the area that in June and in August we rejected from. So there was a lot of sellers there. Quite often, this is called polarity in technical analysis. If you want to research it, we see these resistance areas turning into support. So as we pull back to 20 bucks, really interesting level, not only that anchored VWAP that I'm highlighting from the lows, which is where it came from the scan, and we're seeing those work more and more in this market, but also holding this $20 a share. So into the last chart here, which is the 30-minute chart, so showing the last couple weeks of data, we have that purple line is the same anchored VWAP. You can see even on an intraday basis, every time we violate that and spend some time below it, there seems to be someone or something buying. And then we put in this little tight base at the end of the day yesterday. So that's what I'm looking for, a break of that, call it 21, 2150 area. If it gets under that $20 that I highlighted on the daily chart, that's going to be my out. So my risk is very, very small on this play. But even to get to this gap fill that I highlighted, that's about 23. So it's a very simple risk 1 to potentially make 2 and do that over and over again. But these types of plays I would really like to hold on to, because if we are seeing a stage 1 kind of accumulation going on in these zones, these things could turn around. So, we're talking a week or so. I'm planning on holding, but again, I'm buying around 21. I'm risking to $20, so I'm risking about $1. I would love to see 23, and if I'm a very lucky man, maybe we break through that and move higher.
That's always the plan, right? Time frame key here, I think, and we're not by any stretch of the imagination saying this is the bottom, everyone should, mortgage the house again and buy everything they possibly can. It's just a significant level at a significant point in time where we could see something different happen other than what has been.
Yeah, and that's just not only with a firm, but I would say that's the same sentiment I have on the market. Right now, we're holding that anchored VWAP, and right below that, we have 420 on the SPY, which is the 200-day moving average and where we broke out from. So anywhere in this zone, I'm very interested in owning stocks, but just like you guys do with day trading, with swing trading, I have my levels. If the SPY breaks and holds below 420, then I'm just probably going to liquidate all my longs and start to look for new plays. So we kind of feel like we're on a razor's edge, I think, with a lot of things. If it holds, it may be an epic buying opportunity, but if it breaks, you definitely have to have your outs.
Great stuff. Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much, Michael. Didn't hear any crazy stories from Vegas there, but what I took away from all that is mortgage house go long firm.
You didn't hear that crazy story about him looking at charts with Brian Shannon in Vegas?
That's insanity.
That's insane. For
That's
the CMT,
insanity.
that is like insane.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Like you're looking at charts in Vegas? That's insane.
That's what I would be doing.
Slow down, Michael.
That's what I'd be doing in Vegas.
No,
you
we
know
love
he's
Michael
doing some
Na.
other
We love
stuff in
Michael.
Vegas. But so mortgage house by a firm and 420
Yes,
is a magical
and
level.
2-to-1 ratio.
No, what I absolutely love about that, the risk to reward I love on a firm. And you know what? This is actually almost, like since a firm bounced off the 20 level, I was looking at Uber and NEO, and it's almost similar to the reversal that you're seeing here in a firm. And maybe with a firm short float, you can say it's even better. Now, 23, like that was the level I had marked off when it broke to the downside. I just left it in there. But the 20, this is something to look off of for the next week, even for the day trade. Like if it holds on to yesterday's close, continues making some higher lows, the other play would be that it just simply trends into 23, right? So local breakout of here, 20.5, that held this. NEO had a similar pattern. Uber had the same pattern yesterday. You're now closing higher on the other on both of those, so very similar pattern. If it can hold on to that on a dip, I think you can have yourself a bit of a trend up. Now Friday, it's always tricky on a positive. Like it's been up, trending on the week after this break. That's why I think you might get a bit of a dip buy at the open. At least you're looking for a dip buy at the open, but plenty of room for a firm to run. The short float is, like, to me, the icing on the cake for a move like this. Just going to quickly double check. 18% short float on a firm as well. So that's the other thing you have going for you. JB in the chat, you said it. We'll touch on it here because you asked. Can you touch on how important it is to be sitting on some cash when everything is so down during these times? Now, I'm not going to sit here telling everyone we're not here to give investment advice. We're just traders who are showing you guys the markets and the trades that we make. But I can tell you that when people are expecting downturns and saying lots of bad things and fearful and yada, 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 I always want to be ready for some stink bids and go stink bid hunting in situations like that. So you can't really do that if you don't have some cash on the sidelines. I'm talking for long term. But when those opportunities arise, you want to be out there to be able to pick them up. Like if I thought Tesla was good in front of 200 and I have no cash, then if it dips down to 200, and I'm not looking at Tesla right now, then you're not going to get it. And that's what it comes down to. Like if you wait until it's like, oh my goodness, crap, it's bouncing off the level that I liked and everyone's panicking, I got to sell something so I can buy something else, well, it can be a little bit of trouble. So you want to anticipate the opportunity arising. And I just threw Tesla out there. I'm not saying Tesla's going to 200, but I just threw that out there. Like Tesla, the 200 period, their support. Like if you think that's a good buy down there and you think we're trending down to it potentially, then having some cash on hand gives you that opportunity. And there's been plenty of those in the last little bit. I just mentioned Tesla because it was one of the last ones that I got there. But yeah, that a firm play. I'm going to add that to my list for next week. I kind of got away from that the last couple days.
Nimit, he took my points on a duel there, Nimit.
Really?
Get that guy.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, I like that Nimit guy. Okay, so if you want to hear some crazy Las Vegas stories, join Michael Noss tonight with me on the Market Recap Show, and where we will be talking all about charting in Vegas. And I'm going to ask him if he did anything fun. We'll have him on. And we'll even review some more plays just like that. So thank you, Michael Noss, for his continued support. And I also want to talk about oil with him. So I'm going to message him. We'll talk about oil. We'll talk about the month that was. And we'll look forward to October. Join me tonight on the Market Recap Show. All right, I feel like today, I mean, Amazon's one of the #1 names on my radar today, breaking through 128. We marked that as the long, but it just broke it anyways right now. What a strong name. This is a name that I bought on dips over the last couple of days. I'm long in here in the 124 area. I mean, I'm long way before then, but added, like Neil was saying, some of these positions. 129 right there, maybe now coming into play for Amazon. Really like this name, up 1.6%. Lena Khan can go directly to somewhere because whatever she wants to do, it's going to take years. And you know what it's going to wind up doing, man? It's going to be a $250 million, $500 million, $1 billion, who knows, fine for Amazon. Pay it and let's move on. So that's what's going to wind up happening with this one. Still remains really strong. I like Amazon here. I like Apple from the bottoms. I mean, I like a lot of these names, but the market's starting to rip up, obviously, a little bit here on some of those good numbers there. We have PC and whatnot come through. We have Michigan sentiment coming as well. It's going to be a busy economic day. So I feel like there is going to be opportunity for these names to sort of float back into some key levels. We're looking at 171 for Apple. You know, I'm just going to just relax. We've had a couple of good days here. Let's see if we can't continue the momentum here again. Nice market. I like when we start the day up like this. Quick little look at the imbalance locator. Why not? And on days like this, this is what you get. B to the B to the B, go Bayside. Right now, we have RSKD as a sell. We have CHS as a sell.
These guys don't know.
Yeah, we've talked about Bayside before, and Zach and Slater,
AC.
Kelly Kapoor, and all of them. So, yeah, say about the bell. Yeah,
You're not going to mention Lisa?
Lisa, yeah, Jesse Spano. I mean, come on, man. Screech. I mean, let's
so
go.
excited.
Let's go. All right. So anyways, lots of bids on the board today, and B is for Bayside, and B is for the big dog, Brendo, as well.
Reach. Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. FedEx FTNT, one that can get going if it wants to the upside. Yeah, Bumble with a huge move pre-market. I mean, huge for it, 4+%. KMX, UPS, Illumina, and DPZ all downside.
FedEx.
DPZ. Dominoes, people.
I mean, actually, I wanted to look at FedEx for a quick little second because it's kind of like one of those bellwether stocks. Load. There you go. Which has the potential to maybe break out. And I say maybe because it's right here, like $1 away from its 52-week highs. You can see, not a bad run for FedEx on the year. Obviously, UPS is. I'm only chuckling when I think of UPS because of something Sharif said. He had a buddy who called UPS ups, and I'm like, wow, really? Like I've heard that I've made mistakes with company names before, but I've never heard that one. Like you call UPS ups, and maybe you shouldn't.
I mean, Sharif called AMD yesterday. AMD.
Okay, you know what? I was not gonna bring that one up.
It's like you mean to say and, but you screw up.
In the history of the show, there's Jeremy Diamond, and there's Tesla. There's a lot of things that get said. Zom. No, but Zom's not that bad. Tesla's not.
Like
is not that bad. AMD, I'm like, that's a no-go. Like you just never say it again. That last time I said it should be the last time it's ever said. It's ridiculous. It's not even like cute. No, but like AMD? No, AMD, man. It's as cool. AMD's as cool as you know what by itself, man. Come on, AMD.
I mean, you gotta, Sharif's creating content. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's all about. Giving us something to talk about. You mentioned UPS, and the funny thing is, and I got to give a big shout out Again,
I like FedEx better.
to the guest, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I haven't done enough work on which I like better, but UPS got that union deal, right? So at least there's something there. But yeah, we had Chris Brecher on Tuesday from Simpler Trader, or was it Wednesday, and he called a nice move up in UPS that very next day. So UPS was a great little trade there. He was talking about the transports, and then here's the move. So it was yesterday, I think. So he was on. What did they say? So he was on Wednesday, right? And then he called this move going from 152 all the way to 155. So he bought it the day before down here, 151. Yesterday, 155. So I don't know what we talked about it on the show. It's just transports leading the way out. It's kind of like what I feel about the semis leading the way out right now as well. Oops, SMH, not SM, whatever I just called up. Where? Like I don't even see SMH here as an option. Okay, SMH, there it is right here. SMH. Is SMH on the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had it on the Amex there. Okay. So SMH has to hold 140. So right there. Look at this bounce back for the SMH, right? The semiconductors, right there holding 140. So it's bounced off there all week and held it. That's a great bullish sign in my opinion. AMD, NVIDIA, they've all taken baths recently, and now they're all up to the upside right now. So I really think that you had a gift, an absolute gift, if you knew anything about this little bounce back. I feel like the strength there in AMD. AMD was $94 or something 3 days ago, and then it just absolutely ripped. Yeah, there it is right there, 90. Well, the wick was 94. Let's call it 95. You could have been long $95 basically 4 straight days in a row, and there's 10% up on AMD, right? And so yesterday was up 5%. Add another 2 today, plus give yourself from that bottom. It's up 10 points here. AMD climbing and flying higher right now. I like the chip names holding that bottom.
So I'm talking about AMD and their AI chips yesterday was significant for them apparently. So let's kick off with a look at the futures here.
Yeah, good look here. We're actually going to chart the ES today, not the SPX, because now we have levels with which to work to the high side. That 4,400 level is staring at me in the face, not just because it's the whole 100-point level, but because we troughed out there in late August, Brendo. So if we get to 4,400, an interesting area of resistance. If we move back down, though, if we start making a move back down, look for support at yesterday's close at 43.38.
All right, keep my eye out for anything from CCL. Nothing yet that I can see anyways. I'll let you know, though, if we do get, or if and when we do get numbers from Carnival. That is the link you need to click on or scan that QR code. Watchlist.tradertv.live will get you there as well. Enter your email address, and then you get the watch list for free from us every single day. It comes right to your inbox. Top of that, today, Nike, as we saw Sean was mentioning, impressive move here pre-market so far. Definitely Nike doesn't really do a lot, especially on earnings day, but nice beat for NKE to the upside in a big way here.
Yeah, it has been a bad year for Nike thus far, finally getting a bit of a reprieve. Let's talk about the details, though. They missed on the top line, but they beat on the bottom line. They were able to fix their margins by increasing prices and actually selling inventory without having to mark it down. That's number one. Number two, they actually did better in China than some people had expected, even though they missed by what analysts were looking for. Analysts were looking for a 6% year over year on the quarter increase. They got 5%. It was not a bad move. They actually grew everywhere else in the world except North America. North American sales actually declined by 2%. With respect to their wholesale relationships with like Dick's Sporting Goods and Foot Locker and the like, they're really putting those to the side, focusing more on the direct-to-consumers, which have better margins.
Just going through some of the analyst moves here. There's a ton of them. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 even. Looks pretty mixed. Mostly positive, but looks pretty mixed. There are a few maintaining whatever their prior view was and adjusting price targets. So lots to consider here for Nike today.
Oh man, plenty to consider with Nike here. Like you said, the direct was the positive. That's where the gains were in North America, and obviously they were gaining everywhere else. It's up 11% right now. You can see the gap. You're at $99. Everything about this, there's a lot of names that looked like this. I was going to put CCL into this category, and then CCL bounced the last couple of days. We're like going into earnings, everything is negative, negative, negative. And then, when you're at 2020 lows, what else is going to happen? Like, is it very likely after all that downward pressure that relief pressure goes in the opposite direction? So if you look at the trend, the 50 period sits at 102, the last hump is at 102. It's so much closer to a fade zone than it is somewhere where I could be looking for any kind of a long. So I think the open is probably, it's at a price where it's like a sit it out. But if this starts testing and trying to break at 10 o'clock or just slightly after the opening range gets put in, you're above that 100 in that zone, it feels like it's more of a fade. I'm not chasing this move at the open. I just feel like there's a little bit of risk in here if you're trying to buy these tops on a Friday up 11%. It might have been a little different if it was in the mid 90s. Like, I think I would have liked it off the 94 level, so like something in the 95 range would have looked pretty good, but that is, like, that ship sailed well before 7 o'clock. So, you know, great run for them, but when I look at the daily chart, it's hard to want to buy these tops. As a day trader, obviously, but, you know, that's what we're here doing. So I'm going to stay away from these highs. I think over 100, it runs the risk of finding that resistance at the 50 period on the daily.
A shout out to Jonathan there, so we'll go bang. We talked about this yesterday. I had no idea we were going to go up 11% on Nike, obviously, but we did talk about how I thought there was probably going to be an upside move into this name, and it did happen, but 10%, wow, 11%, huge move on Nike. It's just going to be the same thing. We talked about this actually before the release even came out. I wanted to see what their inventories were. We talked about this on the market recap show, of course, and this is before it came out. You know, inventory's down 10% year over year. So that was a great number for me, for them. I really like Nike here moving forward now, but let's just go. I mean, let's see what happens on this play. I still feel like it's going to be a fade. There are a lot of shorts in this name on Nike. Let's just see what happens here off the open. It's just another one of those earnings plays that I will not trade today.
All right, let's go to Apple, up 1% here pre-market so far. There was a note from China once again talking very aggressively on foreign apps now they could target, which could potentially result in hundreds, quote unquote, hundreds and thousands of apps being removed from Chinese app stores. I mean, a couple of things in the sense of, we heard this about the iPhone, that kind of fizzled out over the past couple of weeks, whether or not they were going to start banning foreign-made handsets as well. So, I mean, the market obviously not really taking this too seriously, up 1% here.
Yeah, the Great Firewall of China. That's that's what's being called. Here's a look, guys. These apps, we're talking about Facebook, we're talking about, you know, formerly Twitter, X, Instagram. They are actually downloadable in China, but when you come to use them, they don't work. So what people were using was VPNs. So essentially what the regulator there wants is they want either to remove these apps entirely so they're not downloadable, or to actually get the makers of the VPN to report directly to China about usage. And they're not going to do that. So it's going to be an interesting look to see who does what here and who blinks first.
There's also more and more, I was reading this morning, notes and articles regarding apparently an overheating issue with this new iPhone 15, and specifically the Pro and the Pro Max issues and battery life issues already. If you go back to, I think it was the 12 or 13, they had a big issue as well that was solved with a software update I was reading as well. So maybe it'll require something on that note, but a bit of a questionable start here so far for iPhone 15.
I mean, fair, but Apple's up 1% today. It feels like it made a hammer, like a wipeout bottom. Wipeout bottom is probably an extreme word, but you know what I'm getting at. Like, you had this massive wick underneath 170 yesterday that was rejected at the open, only to consolidate and break out off of 170 and then support 170. So it feels as if, to me, that's your Alamo today. Forget about the 200 period moving average. Like, there's the pullback, there's the dip underneath previous support, there's the bounce, and now you're looking to break. Now, if I think there's any kind of a shot of an inside day or dip buy at the open, then I think 170 is an interesting line in the sand. It closed above there, so there's 170.69 as a close, so that puts it in play for a bounce anywhere between 70 and 71 off the open. if by some chance, and I don't think this is very likely, if by some chance we're sniffing above 175 into the 76, 77, that feels like a sell zone to me. Just looking at what happened previously, like we're up there with a big double top and a big rejection of that level, but I think there's a better chance of getting the dip buy on Apple in front of that 170 level. This is a setup that, if you look at it on all different time frames of charts, usually is a reversal pattern. So if you have a reversal pattern the previous day and we're looking strong, I'm always looking continuation of that pattern as a first look.
I want to thank everybody for continuously supporting the sticky note. I mean, it's been a good little run for it. It's not going to stop. We have Apple same levels, man. 171. We talked all about it right here. Nice up in the pre-market. Apple will just have to hold that 170, and I like the chances. I mean, let's just call it like it is, man. I mean, it's holding. Yesterday, there's that 170.50. So I think that's going to hold again. I like the news today. The market's up. I think Apple had dip buy opportunities down there. We're well below the 50-period moving average. It's got to hold this 170. Let's just see if it does. Early bids here on Apple. I mean, I think it's just one of those plays that we don't want to miss, right? This is what it looked like yesterday afternoon. You go long here. You know, that's just what you do. The market was up. You go long on this Apple move. There's the move early that Neil was talking about, and then there's the bump right back through. So I just feel like we want to trade off VWAP a little bit here. That's at 172. Let's see if that comes back in. The 200 periods at 170, 150. As Russell Wilson says, let's ride. I'm ready to go on this one. Apple's ready to get locked and loaded. If it's on the sticky note, you know it's a level that I like, so we're going to see if it does come through. And then we don't necessarily sit here and stand in front of it, but right now I am. I'm bidding 171. I don't think it's going to come through. 171.50 is where my bid is. That's $1 from here. But look what we already talked about. We're going to get over some more names, man. I have Apple, AMD, PayPal on here as well. You want to look at PayPal? Go over to the sticky note and have a look at that as well. But these are all bids. I mean, there's been something, Fubo got added in here as a sell, so that's in there right now. I feel like there's going to be some strength in this market today, and I mean, I don't have to tell you that. The market's up 1% here, almost 0.75% on the ES. It's a Friday, you know, not falling, it's going upside. Let's see if we can continue with this momentum leading into what I think is going to be a great October, to be honest with you. So let's wait to see. Hopefully we can get this month over with, see this market continue to climb. So if that's going to happen, I like Apple, and I'm right here right now. Yesterday we had a very, very good day trading, and part of it was sparked by fruit salad. So right here again, we are sticking with it. We talk about, you know, making sure that you kind of do the same routines over and over again. So we went and got some more fruit salad today, sponsored by the color green. Markets are up, green fruit, let's go.
Look kind of yellow. Is it pineapple today? Can they hear him? All right. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. All right, let's talk Tesla. Another one up, pushing 2% here. Nice look for Tesla to kick things off. It's been a week full of analysts coming out with their opinions on what we're going to get next week in the form of deliveries from some of these EV makers, including Tesla. Well, we talked about Rivian the other day as well. So there's 3 or 4 today. Barclays, there's Piper Sandler, there's Canaccord, all coming out with revisions to the downside for the most part on what they expect to come next week.
Yeah, it looks like it might be 2 misses in a row, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because we know the revamped Model 3 is coming, and I think if you're looking to get a Tesla, you may be waiting for that one to come out. So I don't think it's not necessarily a bad thing. Q4 might be a bit different story, though.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, I think it was Tuesday would be exactly 3 months out from Rivian's last delivery numbers, and then Thursday next week, same thing. We do sometimes, however, get delivery numbers from Tesla on the weekend. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, true. Sunday, typically, they tend to do that. So we'll see what happens anyways going into next week. It's also worth noting, you and I were talking about this, Linda Yaccarino at that coding conference this week with some pretty positive comments on what's happening over at X as well.
Yeah, and she was asked specifically about this new subscription model that Elon alluded to with his interview with Benjamin Netanyahu last week. And essentially, Elon is saying this is the only way he can think of to actually get rid of the bots. Otherwise, the bots have just become so smart they can get around the CAPTCHA. So we'll have to wait and see. Also, she fired back at some other former Twitter employees who had some negative things to say about the company. She's doing well. So.
Yeah, CNBC actually said a tense, quote unquote, tense interview with Linda Yaccarino, but they're already, guys, talking about profitability for X.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're doing all the right things. I mean, like, what do you do when you're trying to turn something around? You cut costs aggressively, you hike efficiencies, yada, yada, yada. You focus on the core. Like, it'll be interesting, but it's not something we can trade. So obviously, talking about that it's fun, but there's nothing we can do about it real time. Now, Tesla, on the other hand, very, very similar in some ways to Apple, except the hammer bottom was 2 days ago, not necessarily yesterday. And now you have the gap above that 248, which was setting up for a breakout today, but looks like you're gapping above that level. So you're above 250. I have resistance at 253, and I've left that in for a while, and then I don't think we get to 262, 261, 262. That's very unlikely to happen, but that is the room if you get through 53. I like 48. Underneath 48, I think I do not want to be fighting this thing. I feel like sometimes on a Friday, you'll float around the 250 level with some gravity towards it. So unless it's breaking away from this 250, I mean, like taking out 252 half, trending higher, taking out 248, trending lower, play the inside range. Now, you mentioned Rivian. Can't really ignore this one. We already talked about NIO already, so I don't have to go over that EV name, but Rivian, great uptrend. It just reclaimed the 50 period at $23. And we close pretty much exactly at 23, breaking out that top. This is, I mean, for me, there's 22 and there's 23. Yesterday we didn't quite get the dip down into 22, but it did hold out. If it dips into 23 and holds out at the open, I think Rivian as well is a trend continuation. But underneath that price, the long is at the 22 even, so I would not be fighting that one under 23 for Rivian. Both those names, very strong. I'd say this week Rivian's actually been the stronger of the two from a percentage basis, but that has more to do with what's happened to it in the last year than anything else.
Yeah, we had some great trades on Rivian the day you weren't here, Tuesday or Wednesday, and we didn't trade it the last couple of days, but I think maybe we probably should. Here's a 5-minute chart on Tesla. The 50 period is something that we look at, obviously. We talk about that all the time. Above this 247, I like that play, 247, 247.50 right there. So let's see what happens right now in and around this area. So a drip back down into 247.50, and then there, boom, there's the move back up, upside right now. So 247.50 up to 251. I think a little bit of a dip down area there to buy Tesla. I'd say you do it, and you do it with open arms. You want to get long Tesla. The thing about it is it does have some, well, it doesn't have it all the time, but there are violent moves off the open for Tesla. So if you do get a dip down, it's on the 1 minute. It's a 200 period moving average. But right into here, 245. I don't think we break below that today. I don't really see any reason for that. And for me, the play was obvious when Elon Musk took Twitter private. It was just so that he can bring it back to market and double his money and then laugh at everybody. So I feel like that's exactly what's going to wind up happening with Twitter. It's just a matter of time. They're going to come out. They're going to tell you how profitable it is. They're going to get it all ready to go. They're going to get Goldman Sachs to underwrite this thing. They're going to convince everybody like ARM did that it's worth, what did he pay, $58 billion or something? So it'll probably come to market at $90 billion, something like that. He'll get his money back, and then you can see what happens from there. So yeah, Tesla continues to make moves, and I wish I could invest in X.
Yeah, well said. Completely agree, right across the board. Let's go on to semis and talk about just seeing, CCL numbers just came across here.
Oh.
So Carnival earnings are out, 2.2 billion versus an estimated 2.123 billion on the adjusted EBITDA. I'll go through this, but let's go on to semis here. I mean, just an absolute monstrous day for AMD after those comments from Microsoft's chief technical officer about their AI chip. NVIDIA dragged along with it as well, but I'll double check CCL here.
Yeah, interesting look yesterday. We saw NVIDIA's offices get raided in France. I don't know if they do things differently there, but usually you don't raid somebody's offices for anti-competitive practices. You file a lawsuit. So interesting look. We know AMD also had a headline. They came out yesterday and made more news about their relationship with Microsoft and their foray into GPU. So definitely semis on watch.
I'm just reading through some of these CCL notes, guys. They expect fuel consumption per available lower berth day for full year 2023 to be nearly 16% lower than 2019, even with oil prices higher. So that seems positive for CCL, but so far so good on what I'm seeing, guys.
Yeah, but the stock it went 15 break to 1550 and then just broke 14 and hit 1372. Like, that's completely insane, the price action. This is the problem with earnings, and then they're going to have the call at some point as well you're going to have to deal with. So I didn't hear anything glaring there, but again, this is the issue with it's 919, and earnings just came out. Previous supports at 1350, that we can point out to you. That's that bottom down here. It's kind of like the same, like 1350, it's like this in Palantir at that price. So maybe that's going to be the level. Crazy movement. AMD, you talked about it yesterday with the conference, positive comments from Microsoft, who already has some partnerships with them, and made some good comments about their GPUs going forward, and that's why you had a big, strong bump in AMD. Oddly enough, right after that NVIDIA nonsense happened, there was a bounce in every single one of the chip names that I was watching. ARM had a bounce, AMD had a bounce, Intel had a bounce. I didn't look at Micron, but it probably did as well. And it looked as if that was going to be the top at that 104, like after the huge rally. And I was thinking, okay, you dip off the 104 double top. It's Friday. We're going to come right back in, retest support from yesterday, and then AMD can be strong enough to the races again. PCE in the market said, nah, forget about that. It's just going to break 104 early in the pre-market, and then you have to trade off of that level and not look and get those dip buys in the previous close. So AMD's through the 104. I look at the 50 period there at 107 as the next resistance, and then 110. Intel is still going to be in the pocket for me in the chip names because it just recently broke the 50 period at 53 and a quarter, 35 and a quarter. So this one is still within the pocket. It hasn't broken out yet. If it dips in and holds that 35, to me that's it holding the 50 period on the daily and then resuming the trend to the upside. AMD will have to be patient because I wasn't expecting it to break 104 that early. I was looking for prices underneath there to play into that level, but Intel's still in the pocket.
Look, we've been talking for a month. I don't know how long is the recap show been going on. This 140 on SMH here, it goes all the way back to June. We've really traded a lot above here. If it loses it, that's a problem. And we talked about that over and over again. And it's just the last couple of days we've bounced against it. And then now you're starting to go back up to the upside. So I feel like you did get a lot of opportunity to buy into the SMH there, below the 50 period, heading towards the 200. And now you're off to the races on a lot of these names. So I do have AMD written down here on the sticky note. It is the number 2 name here today. Yesterday, we were like, what? During the open, because it went from 98 and basically didn't stop till 101. So straight up $3 off the open. Then once it sort of gathered strength again off the VWAP, then it just kept going again. Then it retested VWAP and went again. So, hey, every single time we got lower, the buyers stepped in to AMD. So why won't that happen again today, I say? But when we wrote that sticky note, it was down here, 104. Thought a $2 move down was possible, but instead it went $1 up to 105. So right now, I feel like some of these levels, they're now extended. So a pullback into 103.50-ish might, might be something. Choking on a grape there. So the 200 period is way down here. Remember on Tesla? We were looking at the 50 period. So let's do that. 103.50. That's exactly what we said. I think this is a decent spot here, 103.50. So if it pulls back, we'll watch that. We've got it on a second screen over here. So we're going to watch out to see what happens with AMD back at 103.50. So that's what I'm doing, and we'll see what happens on that play. But I like it. And then NVIDIA, I still think you want to fade. Let's see, how close to 450 are we? I still think you want to fade that 450 until we break it. So 450 was pretty strong for a minute. And then once it dropped, we went all the way down to 410. So down another 10% off that. And now you're on the way back up. This is around the area, if you remember, that's where Morgan Stanley upgraded NVIDIA, right? We went all the way back up to highs into the quarter, then we went down 25% from there. So you had a gift if you like the semis, and I still think you can get involved even at these levels. Wait till breaks 450, then maybe punch long there.
We're still trying to figure out what the negative is here for CCL, but I still can't see anything. They're saying 100% capacity through the end of this year, which is pretty impressive. I mean, EPS beat, revenue beat, forecast was like in line, I guess. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Carnival here as we continue along. We were talking about some chip strength, obviously, going into the open. I saw this one moving around as well. FSR with 150 million equity raise announced this morning. That caused that dip, but here we are right back to positive on the session. It's also worth noting oil was up more than a full percent, now just 0.4. So oil straight downside as we head towards the bell on a Friday here.
Yeah, well, with respect to the Chinese strength, we've already heard from the Chinese government multiple times that they are looking for that 5% GDP growth target, and they're going to do, basically whatever they can really to prop up the economy. So we'll have a look at that. I saw another tidbit about Evergrande this morning, not looking good for their property sector though, but retail still holding up.
Yeah, it's almost like don't look over here, look over here and come travel. XPeng as well with this morning, the company approved a share purchase agreement for XPEV.
Yeah, so we talked about the XPeng sort of higher, and then I sort of took a swing at Li Auto. I think that Li Auto underneath 36 makes some sense for a short, just given the relative charts and the trend they have on. But NEO was a good breakout yesterday, good dip buy in here. Sometimes I always say, like, if you miss the break, look for the dip in supporting levels, and then that can be your entry point. And it got up to $9 off after that little dip buy, so look to join the trend if you do miss out on it. If there is going to be that dip at the open, NEO could set up for a test at the 9 level. It could be like breaking 9, getting to yesterday's close, and afternoon support here at 885 or 890, somewhere in that range, holding that bottom, getting back through 9 even. That I like. Otherwise, it's just it breaks a top and you join the trend like you did yesterday. So that's going to be the look. I didn't really look at Alibaba, but whoops, Blue Ocean again, Neil. But then I was looking at Pinduoduo when Sean was mentioning Alibaba, and I remember Pinduoduo at $100. Come on, load. At $100 is a pretty big level. Now, gapping up, you're at 98, but this is what I'm getting at here. Like, it has been stair-step down, 104, 100, and it's trying to break back to the upside. So it's about to run into that 100 level again here today, which was rejected. It broke 100 a couple times, couldn't get past 101, and was a rejection. So this is one to monitor. When it comes to Chinese ADR, I always want to be very particular about how you get into it against the grain. If it's going up into 100, it needs to bust 100. It needs to wipe people, not wipe people out, that's not the right term, but it needs to break out through that level, fail around the 101, somewhere in that range, and try to catch it on the way back in. I don't want to get cute about it, but I do feel as if this breaks 100, there's an opportunity to fade it. You have to be very, very patient when you're trading these Chinese ADRs and going against the move.
Okay, CCL. We're long, and there it goes. So right now, a quick little 40-cent winner for CCL to start the day. It's too bad because we were bidding $13.65 to get more long. It went to $13.68 down there as the low, so we just missed this. Or it could be an early member of the Dollar Club. But right there, it's a nice bump up on CCL. We don't like to trade earnings. We talk about that, so we're just going to try to get it out. It did come into that $13.50 area that we had sort of mentioned there, right back into here on the 15-minute chart right there, 1350. So that was going to be an area of concern for me. But again, the market's now open, or not open, the market's getting closer to open, and liquidity is now coming in and pouring in to CCL. So thanks, Brendo, for talking about, that he didn't really see anything too negative on the report. I saw the same kind of thing. Their occupancy rate was 109%. for the past quarter. So overbooking right there. So they do that on purpose. But there it is. It's a nice, holy shoot, man. Okay, this is a nice little play. Let's get something out at 75 as this market's getting ready to open up here. So there it is, man. Long and just out right now at VWAP and higher. Let's go CCL. Let's all go on a cruise. It's going to be a great weekend in here, man. I got golf planned. The weather is going to be fantastic. It's like 80 to 85 degrees all weekend long here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. And the Jays only need 2 wins, right?
I think we got it in the bag, but
They
I don't
got
want
4 games, right?
I don't want to celebrate too early.
But it is 2 wins. I think the magic number is 2.
But that also can be, we can get
a loss
losses
from the other teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Let's not jinx it, but it is looking pretty good right now. So it's gonna be
I'm there tomorrow, and I'm hoping we celebrate playoffs tomorrow. So we're excited. We're under a minute to go. We're going to close out the week here on a good note. If you see me in and out of Blue Apron, they're being bought for $13 in cash, so I don't expect it to move too much. But we are watching Palantir. We didn't get to mention this. It was a 16 short yesterday. Today it's trying to break out through that 16 level or above that 16 level. I like to dip into previous support. That's how we like to play it. Look out. AMD just turned back off that 105, so there might be a dip situation in that. After all, it is coming back into the downside. You are getting a bit of a pullback and a hold of that 15,000 level. So key level right away as we are about to close out the week. Here comes the bell. Adair is on it right now as we speak. And look at that. Fisker in the background. That's interesting. In 4, 3, 2, and we can put any stock up there. We've chosen Fisker on that opening bell. So why not? Go Fisker. I have no idea. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Probably should have put like Tesla or AMD. AMD immediately bouncing. Oh my goodness. Forget about it. Like, you can think that the dip buy is coming, and that's what was happening at the open. It instantly bounced and hit 104.95, snapping back down. So very, very quick whipsaw action at the open on AMD. Now starting to come back in here. Looks like that's going to be pulled. And Meta also pulling back as well.
All right, guys. It's not a new position, but it's a banger of one right now. CCL, this could be the best trade of the day for me right now, and it already is hitting. So let's go. And thanks, Nimit. Nimit was like, hey, get the Dollar Club going today. Hey, how about that, Nimit? We're about to get it right now. Especially if we break through 15, we could get that spinner right here. But we're already out. So we're out of 70% of this trade. So there it is, man. Thank you, Rolling Records. It was a pretty good read. And again, I have to say thanks to Brendo for that one as well, because, you know, came in, didn't hate on the report. And what I saw in CCL was a nice move up and then a huge move down. So kind of was like they read the report, hit it down, then they read it again, didn't like something, and now I like 𝐌𝐎𝐎 a lot, as we just got $14.95 there on this play. So hey, there we go, man. We're already, Nimit, can we get into that Dollar Club? Maybe we can, but there are other stocks going, so let's go over to see something else. AMD was on the radar. Again, I really like this new style of trading, man. Just relax. Oh, PayPal we didn't get to. PayPal was $60. I meant to get to that. This is a name that's on. Oh man, we just missed. Was almost Dollar Club there, Nimit. As soon as we started, right there. There goes PayPal. We're gonna watch out for $60 breaking on this name. There it is, Neil. We got it. It is a Dollar Club to start the day off with on CCL. Adios, amigos. We're sailing away with this one, boys and girls.
That's why you never say never, because sometimes earnings plays are in there for you. Quick note, I didn't mention Uber. Uber 46 breakout yesterday, same thing as Nike. It is trying to hold the same level. This is previous high, hold previous high, break out the top. That's the pattern. And Nike, it was a flush, but it didn't actually test 100. So it's now pulling back in 94. I like for some support, but it never tapped that 100 to get me into the short, is what it is. What is pulling back? AMD, you want to be patient. That's pulling back. Meta's pulling back. Amazon as well here.
Like the market's not really doing anything.
The market's basically saying 15,000. We don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So in this, when you're looking at the big cap tech names, they've made these highs and now you're starting to dip in. I'm like almost auto buying that 125.98 area on Amazon because you close at the same price 3 days in a row. I got to figure there's buyers there on a dip. But it looks like it could also be holding a higher end of the range here. So there's a lot to look at from yesterday. I feel as if Palantir 16 could be the first real test, though, as that one has been strong. And SoFi broke 8. I acknowledge it. I am not in it. I was looking at Palantir and Neo at the open, and SoFi got away from me. Great look yesterday. Everyone looking for that breakout, but you pick the ones you want to go for, and that ended up on the back of the list for me.
Okay, we're going to take out one more piece here if we can on CCL because it did break back down below. So we'll wait to see what's happening on that one. Look, I would love for Amazon to get to, what'd you say, 125.97, whatever that magical price is. Yeah, it could. I mean, if the market does flush, we've had a lot of big movements happening on every day, not let alone just a Friday, right? And so I'm going to try it off this 200 period, though. The 200 period right now is at 127. So if it does fall back into this, I feel like, oh my God, CCL. So we just took it out at 15 right there again because it broke back below, and then it just went, no, thank you. We're going to try to go a dollar plus club right now. So we're going to wait for that. But on Amazon, yeah, I'm buying 127, something close to that if we can get it in. And then AMD as well. And the reason why I was just saying to Neil, like the market's not really doing anything, so we got some good flush opportunities. Look at that. We called 103.50 there. It didn't cut. Wow, it actually, that came pretty close there. So AMD, you see? So now I'm a little bit upset because this might not be the long that we want it to be because the market's kind of pushing right here and almost doing nothing to the extent of what I just said. But AMD has fallen now down $1.30 at that bottom. So just like yesterday, it started to take off, and we were like, what's going on, what's going on? I almost getting the same feelings right now for AMD. Let's let this one settle down. Hey, man, it's 9:34. I'm already getting FOMO that I've missed stuff. But like I said, new style. Let's see if we can just calm down and wait for key levels. So we will continue to monitor the sticky note here at any levels: Apple, AMD, PayPal, and Amazon.
Yeah, speaking of levels to monitor, just hit 99 on Pinduoduo, so it's grinding higher. I'm looking for something that's actually going to give me a level that I can trade off of. Unfortunately for Palantir, like you guys might have seen it just as it was pulling away. I was like just throwing bids, and it broke out. It just got to 1640. So when it's trending up like this, I always look for the next level, which is typically a pullback, if you can even get one. AMD looks like it's made its turn. So we're going to get over to that one. Here's the 104. I don't know if it gets to 103, but there's a wick bottom underneath that 104 level. Local bottom 104.70 or so. So I like that for potential dip. Because if we're going to hold 15,000, then I like this one with that wick bottom. Let's go to Berendo with this.
I think much new on this, but this Femasis is what the company is actually called, but Femi, 42% just took out the highs there, guys, on huge volume.
All right.
$2 went?
We just tried AMD there real quick, and it just fell down. So we just tried it off that. It was, again, you know, that was a try. We're going to give it a little bit lower now. Like I said, this name is not the one for me right now. We had a bad read on it. Maybe we should not have even gone into it right there, but I thought it was worth a shot. We know how violent this can get. Okay, so we're waiting for PayPal 60. That's not in there yet. And then I do want to check out the king right now, Apple. So let's just have a quick look to see what levels are interesting here. 170, 150. Again, let's zoom this. Let's go over this way a little bit. We have those bad wicks. That's 170 there, and we're just bouncing right now off 170, 150, which is the 200 period. Maybe we're gonna slip, you know? Maybe today is just kind of a slipping up day here. And we do fall back down sort of against what we were thinking. AMD is bouncing back off that level that we got out on. Yeah, but it's not giving me the same feels here. All right, Apple, I think we could try it a little long here against 170, 150. It sort of hit that bottom now. Let's see if it'll continue to, oh, there goes the futures. Okay, hold on, scratch that thought right now. Futures, and I know it's a 1 minute chart, and I don't want to be too antsy about it, but now you're below the 50 period moving average. So Apple, let's just wait for that 170, 150, but I do think it's worth a shot down there.
Yeah, that Femi with nothing new, that doesn't necessarily matter. This is like the day two play. Look at it. Holds previous high, consolidation. There's your breakout at 190. The key is it holds that previous high. So if it's going to be a runner like yesterday, just remember at the open, it actually dipped and then ripped. And when it eventually broke out, there was a heavy pullback. So I'm looking for that to happen. And now your pre-market high is 195 to 2. That's the dip area that I'm targeting. So Femi's going to go on one of my level 2s now that it's making that breakout. Palantir, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, except for 𝐌𝐎𝐎. You can like it all you want. You just got to be, sometimes you got to be in it in the break, on that early break, and not be looking for the dip buy. But that was the theme of the day. We're at 15,000. I was thinking buy the dips on a 15,000 reject. I am not in AMD, by the way. That's weird. Yeah, this is me. I got out of AMD when it broke that local bottom, and now it's going to try to test 103. Like, I don't hold a test at 104 down into 103. That's not my style, but 103 is the previous close, so that's where I'm going to look next. Like, there's an in, there's an out. Now I'm looking for the next little bounce. Let's try to catch it on the other side of the trade. Affirm, I'm assuming, is doing the Michael Noss break. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, just a little bit. Affirm on a power move. Can't chase it. This is not chasing longs at tops when we're failing the 15,000 level. Just not going to do it. It feels like a little bit of a trap. You got the semis coming to the downside. You get the market not really sure what it wants to do. Buying a huge rally like this on any kind of a stock, even though I like the trend, I have to be getting a premium to buy back on that dip. Femi's looking like it's going to be the thing that sets up, at least locally.
All right, guys, we're going to just do Sticky Note Nation again and stand up one more time because there it is, Amazon 128. We wrote it all about it right here, 128 Amazon. We talked about why we liked it, and there it is right now. We'll take it in the money now, 40 cents. Nice play to the upside. And we're not even long 128, 128 flat. We're long 24s right now. So let's just take another piece out at 58. Let's go, man. Ring the damn Reggie today so far. One screwed up play, AMD, but hey, man, go back to something that you believe in. And we believed in Amazon. We've been hitting this name quite well. Shout out to Obi back there. This has been a good one, man. 128 just came in, and the gift that keeps on giving seems like Amazon right now. So, you know, we are excited about it. Let's see if it will continue to work here the rest of the day. We're out of 40% now of Amazon here. So let's see. I'm excited for it, and let's just see if it continues to work, right? So right now, Amazon, nice move to the upside. Let's take out 129, and then we'll see 130. So let's put an offer right now, 128.80 or something. I still want to get more. Like, this could still fall down, right? I mean, if we do come in, we are going to try to respect VWAP, which is at that. Wow, now it's coming in a little bit. VWAP, which is at 128 and change, or even lower than that. Yeah, 128 flat there now for VWAP. So let's watch out for that. But here it is, trying to go back down a little bit. We'll get something out in the 40s if we can again. But right now, Amazon is coming back into the price that we're long. So, hey, we got out of 40%. Our drop down right now is 128. So watch out. If it takes that, we're gone. As this market's now below the 50 period and looks like it wants to go lower here. So be very, very careful. AMD, good thing we got out, man. I know you got out as well. Obviously, it was wrong on there. But here it comes right back into 103. So there could be some very interesting levels developing here, guys. What's up, B?
Just seeing some of these energy names back downside again. Oil, guys, just went negative on the session. Again, we were up a full % at one point. So energy names heavy so far.
You got to watch out when you say oil negative. It's just negative on the day, not negative on the contract, because that was a funny day when that happened. But AMD waited for 103 to try to bounce. It just wicked 103 here. I'm going to take one more shot at this level. I feel like this is a level worth probably 2 shots, I should say, because if it bounces off 03 clean, I think we can get to VWAP. But if it can hold the line and you break 15,000, it's a bit of a trap at that low. Palantir is not having any trouble up top. Like, it just wicked 16.5. You're thinking, okay, get back in here to the quarter, 16 break to 16.5, and then back into 16 quarter. That's something I usually like. But it is just holding the top end of the range. That's absolutely insane that it's showing that kind of strength. As we mentioned here over there on Affirm, not going to chase it. If it wants to dip and give you an opportunity to buy the dip and then rip, fair enough. I like that a heck of a lot more. And Amazon didn't quite come to the levels I like, but the breakout pre-market high was 127.5. So a lot of times, like, where it broke from, give it a chance to pull back into that range. So the 127.5 makes some sense. You can throw out, I mean, I'm not throwing out the 125.98 where it closed, but if it's not going to trade that price, you don't have to worry about it. Just coming back over to Femi, it has not dipped yet, which is a bit nuts. I was expecting a pullback at the open, retest that 190 to 2, get a consolidation, look for the long at that point. I would definitely stop out underneath 175, though. I don't know. I just do not know if I want to hold something like this. It's a halt. It's a halt potential stock, so I wouldn't want to hold it past 175 on any kind of a dip buy.
The trap.
trap.
Yeah,
It might
so we're testing AMD here. We're at 103.25. We did take a small long and got out in the 20s again, but right now we're long at 21.22. I feel like we can make, well, there it is. We can make all of our money back just by scalping it, but I do think that there is an opportunity for a little bit of a longer play off 103. But again, we got in and out on a scalp loss, so I think doing the same thing again might be fruitful. So let's see if we could do that here on the upside, just make a little bit back of what we did L, but I don't know if that's going to be a possibility because it needs to run off of these levels. If we're going to talk about AMD, let's go over to what was a big trade for us, Microsoft. We'll see if there's anything here on Softy coming through. It looks like it is trying to take that 318.50 level. We've bounced off there a couple times. Hey, look, man, if this rallies, we should be able to get our AMD trade to go through as well. So let's see if that happens. Amazon upside. We're holding 3 positions now, AMD, Amazon, and CCL. I have 5% left, so I don't have anything left on CCL. But what does this look like on Microsoft right here? Yeah, so you are actually trying to break through 319. I like whatever this level is. What is that? 319, yeah, so that's 319 even right there. Let's wait for that to come through. I like Softy, but it's going to have to break that level right now. And again,
there goes AMD.
This is the problem. You try this over and over again. I told you, like, sometimes the spidey senses are good, man. It's just you get sort of lured in. I said this, like the first time I lost, I was like, AMD's not really trading that well. Let's try it off the 200 period. Then we just tried it again and slipped that one up. But look, like as opposed to what's working versus what's not working, like look at Amazon, right? I mean, this name is definitely working and we have this. So far so good here. And let's go over to Brendan, ASAP.
Under a minute here, we're going to get the Chicago PMI September print coming through here. 48.7 was the last one. 47.6 is expected here on the consensus forecast of 48. So Chicago PMI, and then remember, coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll get the Michigan consumer sentiment number for September. That also has a inflation expectation portion to it, a 5-year and a 1-year number. Still not hearing anything here for this, but any second here now, guys. 48 forecast, 48.7. Again, 10 seconds to go here. We'll get this Chicago PMI. We're making it a big buildup. It's probably going to be not much of anything here for this number, but there it is. 44.1, so downside, 44.1 versus 47.6 expected there. So a bit of a miss for that Chicago PMI, guys.
Damn.
So, yeah, the market's not reacting too heavily to this. Meta just wicked the top here. This one could be pulling back a little bit here. This Femi does not want to dip. I might take a long off the $2 level on Femi. It's just looking a little bit strong up here, and I don't necessarily want to wait for the 190. So I'm looking at Meta to see if it can get back above that 309. But if it wicks that bottom underneath, look for 307. Femi here, gonna wet the old proverbial beak at 220 on that particular name. That's a small capper that's running. There was another one we'll get to if it calms down. That was that one with the diabetes weight loss drug. But Femi, I'm taking this consolidation because this is what's presenting. I thought the consolidation would be down here at $2. Instead, it's up here 210 to 225. So that's where I'm in.
Okay, so honestly, guys, shout out to Nimit, because we almost have another dollar club. But it is a dollar club if you're going to run it from the sticky note, right? Today's sticky note, go find it at Trader TV. Sean talks all about Amazon at 128 long. So it is a dollar club winner for those of you trading Amazon, because it just wicked over into 129. 08 right there. So we'll hold a little piece of that. We did get into something here that's going to be a little spicy. Apple starting to hit that 172. We wanted to wait for 171. So I think patience probably reigns supreme on this one. So there it goes, dropping down a little bit through now. Not a bad number. I guess it was a bad number, but is this where it's going to be good numbers are bad again, or vice versa? So let's wait to see. It looks like we are going to have to pick something up here as we continue to fall down. I wanted to see this 170, 150 area on Apple anyways, so I should be bidding there as far as I know right now. Yep, 170, 155, so we're down there for Apple. Let's see if that will come through for us at all. We got some out there. I didn't mean to do that. There it is. We'll take that back in on Apple. So let's just see if it can hold the bids. That's all we're trying to do. Apple's bottom here today is that 170, 150. Well, 170, 180, but we're going to give it down to 170, 150, and then see if it can hold that that. So we're bidding. Let's just see if it can go. But that's what we're doing here on Apple, trying to get some more love back down a little lower. But hey, if it wants to continue to go up, we're already long. So we'll take it. Long right now, 172.
Yeah, and you did reclaim that 309 after the number there. Sometimes you get that 𝐌𝐎𝐎 action on Meta I'm talking about. It got down to like 308.5, maybe a check lower than that. But this is a wipeout bottom into a breakout trade, which I think has some room to go. We've been talking about this on the 50 period. Kind of hold, and now it's breaking away. Room to 312. If you look at the daily chart, so if there's $3 worth of upside here, it makes some sense to me. As I said, we're already in Femi. Palantir is now just, I don't know, like this is in
Something about airdrops.
Crazy mode at this point. Like this is insane what Palantir is doing.
go.
It is absolutely levitating to the upside. I'm going to take some Meta out in front of 310 because a 309 to 310 makes sense to me, room to 312. But Palantir could be testing 17 before there's even a dip to be bought. And the even dollars have been good levels on Palantir. Yet again, like it was a mistake not to chase it. Like if I had chased Palantir, like I said, don't wait for the dip. I think you're absolutely laughing. So there's the 310. Meta reclaiming that 309 level. Femi already trying to bust that high of the day as well. It took out 230, but no real continuation to the 250 mark. To me, this is getting to 250 or it's not working. Like you can scalp 15, 20 cents on these if you want, but I'm thinking 2 to 250, 250 to $3 when playing these types of names.
There it is, man. Apple with a huge move upside right now. So let's just keep on that train, man. Look at this, man. We bought it. That's it. Boom. It's too bad because it was going to be a monster trade if we got to those levels of the 50s, but it does not do that. So we're going to wait on Apple now. Hopefully just continues its strength back up to the upside, man. We talked about trading the best names and be very specific with exactly what we're looking at. So I feel like we are doing that right now. So let's go. And yeah, shout out to Palantir lovers. We love Palantir. I love Palantir. Here's my hat. The Palantir hat now. I mean, it's finally starting to go. We're happy with this, man. 14 bucks. Fortunately, we didn't buy any. I'm already loaded up on PLTR. So I like the name, and I think a lot of you do too. Palantir continues to push it upside. Let's go. Alex Karp sounding pretty good on TV the last couple days. We like Snowflake as well. That could be something that hits here at some point. But this is good. Nice move up for Palantir. I would just say watch out for 17 flat. I mean, you always want to possibly fade out even dollar levels. So I could see this losing some steam, up 6.5% right now. Palantir up there, sky high right now, man, and it's really starting to move. So unfortunately, Amazon did drop off right there off 129. So it looks like we're going to have to take something out up there again. Our best outs are only in the 70s, and we sort of had a little bit of pie in the sky there, thinking that we were just going to continue all day, every day on Amazon. But it looks like it is trying to come back down in. Remember, we still do have government shutdown looming and things like that, right?
Yeah, so, this weekend needs to resolve itself. I always think they get a deal done. But anyways, it just usually that's what happens. But that's hanging overhead of today's market, to be sure. I just want to briefly mention Nvidia, but Femi did get to 250. There was a seller refresher at 230 that when I'm trading these stocks, if I see a big refresher, I had this tendency to jump in front of it, which I did do. It then hit the 250 level. Now I'm waiting for 275. So at this point, even if it wadunks on me, it can't turn into a losing trade. I got my stop just under break even here underneath 225. I saw that, Sean.
There was dust on the hat, they said, so I can't. It's just hanging out down here.
They tell you in the ear to clean the hat. Is that what just happened?
They said I had dust on the hat. Yeah, like here's this one. We had
Fabian and Ramin in his ear. That's
oh my God! It even looks like I even spilled coffee on this one. The SVB hat has a little.
That's why mine's black, so you can't see when I spill stuff on it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Just saying.
That was from what was the guy's name again? He was on. He hosted a couple times.
I'm trying to, because we got gifts from multiple traders.
No, but the guy, the guy that sat right here.
Oh, shoot.
You just don't remember his name either. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll get it in. Brankos will probably remember it. Back there. The guy that went to school, Brankos, recently.
Yeah.
Sat right behind us.
Brankos is probably...
The guy sat behind us that just went to school. Parsa. Can't believe we forgot about his name there. Well, shout out to Parsa.
Goodness.
We like Parsa.
That's what happens when you're
We don't like him enough, I guess, but we like Parsa there. He gave us these hats, man. Great gift. And we want to wish that guy as much luck as possible on that one. Yeah, the SVB hat right there. But we're going to celebrate Palantir for everybody, man. And it's a big day there for Palantir shareholders. So congratulations one more time on that. Okay, so let's just continue to look. I mean, I'm always looking down at the sticky note. We can talk about CCL. CCL was already the banger. You know what? Just to get out of it, I'm only holding 5%. I don't want to distract anybody with this play. So there it is. We'll get it out. Ring the register. CCL is my #1 stock net-wise today. Despite this move, we actually got filled twice, and we were waiting for a little bit more down there. But CCL, P&L-wise, my #1 stock. But hey, man, Apple and Amazon are both like trying to say what's up to that right now. As Amazon, it was up here, it was printing, but right now we're basically flat. We're long at 24. We've gotten some pieces out on that one, and we'll just continue to go on AMZN and just see if we can get some more bumps back up into that 129. I do like that as a possible fade area there for Amazon. So right now, man, we only have Apple and Amazon. We do have consumer sentiment, remember, Neil? So that's coming out at 10.
Hoping that doesn't matter to Femi.
Yeah, exactly. That's only probably going to matter to these big guys, so we'll wait to see.
It might matter to Meta.
If we get any love there.
But Meta did just get through 310 back and forth. So the first time through 310, 9 to 10, going to take some out. Now it's battling the level. I said resistance is at 312. On a Friday, I'm usually thinking get target, take target. On that kind of a move, especially when the market's been rallying on the week. I can see that pullback. Femi, I'm going to treat this 250 wick as a reason to tighten up the stop. I just don't want this getting back in here. I think you could always halt down. Lots of things can happen. If you've already got the win on, I want to hold some for 350. But if it gets underneath that 225, I think I want to take that one out. Interestingly enough, Palantir has slowed is probably the wrong word. I don't want to say slowed. It's way too strong to say that it's slowing down. But it is chilling out a little bit up at 1680. So that 17 could come into play pretty darn quickly. If it does, there might be a quick little fade. If I see a chance to short a 98 or a 99, maybe give it to 4 or 5, something like that, I'd probably take that trade. But it's likely to happen fast. I'm just getting it out of the way that if Palantir shoots up, you might see me pop into a quick little short off it. PDD doesn't want to get to 100, so I might have to throw that one out the window. It's at 99 and up 3.5% and not looking like it wants to go further. For reference, BABA is actually not as strong, so that's not really doing much of anything. Femi, I might have just got wicked out. Said that was a possibility. I told you guys when it failed 250, I'm going to take it and run because the next trade is usually a consolidation, but I never want to get caught after the parabolic move at the open in some kind of a pullback that can end in like it halting down and breaking out. There's always another trade. If it's going to be trend up, then you should find other opportunities. Like how many times could you get in here on consolidation levels? 1, 2, at least twice, maybe even 3 times yesterday. So just because I'm out of it doesn't mean I'm done. If you're only like a one and done trader, maybe just kind of stick into it, but that's not how we roll. We can get in as many times as we want. So I'm out of Femi for now. Take the W and then move on to the next. Ooh, MLGO again.
Oh, man, yeah, people asking about a few different names right there. So, okay, good. So Y Brothers, good trade there. Added some more on AMD. We just got another piece out on Apple at 172.50. So hopefully it doesn't hold and it continues to go up, but if it does bounce back down, we will take some more long. Amazon's at this level. I was waiting for lower here on Amazon just to get a little bit more at a better price, but again, we're at, where was I at here? 07, so it didn't even really come close. It went to 15s there. So we'll take a little bit more here in the 20s if we can get it. We're just getting lighter on everything. It's a green day for us. It's just we need to get some more shares on some of these dips. You were just sort of in the chat there talking about buying some dips there on AMD. Great trade as that's made its way all the way back. But look at it at the 50-period moving average. Could possibly be a fade here in AMD. I don't necessarily want to go short. Nah, I'd rather wait for that to get to 105. We've already been to 105 today. Don't trade this in the middle. That's what I was getting at. It was a 50 period, so it could be there. We did note that AMD was weak right off the open, but seems to be catching a bid now, obviously. So we'll have to hold up on that one. What else you guys want to talk about? Oh,
Tesla looks strong.
Yeah, Tesla looks strong. Okay. I think a lot of stocks are going to look strong.
Well, I mean, everything looks strong.
There's a firm. We had Michael Noss on. Shout out to him. He's going to be joining me on the recap show as well. $21 down there, now up to the upside. I don't really trust this name too much, but the VWAP's at 22 flat. So if you do get a move back down for that, I could see that happening for some of us there. So that's not a horrible play, again, for a firm if you get a 22 or so bid.
Yeah, I mean, we're well above the 15,000 now. I always say, like, give it like 20, 25 points off a level, and then on the futures and see what happens. Oh, goodness, that was a really bad time. So I'm looking for, just going to go to Tesla first. If Tesla does a false break of this 253, I'm going to look for that dip as an entry, which could be happening now. So you had the breakout, 251, anywhere here in the 52 to 51 on a false break of 53 is a chance, I think, to join the trend. But the NASDAQ is now holding above that 15,000. That's what I wanted to point out. As Tesla was making the break, I don't like taking these tops at 10 o'clock. A lot of times it's like, okay, let it fail the top, and if the trend's going to continue, you try to get on the better price if we can. Speaking of better prices, Meta now pulling back. I think this can hold on to VWAP or hold on to the breakout. Let's see what happens on that dip back at 309. Palantir is still at 1670. For a stock that moved the most right away, it is doing absolutely nothing once it got to 1670. I'm just watching a 5% range here. I'm getting frustrated because I'm looking to trade the next move on Palantir. NEO is still dipping down, but it has not yet gotten anywhere near previous close for those support levels, so I'm being very patient with NEO. Kind of feel like that's where you want to try to hang on to it. And can I explain? Oh, rolling records, I did mention this. Blue Apron's being bought for $13 in cash. This is what I will be doing on it for the majority of the day. Just spread trading every 2 and 3 cents, kind of getting in and getting out. I don't expect it to move a ton, but you will see me in and out of that position all the time. Daryl Flinch played the other way on Meta. Yeah, that works too. You know, like you can play off the highs. It just wicked 310 to 310.60, I think, and you pull it right back into 309. I just like the breakout to join the trend and see how far it goes. I don't want this one, getting too far against me here. Intel's at some highs, but it's not at 36 yet, John. I see the strength on Intel. I'm not going to get a 35 dip. I'm just going to just cancel that order. That's completely unnecessary. We're going to get to this in a quick second because it is 10 o'clock, which means let's get to the desk. We have some numbers coming out at 10. Let's go, Brendo.
All right, we are anticipating here at 10 o'clock the September Michigan consumer sentiment, 67 over here, 67.7 expected. That's down from the prior 69.5. Pay attention to this as well, the 5-year inflation expectation. Again, 2.7 expected there. We'll see where that comes out under 10 seconds. There it is, 68.1, so higher, 2.8% on the 5-year expectation there as well, 2.7 expected, 2.8 it comes out at Michigan sentiment, again, 68.1 versus 67.7 expected, so higher on the Michigan consumer sentiment. Final reading for September there. Market, not much of a reaction there so far. A little bit of an uptick for the SPY. If you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on a whole bunch of things, including some economic data at 8:30 as well. Nike, Apple, Tesla, all on watch. Yeah, multiple analysts with adjustments to their delivery expectations. We should get those anytime between now and, say, next Thursday, including at some point over the weekend possible. Wanted to show this as well. This is a daily chart of the dollar. So a huge reversal here, bouncing, guys, for the DXY. Back to the upside now.
Right.
Dixie.
You're coming back to another entry into the dollar club, and it's Apple this time. Apple now in the money $1. Let's see if it can go even higher, man. I mean, if good news is good news now, let's let it go. I mean, that was a great number for Michigan sentiment, and it just took out 15,000 10 minutes ago, and we held that 15,000 top. So here we go again, man. It's a nice move to the upside. It's too bad that we didn't get loaded up there on the bottom of Amazon, because that was a shame, to be quite honest with you. We should have had that, and we just missed it. So that sucks. But there it is. There's Apple going 171.88. We're long at. There it goes. Huge move to the upside. And remember, now this is $1 in the money. We did talk about getting out if it broke back down below 50s there. That didn't happen. So it's about 3-1 right now as we continue to climb to the upside. So a nice little move. And on this move up, though, how close is NIO to $10? Not at all. Actually going the other way. I thought it was going to go the other way today as we started with the upside moves. Alibaba holding off at 88 cents right now for $88 there for Alibaba. That could be a good turnaround spot for sure. And then also Rite Aid. We want to look at that one quickly. Rite Aid, okay, 49 cents again. So I want to check this as a little bit of a bump up, but I guess it was just taking out the pre-market highs. So not much happening with RAD right now. But wow, Apple's going, Amazon's going. So far, so good.
It finally into Palantir. So it did a dip. Held on to 1665-ish. Just come to the chart for a second. Yeah, waiting for it to give a pullback, a second pullback consolidation. It did it here, didn't grab it, thought it was getting into the quarters. This time, it holds at 60s or 62, 63. We're able to get some, actually got some at 64 and then a little bit more at 67. Now you're trending back into the high, so get some out in front of the high, hold till 17. I think 17 is obvious resistance because no, to be honest, just because 16 was yesterday, it's not even anything more than that. Like really, it was just the Palantir long was into 16, and then 16 was kind of the resistance for short. So I'm thinking the same thing. Even if I'm joining it late in here, I'm going to play this into the $17 level. Meta's still holding up there. Thank you very much for the super chat. I feel like we missed one. I feel like we got a super chat and we might have missed it. Let me know, Bears versus Bulls, and we'll cover that. Where is Adara? Hope she came today to continue to pull MLGO to the stars. Adara rang the bell. She's locked and loaded. She's at the desk right now. I look behind me, and she's over at the desk. But MLGO is still in play. I don't know if it's going to do what it did yesterday, but it was trying to break out previously, and it's pulling in a little bit of a dip right now. So kind of made a big move, 2 to 240-ish yesterday, holding some of those gains. Volume, however, 136,000. Feels like there's some eyes on Femi and a couple of other small caps right now, and maybe this one is going to the wayside. You mentioned NEO's at $9 there. I was looking for the dip buy on NEO. I thought maybe under 9 into yesterday's support levels. Maybe it's just going to hold 9. There's no size on the bid. Like for NEO, it needs to show a couple of million shares, but not a lot of size on the bid. I think it could take that out easily, get into yesterday's close, and then that could be the area for the actual dip. Buy.
Shout out to Dan McIsaac. I guess he must have took those calls up 300% on Nike. So we'll go bang, and congratulations to you. That is a chicken dinner winner right there for you. So congratulations on that one. Okay, NVIDIA back to VWAP, kind of pulling back down a little bit here. This could be a decent long on pullbacks. I know that's what Neil was talking about with Palantir. We could be getting some of those now. So there it is, pulling back down to 4. I mean, the 50 period is right here at 438. The market might have just topped a little bit temporarily. Probably some good dip buys. I've been much more up to trading AMD, so we'll probably look at this one on a pullback rather than NVIDIA on a pullback here. But we want to stay long the market. We saw a huge day yesterday into today, so let's see, not a huge day, but let's see if it can hold out. We're up 1.25%. Wow, what a good day this has been so far. Amazon as well, upside again. Oh, Amazon, okay, here it comes. So it's coming back in just a little bit. All right, this is going to be a little bit of an early take. If we can get it at 35, maybe it comes. We're bidding 35 here. Amazon just pulling back in. I still want to watch out for this 128. We still will get out of it if it does pull down here. But with the market pulling back in, I feel like this is a decent long. Give me those 35s. We're sitting there bidding it. There it is. Okay. So obviously we get it when it runs us through. But we'll wait for that. We'll wait for something else in the 20s. And then we have something even lower on Amazon. So let's wait in the O's if we can get it. Come on, Amazon. Pull back just a little bit more. We'll see if we can get them. There we go. We got it. So we got the 27s there. Now let's wait to see. We just wanted some dip buy opportunities in AMZN, and that's exactly what we're getting right now. Remember, the FTC won't let them be, so we're gonna have to see if it will bounce off of some of these levels. So that's what we're looking at right now. AMD again off of strength. What else do you guys want to look at? Oh yeah, VFS. This was supposed to be a day 2 play. We were gonna look at $12 again. Now it's $12.80. Did we even get down to 12? Yes, we did. This was yesterday, man. We actually wrote this down as a day 2 play, and My bad, man. Didn't look at it. That would have been better preparation there. We probably wouldn't have got that many shares down there, just like we did yesterday, just testing it, because we had this move up. We got out at 1280, but then at the end of the day, it was okay, but it did dip down and it broke 12 once on us there, and we were able to get out of that. But yeah, that was a little bit of a problem there. But VFS now, trying to test that $13 again. It's a pay for short situation. We were up here yesterday at 13, almost exactly the same time.
Oh, no.
Yesterday and the same space. So there it is, man. VFS right here. Here
I
comes
forgot about that level. I didn't.
Yep, here comes Amazon coming back in as well. Downside. We are now long Amazon at 10s. Looks like this is going to be a 10-cent hit, breaking through 128. We'll give it a little bit more love, but here it comes down. So Amazon not acting like it's the long that we thought it was. There's the break down below. So we'll slap the fail and the flushing down the toilet there on this last Amazon trade as the market's pulling back pretty good. This is going to give us areas to get long. It's just we tried it there on Amazon, didn't work. Maybe we have to look a little bit lower for this name.
Yeah, I tried 109, 309 back there on Meta, the original breakout price. It immediately took down the level, so I got back in on the dip. It then took it out. Now it's getting into VWAP. It needs to settle down. Like, if it's not going to hold the breakout price, I need to show me a higher low. Once I see that, I'll be a little more confident in going back into the long. I still believe we're above 15,000. We're at that 1%. Hit accept on the locates for VFS, just reminded myself out loud because I did it and then didn't actually hit accept. Palantir on the dip, it is for now still holding on to that higher low, so we're still in this one, still looking pretty decent. I really thought that, Neo, okay, here we go. Now it's underneath that $9 level. This is where it can, if it can hold on to this afternoon support, that's about 885. That's where I was looking for the dip, in between 9 and 885. This is where I'm looking for that bounce. Intel, I thought that could be a short at 36. Apparently, you just had to already be in it at the 90s. It was really close. I was really close to getting into that one, and then decided if the market's in an upward trend and you want to short something, then be very specific about your price. Instead, Intel decides to go to 91 on me. So if it gets anywhere close, I'll probably jump into this one in the high 80s. It's still an upward trending stock, so maybe we get a better chance at that 36 level.
Pulling back in here into VWAP is Meta. We're long Intel right now at 75. Let's see if that can hold. Yeah, Meta. Meta just wicked. What was that? Right there, yeah, 08. So we should have gone long at 50 there on Meta. Let's have a quick look. Of course, Amazon's right back up, guys. So that's not going to last well. What was that bottom there of Meta? 40s. So okay, let's just try that, man. 308. Breaking lower than 308, and we will have a problem. So 30, again, for me, like we said, man, different styles. There goes VinFast. Oh, man, 13s. Right there, 308. So 308 is going to be the bottom for me. We'll average it in one more time down to the downside here as we're going to try to catch some longs back on this little dip. The market's still up today. Obviously, we've talked about that. But a breakdown below, we've already put it in there for 308. So we'll average this in at the 20s, and then we'll just see. We're long at 66 now. We're 20 cents out of the money now on Meta, seeing if that's going to work. And then Intel, we'll look at it because we're in it, but we're going to try to let this one go a little bit here. If we can get 80s, 78s here maybe on a little bit of a take there for Intel. But, realistically, the play for me is going to be Meta. If the market does bounce up, then we will have Meta going right there. We got a 78 there on Intel. We are going to be looking up there, though, 90s is kind of the top, 87, 88. If we can get that out there, that's great. The market is pulling back, though. It looks like it looks like it wants to fade, right? Right back into here. Was a good day. We're still up. Let's not panic too much. But there's our extra long in Meta now. Now we're long at 308.46. Let's see where it goes. Brendo?
Just be aware, anyone watching CCL here, the call is on. Some comments starting to come through here from Carnival.
This is one reason I hate morning earnings in some ways, because A, you don't get to react to the number very well, you can't digest it as well, and then you get the conference call going on. So I got out on this little dip in Palantir, just underneath break even. I think the next zone down, let's forget about VWAP for a second and just think about where it bounced early, 1635 into 1650. So I'm looking at that zone. I still think it's an upward potential trend. 15,000 is still on the bid for the NASDAQ, which means this market looks relatively strong. Maybe, I mean, Meta on the trend, I liked it if it was getting to 308 when I looked at the trend line, but we had the long at 309 before, so it's in that zone. NEO is also in the zone. But thank you, Hampton's Trader, because there's two things that are moving that we're not talking about. I promised I would look at 30 on Instacart, and I did not this morning.
Boom!
Load, 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 load. There it is, holding above that 30. It's still a solid bid. That's the IPO issue price. And then ARM, doing a bit of a different story for ARM here. Dipping down in and trying to hold the 55 level. This is one of those names that was going crazy at 3 o'clock. 54 is where it started. If this gets to 54, that's where I would look for the bid. It's jumped off like every single chip name at 3 o'clock was running, and ARM may have done the most impressive move, and that was off the 54 level. I think that's one that you want to get into. But next step, I still like the trend in Palantir, looking for the dip buy into VWAP here.
Yeah, yesterday on the recap show, Danielle Shea's trade of the week or whatever it was, man, I'll have to try to figure out a segment for that when they come on. She liked the ARM long, so watch out for that one. That was recommended by Miss Shea. Okay, we just took 40 cents on Meta upside, right? We're long at 40s. We just got them out. First out was 73, next out was 87. So those were good outs for us on Meta as we spin it on that name as well. Nice upside trade there on Meta. Let's get at another piece right now. We are waiting for 99s, but maybe if that breaks up higher than that, we'll still take a piece out if it does get into that area. But look what just happened on Intel. We actually got those 80s. So Intel, man, another scalp trade back in. So just putting out 5 cents. It's just kind of stacking it. It's 10.13 now. A little bit nervous because we're long everything, and the market is pulling back again here. So, you know, that's why we're very, very cautious about where we're getting out of stuff, if we're getting out of stuff, and when. So Meta's starting to come back. We'll have to watch out for that 308. That could easily hit in one swoop, man. Just one, there it comes, like one push down. So we're out at 30% only of Meta, and it looks like it does want to test. Oh, look at this, man. Nice move coming back in right now into the 50-period moving average. So watch out. If it's a bounce, it's a bounce. We'll try one more spot here on Meta, get a little bit more longer down in there. Now we're long at 308. 33 right now. So a push up to 50 would be fine. We'll take a piece out, but let's see if we can get going just a little bit more. We're looking for more there. And then on Palantir, obviously we're long now at 1650. Let's see where that goes from this level. A break lower, give it a little bit of pennies, and we'll be out of that as something just hit. No, nothing just hit. Okay, waiting for that. Apple pulling back a little bit, and Intel trying to go. I don't just want to keep on scalping this out, but there it is back to 80 again. So let's just take some fills at 80 and just go bang, because the high of the day is 87. So we'll take some more out if it gets up to those levels as well.
Yeah, I just got into Femi on that last little dip. So we're in it for this consolidation break. It broke, it fails 15, so 250 did stop me out. I'm back in at the same level on that little rubber band trade into VWAP. That's what we're talking about in the afternoon. So if it can hold on, great. You usually want this to work right away, so it's a tight stop. If it makes that dip and does not break down completely, I'm looking for it to get right back up into the 40s and then test that high of the day again. So back into Femi, I'm going to get an order into this range, and then if it breaks that, look to hold it through the high of the day. We're back into Palantir on the dip as well. I did want to get over to NEO, if I could. There it is, the dip down into yesterday's close price. Now it's looking a little bit more bullish. I'm going to try and grab something in the 90s. Oh, sorry, yeah, the 890s before it actually even gets to that $9 level, and then look for the VWAP retracement and then potentially more. So Femi, Palantir, looking to try and grab some NEO. Reliable Rudy says you're about 15 minutes early in Femi. I try not to time these out. I understand like sometimes there's that whole these stocks go at these times or it has to consolidate longer. I get it. It's entirely possible. Like sometimes you get this move in here and it doesn't go until a little bit later on in the consolidation. But that just means I take 2 swings at it. If it's going to break out, I think you can get to $3 today. So taking a couple of shots in the 20s, if you think there's that much room, can be worth it because I just don't want to miss a move into 3 on that particular stock. Going back over to one chip name that did not cooperate this morning. I'm not happy with AMD. Kind of caught it on the back end or the front end a couple of times and not the back end. Now it's almost trending back into the upside. Has not broken the top yet, so it still has to deal with 105. But look at how good the bounce is if you just wait for the other side of the trade. So a little bit frustrated there. Let's see what happens if it can give you maybe a dip back into the 104 that we liked before. Brendo?
Just seeing WBA, Walgreens having quite the day here. Former Cigna executive apparently being eyed for CEO position. For WBA, Walgreens Boots up nearly 6% on the day.
I don't like any of those retailers. So Walgreens, I mean, take advantage of that story, I guess. But I don't really necessarily like that one. But we'll see where it goes from here for sure. All right, so Palantir, down, right? Palantir broke 50, so we're out of that one. If you are following along, in Meta, looks like it's trying to tip through as well right now. But we are still bouncing a little bit there. If we do we talked about this, take that 308, which looks like it wants to do. We're going to have to get out of it because the market's pulling back and not really holding as well as I thought it would here at the 50 period. It's still, there it goes to the downside. So we just slipped that through as well. So it looks like the shorts are going to be what's in store right now. So we do take some more outs on Intel, as I can't believe it's holding up. So let's just see if it continues to do that now. Upside on Intel. All right, still going. So that's good. I think somebody's mic's on because I keep hearing typing in there. So I don't know if that's going through on the show or not. Maybe it is not. So Meta, right back upside again. Could be something there. Maybe we'll try it again off 308 in case this market does bounce again. Oh, that's too bad. Here it goes. Now it's starting to go without us. We got stopped out at 08s, but again, not a bad stop out for me. There was about 30 cents. Okay, makes sense. All right, good. Thanks for that, Fabian. All right, so 307.50 right there. Maybe that's going to be a stop, but I don't want to just keep on holding all the way down, because I think this market's going to hold. It's going to have to hold 15,000. So right now you're at 15,020 and heading lower. So be very, very careful with this reloaded position here in Meta. At least I'm going to try to be.
Yeah, and I was careful with, Femi, I always say, oh yeah, that's right. I had that big ass sneeze. Had to mute on. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Femi, this is a play. I want it bouncing instantly. So when it doesn't, that's why we're going to have a tight stop. I went over that kind of idea in the after show. Just to give you a quick look, it is still in a pretty decent upward trend if it holds. It could hold 180 to 2. That's what I was originally thinking about on that stock. So I was getting the long a bit above where I wanted it earlier, even though it did work. So I'll allow it to come back in there and give us another opportunity. If it's going to get to $3, there's a lot of ways that it can get to 3 from here. Palantir is, Sean already mentioned this, but I'll show you. I got out when it broke consolidation. Still a bit of an upward trend, but look at this. You can get all the way down to 16 and still be holding that trend as well. Neo did climb back above 9. It holds down here at previous close by about 1 cent. I actually got in above $9. I was on the bid at 96 and didn't get it. Could have just punched 97. I'm not going to add unless it double bottoms here because this market feels like it's turning around a bit. And when I see that, I'm going to go over to Micron on the chip names. We're going to go to the small cap recap in a second, but Micron is in the resistance zone as the market is curling. So it's up 4%. Its resistance is between 68 and 69, and it just gave you a top in here. So this one's setting up. I didn't necessarily love their guide, so it hadn't got to a short level until just now. Brendo, what's up in the world of small caps?
Get right to it. This and every new segment brought to you by our friends over at Benzinga.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Register now for a free 2-week trial or sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Use code TTV, capital letters, remember, TTV. Use the QR code or check out the link in the description. It'll take you right to checkout. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Yeah, we're going to talk about OpGen, structured therapeutics. Adira's got to look at small caps.
Yeah, so let's talk about, OpGen is a company. They withdrew their offering, so they're actually trading way up right now, one to check out. We also have Structure Therapeutics, which announced results from its phase 1 study of a weight loss drug. That's kind of what they focus on, weight loss and diabetes drugs, so that's definitely one to check out as well. And last but not least, a name that we might be familiar with because it was talked about a lot this morning, and actually also on Tuesday it was trending, Femesys, F-E-M-Y, Femi. H.C. Wainwright maintains a buy and raises the target price to $13. Those are the big small cap names right now.
Nemesis. I did not know that.
Meta now 50 cents. Yeah, Femesis there. Good call there. Thanks to Dara. You can find her on the midday show with Sharif later on in Obi. That should be a lot of fun as per usual. I can't believe Amazon's still holding out hope right now and still trying to go through 128, like holding that level right there. Should still be along at some point on Amazon. It just keeps on bouncing off this 200 period moving average. Fabian, if you come over here and have a quick look at that, 127.80 trying to hold on Amazon.
There we go.
Oh, okay, rewind. Yeah, so Amazon right here. This is the level here that I like, 127.80. It keeps on holding it. We're bouncing around a little bit, but look what's happening right now. So we will take advantage. We just talked a little bit about, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe Meta came back up, and it did. So we do take something out there at 56, right where VWAP was. We are waiting for a little bit higher. I was at 308. 90 or so, it went to 308.80. I put my order now at 308.75. So if it does make a move back up to the upside, we want to be there for that one as well. Palantir trying to buy these dips a little bit here. We were able to catch one and then in and out. So we're just fading back just a little bit here on PLTR. What was a great move on really no news other than maybe just that break. You're back in now, and we are a little bit of a wick bottom. Feeling like playing off that here. So let's try a long against that 725 right now. And maybe this is a decent pullback for Palantir. So yeah, let's just try it. Oh man, it's really coming in. Let's just try it right now. We'll see if we can buy some 28s. There he goes. See if we can get some 28s, and we did. Wow, Palantir really fading here. So watch out for the 1625. That 200 period's coming in a little quicker than I had hoped for though. Down there at 1615-ish or so. Yeah, nice dip down. Maybe it's just going to continue to go until 16, and then we can see if there is some buyers down there at that low level. Good thing we got out of that Intel because there it goes breaking lower. So a couple good outs, then a break lower. It's a flat trade on Intel. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. What's interesting is it never.
It's just going to stop.
It's set up, but I didn't get the short, which is annoying. I wasn't willing to take it that far away from 36. That's called anchoring. Like if like a move, like I'm anchored to the even dollar price in my head because that's where resistance is. So when I'm looking at the turnaround, I'm ignoring the setup, which is there's your wick top, there's your rejection, there's your consolidation. Go short even if it's not at the price level. I'm in Micron, which is oddly enough a little bit stronger, but we'll see. Like if I think I like the level at 68 based on like this is the reason. I mean, the daily chart's showing you, there's your 50 period. It came all the way back up here on the earnings, guidance miss, or whatever you wanted to call it. The reason why people were calling it a bad quarter was because of the guide. And there's a 50 period rejection a couple of days in a row. It broke out into that price and got right back into that range post earnings. So that's why I like the short. It's not really on the 3-minute chart, but it did set up there as well. NEO, again, looking for that dip buy. Got the 01s. It's not really showing any signs of bouncing here. I think I just get out if it can't hold on to yesterday's close price and then hunt for the next opportunity in it. So one short, we're underneath 15,000. So it's like, why do I only have one short when we're underneath 15,000, Neil? That's just me being mad at myself. But NVIDIA, that's getting out of the pocket a little bit here underneath 440. Don't want to chase, do not want to chase that. I'll get to Walgreens at some point. I'm just looking for something that I was setting up for a reversal play that can actually give me an entry point. Rivian, it's a little far away from that 24 level. That's a bit of a reversal breakout. 24 would be the short. It might just be Micron. I'm going to get a bid out because I realize I'm not actually bidding in front of yesterday's high on Micron. So going to take some out on the way down to 67. This is a consolidation breakout for Micron off 67. So if I'm shorting 68, I need to have profit out in front of 67. Can hold on to something, but this can hold that trend by dipping and holding 67 even. So it won't quite be $1 when I'm taking most of this profit, but to me, I'm playing it from 68 level into 67 and want out in front of it. Not everything, but the majority for sure.
Okay. Will this market hold? I mean, this is a pretty good move down, man. Right back in and breaking through lows right now, even trying to take out these pre-market lows on that number bump, right? And so you got to watch out. You are starting to drip down pretty good here in the broader market. So I would say watch out. NASDAQ down now 0.7, up 0.78, but now back down. It's given back about 0.5% from its highs. fading back in. It did not even come close to holding 15,000. It didn't even look at 15,000, man.
Nope.
Just boom, straight there down into the downside. So
that was close.
we're going to have to be very, very careful with that play. All right, so Apple's gave it up, Amazon's giving it up a little bit now and starting to fade out. So this is going to be a name that we looked at it at 127. You're right back into some of those lows again now on Amazon. So let's just watch out to see if it can hold these levels. 127.60 was that bottom on AMZN. And Palantir, we did take a bid. It's right here, right now. Let's average into it. I'm not sure what. Okay, here we go. Meta now starting to blow up a little bit. Feel like we should probably take some of this out. There it is. Yes, sir. Hopefully a nice little move. Give me those 95s. Oh, we missed those 95s, though, there on Meta. But a nice pull-up for Meta. We're long at 307.20. But, again, it doesn't really matter until you get some out. And there it is right there. That's a nice out for us. So now let's see if it continues to go up. We just got a 95 print. 70 cents in the money on this one. And then we did get that Palantir dip buy. But I'm not really liking this stock at all. It's just dripped in, and finally caught a bid, but I don't know, that bid might be short-lived, needless to say. So let's get out of one more, and then we're out of half of this trade now on Meta. Hopefully, get that fly out of here. Hopefully it will tick up a little bit more. We're at 85 right now on this name, but my worries really sit with PLTR here. I don't like it, man. I was going to hold this for a little bit, but I honestly think if we break some of these pre-market levels, those wicks went down to 01s. I'm not even sure about holding it that far. What is that break right there? 15s. We're right here right now.
16, yeah, the breakout 16-15. That's to me, that's like the zone that has to hold. 16 to 16 even to 16-15. That's for it's almost like the Alamo to me. Now CCL, they're done the call pretty much now, according to Brendan. So we expected around 10:30. It looks like their pretty much last comment was a minute ago, and it resolved by almost. I don't want to say it broke 14.20, that support level, because it just wicked underneath it. But I think that's going to be that interesting line in the sand. The call ends. It rejects the 14.20 breakdown. I was thinking this was going to be a short to the low, but it might also be a bit of a reversal. Let this one play out in a minute. Give it to like 10:30 or so, because I think on either end of 14.20 is the way I want to play CCL. I just took another leg out of Micron, as it did the old over-under at this breakout price. So it broke out here at 16.50. It did the hold VWAP, shake me out of some shares, and then maybe continue to the downside. So it looks like that is going to continue to go. Probably should have held a little more firm to it. I want to go back over to that Femi, two Femi. Might have gone in early, but it just wicked under, held 215, thinking sort of the same thing. Like, as long as it's in this pocket, I want to take multiple shots that it actually makes the run into that $3 move. The volume's okay, like it's holding up, but at this time of day, volume's going to pair off a little bit. So just looking to see if it does another liquidity grab underneath VWAP and then try to catch it on the way back up for Femi.
Yeah, all this isn't looking great, man, to be honest with you. The market it's trying to hold, so I shouldn't say it's not looking great. It's just it's not looking great. We fell back in. We kind of testing this 15,000 again on the NASDAQ. Like Neil said earlier, probably should be short something at some point here. But, we just continue to be long, man. We're still long Meta. We're still long here on Palantir. It looks like Palantir is trying to hold this bottom here, so we just got some outs there at, I think it was 18s. Okay, here we go. We do have an offer. Let's kick something at 20. I do have another bit offer at 23s in case we get a fly through there. There we go. We'll take some 20 fills there as you see all those prints flying. So we'll take those out. Right now we are waiting for some more at 23. Nice to battle this back, that's for sure. And then there's a move right now as well on Meta. So this one hopefully can float to the upside as well. Meta now 70 cents in the money and trying to go. So, we just missed that out again on Palantir. I think it went to 22s there, and we missed it. But that's okay, because right now we have the crypto update. I'm not sure if she did crypto yesterday, but it's going to be a Dara at the big desk.
Always lots to talk about with regards to crypto regulations. We actually had the SEC chair, Gary Gensler, say in a CNBC interview that Bitcoin is not a security. So we'll have to see updates on that. I guess it's not super surprising given his stance, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Here's the Bitcoin chart right now. We are kind of a little bit of a loop up here for September. We'll see in terms of the actual how the currencies are moving today. We have Ethereum up quite a bit, up a little over 2%. Bitcoin's up about 1%. It's Ethereum's over that 1,600 mark. Bitcoin's over 26,000. So we'll see how these carry out for the rest of the day. Overall, the rest of the currencies seem pretty green.
I saw, thank you very much, Adara. I saw in the chat, someone was like, before anything was even said, Neil, short coin on principle. Yeah, that's not a reason to take a position. I mean, sometimes it can be a reason to have a bias if you just have if you have a bias toward a stock. But oddly enough, it's not ridiculous on the daily chart. Previous support jumps back in here. It looks like it could be a bit of a turn, and it is trending into the downside. It's not crazy, but I'm not going to get into it just for absolutely no reason. But let's see what happens. Tesla is trying to make a bit of a bounce. I want to get to that. It's battling 253. This is it holding VWAP here. I'd like to see it maybe consolidate. Got to be a bit more, like patience is the word. It's 10:30. I think jumping into something kind of early before it's really shown me the level doesn't make any sense. And then the other one is Amazon. This looks like here's the hold off 128. Now this can stair step back into the upside, like this 1-2 VWAP to be sure. I might reload Micron as long as we're not taking, if we're above 15,000, I don't want to reload the short. That's kind of like my line in the sand. But if we wick 15,000 and proceed back to the downside, then I add back into that short. But above that 15 is my line in the sand. We got underneath that. I wasn't really looking for longs. If we can hold it, I think now it makes a little bit more sense.
So whatever, man. We've had a lot of Dollar Club winners. We have another one right here with Meta. But the thing is that well, there it is. Now it's officially a $1.20 club. But we'll take that fill right there on Meta. Nice move to the upside there. We'll take it. It's nice because at least we don't have to worry about it. It's a nice right there. But, what's even nicer is, and I just, the professor goes and he's noticing I'm getting more patient, and that's what I've been talking about. It's this, like, finally, man, nice upside move for Palantir. Now we're long in the money, 15 cents. We'll see if we can make back everything that we lost here, but we got to hold it a little bit more. It's got to get up to VWAP. I feel like 1640 is something that we want to look at for Palantir. So let's put an offer at 1635 and then another one at 1640 and see if we get those, right? So that's going to be a fill that we're going to look for out now on PLTR. Hopefully it comes through on that fill. And here it comes. Nice move into the 30s now. We said we're waiting for 35. Let's see if it can go through that. And then, yeah, good. It looks like that was a great out, man. Right ahead of VWAP there on Meta. Nice in, nice out, nice upside mover on Meta. And then we continue to hold out for Apple, which, again, it gave us that 172, but we were long down here waiting for lower trades on that name for sure to come through. I don't know. I guess it's pretty stupid not to take something out at, okay, well, just punch out at 30. Something out there a little bit at 30 on Palantir. We only have about 30% of that trade left anyways, so hopefully it can climb upside. Meta's the one that's failing on this market breakdown, so watch out there. Meta, we just got a good out, but it's going to come back in. Our stop on Meta is a break of 307.
Yeah, it's got a nice triple bottom. Well,
we're long at 307.20. So.
Yeah, 307, it's like a quadruple bottom on a 3-minute chart, but it always depends on your time frame there. Looking for the dip and higher low on Amazon, like that for a bit of a reload. Not a reload, but a higher low for a bounce play. And Micron, they said, I'm only going to get back in more shares if we held 15,000. If we got held underneath 15,000, we did not. So it turns out that it was a good decision to get more out in front of VWAP. At the time, I actually thought I got shaken out of that trade, but it was actually a good decision in the end. So sometimes your spider sense is a little bit right. It's an upward trending stock. Get out when the getting is good, and then don't hold too much against you there. I mentioned Femi as well being an opportunity for us. It's starting to go. I thought there'd be another liquidity grab underneath VWAP. There was not. So now it's starting to go. Now, last time I was in on a kind of a dip consolidation, then caught the bid. I feel as if this time I'm going to have to nibble in the mid-20s and the low 30s to get into this one. So going to wet the proverbial beak in the low 32s, in the low 30s. Yeah, I'm stealing that one from you too, Sharif. Sharif just chuckles. He's like, wet the proverbial beak, because he was saying that the last couple of days. I'm like, no, now it's mine, Sharif. I'm going to wet the beak in front of VWAP. I do want the bulk of fills in the 20s, however. That's the R&R I'm looking for, so I'm going to have some bids out there on Femi. As always, I always trade with a stop underneath. Do want to protect myself. Going back, PLTR, I'm thinking about, like I said, I liked it back down in here, so we had the long in front of VWAP on the dip. It then powered through. This move was a little bit crazy to try and catch it off of 16.15 because it looked like it was going to give you 16s. But as it pulls back in, now what I'm looking for is just a higher low consolidation off the previous breakout price. So if it gives me that, then I jump back into that trade. As far as CCL goes, like, for a second, it felt like it could have resolved in front of 14.20. This one I did not go with my gut because my gut was saying, oh, the call's ended. Let's look for it to hold underneath 14.20. And then when I saw the price action, I said, okay, let's just back off that for a second. Nah, it was just a short. Now I got to think about the short 14. So I'm looking at that 14 even as next. If it gets down to 13.50, that's a support level, so it's probably run its course, but there's still some room for that trade. So I'm looking for the 14 into that 14.20 on CCL. Was waiting for that conference call to be over. It's over now, so don't really have to worry about the call being ongoing as we're trading, but a little bit of a pullback there when they ended the call for Carnival Cruise Lines.
Oh, man, I see that Meta definitely slipping up there and going back down to the downside. So, hey, man, we'll slap a fail on it, but we will slap a good idea getting something out there, at least on VWAP, as the market continues to be a lower trade here today. All right, I mean, the market's not, but I feel like the shorts have just been so much better than the longs. I feel like you're chasing some of these longs, and you don't really need to be doing that. Wait for some key levels to come in, but I just keep saying Amazon over and over again, because look at that hold again. I just feel like this is such a strong name right now, and we should probably be in this a little bit more aggressively than we have been. So we'll continue to watch out for that. AMD, is it pulling back down again? Not really. It's just funny because the names that are pulling back, like Meta, I guess because we had the Meta Quest and everything like that.
Going up.
Yeah, this, like again, see that wick bottom? It's making me think that that's the bottom again here on Meta. As the market is, I don't know, see the market's above VWAP right now. That's like so tempting again, but I just keep, like this bottom right here, right? We play that bottom of 307, 308. So it works, then it doesn't. Then we play the bottom here of 307. Works and works and works until it doesn't. So we're fine on Meta today. It's just like, where is that bottom? And if I'm going to try it again at 306.60, I almost think we're better off waiting to see if it is going to bottom out there at 306. But I almost want to go the other way because we're below everything right now. So looking at this, it looks to me like it's going to continue to be a short. So let's just stay with sort of what we're trying to do, right? And that is that play things, play strong names that are pulling back to levels that we believe in. It looks like that Palantir. Oh, we did get a 35. Oh, what is our best fill there on Palantir? Palantir, yeah, it was 35. So we actually get that 35 fill there on PLTR. So it does pull back down. So that's good, man. So Palantir, again, not as bad as it could have been if we did not average in down there at the 200 period moving average. So, you know, stay in your zone, I feel like right now. It's only 10:40. So there's still a lot of this day to go right here. Definitely worth a look. And here's JP Morgan. We don't talk about banks enough, maybe, because they're good trades for sure.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes we do, and that's what I mean, like maybe on earnings, and that's fine. But here's a nice move for JP Morgan back into 147. Something about 147, yeah. So it was like yesterday's bottom. So that could be something, a pullback for JP Morgan down to 147. Hopefully Palantir will continue to go. That's all I'm doing right now.
So a couple of things here. I'm going to mention Rivian in a second, and I'll get to Femi. But CCL, the rollover past 14, actually got 98s. We're shorting out an area, like, you know, you don't always get the even dollar level, but I got to take some out in front of that low. Like, that's a huge wick on earnings down to like a 1370, 1368 is the actual bottom. So I got some out in front of 80, I'll get some out in front of 70, and then see how far this wants to go. 1350 also being a support level. Then I'll get to Femi in a second. I was trying to add to Femi, but on the way back up to that 250, did not take anything out tight to 250, will this time. Still looking for a dip buy, hold VWAP situation. But remember, the further it goes up, then to me, you tighten up the trailing stop because it can then halt if you're too far away. If your stop is too far away, you can end up in a halt down. So I always try to chase it to the upside with a trailing stop. Still like the entries off the 230 levels, but Femi starting to work to the upside. Looking for a move into $3 at some point. Rivian, wow, Rivian. So here it is. It broke that 24 briefly. Now it's got a lower highs off the 24 level a couple of times here. The only reason I'm saying this when it's upward trending, why does 24 matter? This is 24 on the daily chart. It's a lot of resistance at and above 24 on the daily. That's why I was sort of thinking a rejection of this level. It didn't quite press high enough to be an auto short, which would have been 24.30 or 24.40 when I popped a 15-minute back, but it's getting pretty tight to that pocket. So I kind of want it pressing higher and then look for that short. 24.15, I'm not sure it's gone enough just yet. So Femi's starting to work. Amazon, not so much. It's these big cap techs. Like the chips are going. Like I look up and Nvidia's up, it's holding 440. It's above VWAP, and Amazon's up 2%, yet not really sustaining the move to the upside that I was expecting. We're still around 15,000. We're just not really breaking away from it one way or the other. I mean, like we can get a few points in one direction, a few points in the other direction. It's just a bit of a jiggle out here. Maybe we resolve lower, and I got to think about that short in Micron again.
Jiggle out, not gigolo there, Professor. Okay, so Stellantis starting to...
He is, well, you said it, not me.
You know? This is what we're doing, man. It's all about creating those moments for the viewers. So hopefully that was one of them. Okay, so Stellantis right now getting a bump because the UAW president is expanding their strike at Ford and expanding their strike at GM, but not going into Stellantis or affecting Stellantis plants yet. So let's see if that has a negative effect on Ford. Okay, Ford right there. Yeah, so a little bit of a pullback for those guys. I just feel like, I mean, I guess every single time they announce a new plant, it's striking at Ford Chicago and GM Lansing. So those are the two new announcements. Just now at 10:40, made announcements to strike at Ford Chicago plant and GM Lansing. This is UAW president will expand the strikes there, but not STLA. So I don't know if that's a catalyst to go long or not. Obviously, that's a spike up. I feel like the more the UAW, and again, I don't know anybody in this space or anything like that. It's just the more this drags on, I feel like it will go into Stellantis at some point, right? So I don't think you have an all clear to really buy any of these until everything is settled. But there's a nice bottom here of 18 bucks. So if something dramatic happens, that could be a good take. And then just because of Ford, we've talked about that over and over again. We know we like this 1150 level. 11 bucks has been decent bottoms on the daily for Ford. So something to look out for there as we go. We did take some more out. Did we make a call for Brendo, by the way? Okay, yeah. So we did take some more out on Palantir here at 28. And let's go over to the desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, overall market holding on to gains here. I wanted to show you XLE because it's really the only trouble spot for the S&P 500 right now. Here's XLE, the energy ETF, down 1.8%, trying to head to day lows as well, along with crude oil now down 0.8% for oil overall. That's the energy group right there. XOM leading the way. 2%, better part of 2% already. Chevron as well, MRO, more than a full percent to the downside. Enough strength coming from tech, however, as we've seen, to offset that and then some. NVIDIA, nice day, 1.5. Broadcom as well to the upside. AMD extending what happened yesterday. 5+ if you missed it on the day yesterday. Intel as well. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Meta, all nicely green to cap off what's still, unfortunately, going to be a negative month. But pretty impressive so far today for all of these guys.
So just a couple of things here. One, Jack Mack, how far out do you guys buy your options and do you trade weeklies? We are trading equity here. So we're a day trade the world trading floor. We're day trading the actual equity. So there's no actual options trading for us, although that is coming at some point in the future to the day trade the world offerings and platform. Femi did make the break, so obviously, it's on its way to $3. I like the $3 level. I've said that all morning. We're 2 for 3 on it, but a little bit of it kind of missed an opportunity at the 220 to 225 area and grab the 30s. Now that it's broken out again, I want to trail underneath that 50 level, see how far it can go. Amazon is really trying. We're back above 15,000. It's like, can we just go? Like, look at NVIDIA. And I know chips are different from the other Magnificent Seven, but like NVIDIA, higher lows, go, going to retest the highs, and looking for Amazon to do a little bit of the same there. If that can happen, we're happy, but I got to go over to, if the market is now bouncing above 13,000, then I got to worry about the short that I got on. CCL just tagged the low, which is now a double bottom. So this is going to go back into the upside. I'm not giving it to 14.20. If it holds a double bottom, I'm out at 14 even. So I'm tightening up my short stop. I want to hold on to this short. I think it could go further, but I do want to tighten up the stop on CCL. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Femi still looking okay. And again, CCL, if you zoom out, this is a 15-minute. Like we're not throwing this one out of nowhere, that support level. Like look at where this bounced from yesterday. It started at 1370. So if it's going to double bottom here on the 3-minute, then I don't want to be trapped at the bottom. I'll get out break even if that's going to be the case. Hey, there it is. I'm not wearing the same shirt, but yeah, if you enjoy it, then like the show. That's what we always talk about. If you like the show, like the show. If you love the community, then make sure you hit the subscribe button so we can grow the community and not miss out on these opportunities. Was I looking at Femi yesterday? Only because you guys brought it to us. But we can find some levels and find some trades for you. Hopefully Amazon's going to be one of them, or any of this big tech off of the $15,000 level. Sorry, $15,000 on the NASDAQ. There is 120 on Amazon. There is resistance previously. It's got a huge gap that could get filled in here. Like if we hold 15,000 and we go 1%, 2%, Amazon should be at 130 in my opinion. So let's hope that it can go at this particular point. It's about following the market, and that 15,000 has been your litmus test. Don't fight the shorts underneath it. Look for the longs above it, and I feel that's the way to go.
Okay. So we're into Google because it's been basically holding this level. It just bounced up into like the 50s on this. What am I long at? 40s? Yeah, 37. So we should have. We sort of thought that the market was trying to go back up to the upside, so we didn't take anything out. But here comes Google fading back in right now. So like we said, it feels like the shorts are actually easier today, despite the market being up 1%, which I know is like really counterintuitive to talk like that, but I just feel that there's been so many good positions on the short side, and then like even like a stock like Meta, which we're fine on because we got in and out there, but like it goes right down to that bottom and then just pops like relentlessly back up like $1.80. Like it goes to 306 and then just goes boom, like a huge move up there. So that's what I'm saying. This could be a short at the 200 period short right now, but we are Google long. We just got longer. We did get some Palantir out like at 31s there when it popped up there again. So those were some good outs, but again, like pretty nervous about what's been happening right here. If Google loses, here it is right here. If Google loses 133, then it's going to lose us. So right now we're long at 24s. Again, seemingly weak right now is the Google. So we'll have to watch out to see where it goes from here. But I'm going to get something out at 30 if it does go. We'll take a 10% move if it goes back up there. We are just at the bottoms. This could either be a great long or we get out once it breaks 133 and then we re-look at this down here at 132 and change. The market, again, rejecting. It's at 15,000, but I feel like it just smoked it all the way down 30 handles, and then when we took it back, I guess it did actually, I guess that's part of that bump, right? It went 20 handles, so let's try to respect that. Maybe there is something there now on this market, but it's got to hit this. We've stopped over and over again, 3 times, right in a row, that's 15.20. So let's break it, get back going here, and then hopefully we can catch some bids. That's all we're doing right now is seeing about this 133 on Google.
Yeah, and you know how I roll on these small cap names. I'm never going to be that dude that doesn't have the trail out. It's just, I think it's almost like a style or a preference thing. As far as they go, I'm looking for that clean move up. What I've found is these things aren't halting anymore, and I think that the adjustment's going to be, you're not getting like these breaks of these levels, like it's not breaking out and then halting up in a continuation. And what it's tending to do, which I think is the obvious adjustment, is it's tending to wipe out and then pull back, trail people out, which is like a win's a win, but it's trailing out and then it's trying to go again. But I'm going to play the trail out as a wait for the next opportunity to get back in. So we continue to take the trail out. I just got out at 63s. They're off the 230 long. Still hasn't quite gotten to $3, but it did turn at 280. I thought 3 was going to be the turn zone. Ends up being that 280. But you got to ring the register at some point. And I don't mind getting out early on any kind of a small cap play. It leaves Amazon long, CCL short, CCL on earnings call finished, and it kind of flushed into the low of the day. But I am getting out at break even. It's 10:50. Wow, 𝐌𝐎𝐿. You know what we do at this time? We head over to the desk with Brenda, I think.
Hey guys, yeah, back upside right now for the dollar index, trying to offset some of the gains that we've had so far in equity markets. But if you missed it, at 8:30 this morning, we got this core PCE print for August, comes in 3.9% versus, yep, exactly the same, 3.9%, forecast 3.8, so a slight uptick. The spending side of things, though, was down, which seemed to benefit everything across the board. Chicago PMI then at 945 comes in lower than expected. Michigan consumer sentiment also to the upside this morning versus forecast. 68.1 comes out, or forecast was 67.7, comes out 68.1. Yeah, the possibility here of an 11th straight weekly close to the upside for the dollar. This is a 60-minute chart, hourly chart right now for the dollar. So we had a big flush downside on that data. It's been climbing up ever since. This morning back above 106 and holding right now. So still going to be a negative week, it would appear, but big bounce here, guys, for the dollar.
A big bounce. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, so Google right now, I mean, not good, right? We want to hear the other way going for the dollar if we're going to be in some tech names right now, but Google's down to that 133 and looking like it wants to break. I might take something out here at 10s. We're only long at 16s, but we almost got stopped out. We'll take some 7s. We almost got stopped out there. So, yeah, pretty weakness happening in the market right now and not the bump up that we thought on Google. That sucks, man. It's been a hard day for me going long everything. The shorts have been the best, and we don't have enough of them. So we don't have any of them. So, you know, that's what's happened right there. Intel, I feel like, again, we had that. Well, actually, Intel's fine.
Look at
Intel's
the chips.
right back where it is right now. Well, I hope there's some strength elsewhere right now. AMD, yeah, NVIDIA, yeah, good strength.
Micron's up 5%. Like, I mean, sometimes
they're down 5.
Like, look at this. They were getting smoked yesterday, so it is good putting move back in. But it got out at 68. It's now threatening 69. Micron, that is. So, like, you get out here and look at it continue to go. This market underneath 15,000, like, really?
Come on, Google.
Like, this should almost be like money fills up here. So we talked about 68 being the first entry, but then you have resistance at 69 as well. So I want to be patient. It's at the $half, not at the even. Patient, Neil, patient. But Walgreens on that CEO news, or I guess potential. WBA. So this is where it got to a couple of weeks ago, 22.5. That would be an obvious curl zone. It's at 22.30. So it's getting up there. It's pressing. I don't know if I want the short in this until it gets to that 22.5. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. ARM short on any pop. Interestingly enough, like you saw those, you see Micron going up. I saw some strength in NVIDIA, Intel showing some strength, ARM showing absolutely none of that. ARM is fading and underneath 55. So trend down in ARM. Maybe this is the one. Sometimes you just like join the trend on the weak names. Like instead of trying to short tops, look for something that's weak. But maybe the 55 into VWAP. As I say that, Amazon starts to finally go. It just hit 128.50. Looking for the high of the day, which is 128.80. There's some wicks above 129, but this high, 128.80. Then we'll ring the register some more. But I'm starting to think that if there is a short in the tech names, it's ARM. Thank you in the chat. I mean, I just saw who was saying it just now. I just missed it. I'll scroll and find you and give the shout out, but it was just look at ARM, short the pops. It's weak. Look at ARM.
Short the pops.
Down 1.4% into an up market above 15,000. Maybe that's the thing to be short. But AMZN, Amazon, not looking a gift horse in the mouth. We get to the high of the day, I'm taking more out.
All right, good hold for us on Google right there as it's, wow, there it comes, it fades out. We just got, like I just say it and then it fades again, but there it is, man. We got bunched out at VWAP there, went up to 22. We actually got even higher than 22. Our best out is 24s right now on Google. We'll try it again down here, but if it does continue to bleed, yeah, not much to do here. But we did get some out on the upside, which is nice. Apple still 75 cents in the money. Trying to go back to the upside as well. And it's too bad because I'm glad Neil has it, but that Amazon 128 long, like I don't know why I just didn't sit there and take that. That's literally what we wrote down. But Amazon, nice move for Apple. It's really the concern for me. Well, Palantir is all the way back in, but we have less and less shares of this than we had. So where we were going to get out if it broke through 1608-ish on Palantir. So that was pretty close last time. I didn't even notice that this dipped down that far. So PLTR right now, dipping back in. Let's put some more bids in and around that 11 or 12 area and see if it can hold that. So that's what we're doing for Palantir. And then we just did get a dip buy in on Google as well. But that's not Google. There it is. If it can hold it, we just took some 01s long again on Google, giving us 06s in for a position right here. But I don't know, man. Here it comes right back into these levels one more time. So watch out for a fade out here on Google.
So it was, I want to make sure I got it. It was DJK in the chat who was actually mentioning ARM twice for the short. You mentioned it twice in the chat. And I saw three or four other people mentioning pretty much exactly the same thing. ARM is your dog today. CCL, again, it's the only short I have on. It's consolidating off the bottom, so I've moved my stop to 14. I think if it breaks 14, I probably want a short VWAP anyways. And then if we just break the low, when I say we, I'm just sort of talking about the stock. If we break this low here, it's got a lot of room, but there was a wick bottom down to about 1335 or so. So maybe some support underneath this low from 1350 and then 1335. So I'd watch those for some profit takes. Still looking at a Micron for a top end short, but ARM, as I said, feels like the lower hanging fruit. Palantir is not at 16 even, but if you just look at yesterday, I know the longs have been frustrating, but if it can hold out in and around the previous high was about 1595 that it got to. So down to there could be a little bit of a level as well. Femi, I don't know if it's done for me. I don't like chasing. Like, to me, I always want the long in here off the early break. I never really want the long up at the top. So if I'm out of it and it goes to $3, fair enough. I think you structure a couple of trades for a win and just try to do your best at it. I never want to get caught holding the bag, and it's really easy to get caught holding the bag when the stock's closer to 100% to the upside. Like, this was consolidating at $1 just yesterday, and you're talking about $3 here. I'm not a long that I will be chasing. Consolidation dip buys for sure. Reliable Rudy. Oh, we did forget about VinFast.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? It's weird, man. This is the second day in a row. Like, VinFast came up as a mover, and then I didn't really give it a good enough look. I paid for the shorts off this level here at 13, and then never went over to it because we're focused on some big cap tech games. Not going to complain because it's been a solid morning, but yeah, VFS on volume fails this price area all the way back in, but you need to be short kind of 13 to 13.20 on that play, like in that range, not chasing it down to 12. If anything, if it can hang on to 12, that almost looks like a dip buy. I think that's what you were just getting at there.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. We're only a couple more minutes, and we got Obi and Sharif locked and loaded right now. All right, we're just at some tipping points with our account right now as far as trying these last bit of longs before we leave. And right now we're long into Google, and there's Palantir. We just got it at 11, so our average price is 11. So that's what it is. I told you we didn't have that many shares. Now we do. We're going to go a couple more pennies lower, and we will get out if it does break lower than that. So we'll have to watch out. It's starting to get going maybe here. Let's see if the market wants to go, though. There's some 14s. We'll take some 14s. Didn't get any. And then also just our other position that we're long in right now is going to be Google. It doesn't want to go up either. We're long here at 85. Maybe it'll spike up. I have some offers at 90 and then into 94 and whatnot. But again, it's going to have to go Google against all of these bottoms, man. If the market doesn't hold VWAP right now, then all of these positions are squashed. So just a matter of time, I guess. I think it's worth the shot, right? I mean, this is what you do as traders. You take shots where you think it could lie. So right now, down into VWAP, we're going to go long some names that I think are going to be strong. Palantir was up today. Google's up today, but Google's not up as much. This is the one thing that's bothering me a little bit. We maybe should have stopped trading this once it broke 133. So we're going to keep that in our mind. But also Palantir, like this was strong, man. This was up 7%, up here near 1680, and now has fallen back down. So again, there you go. If the market, here you go, 15s. If the market can go now, this one should also go, right? So let's see if Palantir can get going again here, as we're kind of like, we're not talking, I mean, we're talking up our book because I'm just telling you the trades that we have on board, but they're not going. So there we go. We actually got some 90s there on Google, but here's the fade on this name as well. So here goes Google back down to the downside. Little frustrating here. Damn. Hopefully Palantir will hold, but it does look like everything else is fading now.
Especially ARM's now through 54, so I'm just going to
Yikes. I will short that, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Well, okay, I don't want to say oh, hell yeah, but I know it's 11 o'clock. We're going to get to the midday, but I got to give a shout out, and this is what I'm trying to do because there's a lot of people that have been shorting ARM, and it's been a fantastic shorting opportunity for you. Got to it way too late. I'm looking for the next available pop to join that trend. I think the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. Another line that I've stolen from one of the gentlemen that you're going to head over to right now. We're back. I'll be back at lunch money. We're back at 2 o'clock, but you're headed right over to Obi Trice and the professor. Go get him.
Thanks for that, Neil. And what is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's the Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi Trice. Take your pick. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks at Surge Trader. Mr. Kenobi, how are you this morning, sir? TGIF. At least for me, man.
Yes.
Yeah, you were quick to second that.
I mean, yeah, no, I like, I'm on Mondays, I'm usually like, thank God it's Monday. So, you know, that's usually my.
Blue, by the way.
Yeah, a little bit of blue. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, how's your morning been?
I have not traded yet. We're about to trade once we get on the show. I just got back from my walk, listened to a little bit of podcast-ish, getting apprised of the latest opinions. And yeah, we're gonna belt down for 3 hours and get some work done.
Nice.
How about yourself?
I took a couple of chops. I had that. I know Sean was talking about that 128. Definitely a key level of interest on Amazon. Took a couple chops on it. It wasn't the best executions. I was like, it definitely has RVOL in the pre-market, a 2x RVOL, which is pretty decent for Amazon in the pre-market there. And then we push up into that 128. So I kind of chased the long here, right? Kept it tight. I don't know why. I was a little fidgety taking the long. But had the long, got out, had the long, got out, and then chased a bit more of the long and got out, and then goes to 129. That's pretty crazy. But the selling off the 129, pretty distinct. So when it gets back up here in the 128 60s-ish, get short, but clearly I'm not holding some of the any of these positions for very long there. Get a little aggressive once the sellers come in off the 128.60, and I just cover in the 50s, and it gives you almost a full point down to 128.80s there. But you know what? We notice that there is some buying on higher lows off of this 127.60, 127.80-ish area, and the price is kind of building up into this 128.50 up here. So let's see where we go. We know the NQ and the ES look a little distinctly different, kind of downtrending on the day. We see these tops right here. This is a 5-minute chart. It's a bit of a downtrend chop here. It is a Friday, right? And we have sold off pretty heavily for the past 2 weeks. And you guys know for the past 2 or 3 days, we've had some decent strength on the reversion of this move here. But yeah, that's what I'll be watching. I know Nike also had earnings today. Nike, I was watching that 99 level on Nike for a potential break. But yeah, by the time I kind of pulled it up, it had already kind of done a sell-off off the 99, and I didn't really interact with it there. But definitely, if I'm interested in this level here, reasons to buy, reasons to sell. Definitely, there was a reason to sell on Nike. Getting a bit of a pullback here. Maybe this 93 area, you can have you have that earnings reaction pop, and then this bit of consolidation here in the 92 to 93 seems a little interesting. Let's see if we can magnet down to that level. Maybe we need some market tailwind as well, which we are kind of getting here. We saw the 15. Definitely kind of a key level of interest, and it looks like we kind of did a bit of a lick grab on top of the 15 there, but going to keep an open mind. I'm going to give it like 20, 30 points each way off of that 15 just to see if we can catch a direction off of that. Something else that I did note was, okay, a little bit different than when I last looked at it a couple minutes ago. Google was pretty tight in this range out the open. Take a look at the smaller time frame here, the 3-minute. But kind of tight there right here, and then we're coming back down into lows. So I'm going to be looking at Google to give potential direction because it does act a little bit more sober than the rest of these large caps there. But yeah, that's all I have on watch today. Let me know in the chat. I know CCL also had earnings, Sharif. So I don't know if you want to talk about that one.
Yeah, I've got the six, the Mag 6, or the Sexy 6, let's call them that. You know, I always have my side charts over here, the 6 that I'm watching, and then the 2 futures contracts, the NQ and the ES. Let's start with ARM. ARM is absolutely flushing to the downside. Look at this downtrend on, not my friend, ARM. Yeah, we got a 56.75 high. Kind of, I don't want to say it's counter market because we're moving down in the market right now, but look at this move down here. We popped back into 55 to do a little bit of a test. 1 green candle and Huadunk went the dynamite. Now we're printing lower lows, guys. 53.72. I do not see, one second, just want to make sure that I'm not incorrect. I don't see a catalyst here for the move down on ARM. However, it is coming into an interesting level. In fact, it just broke an interesting level yesterday. We had a bit of a 54 test in the afternoon. That was an area of support. We have since broken that, gotten to 53 2/3 to the downside. Now I'm going to start looking at that 53.5. That was kind of the area where we troughed out at after the opening range break yesterday. Let's see how ARM fares the rest of the day, keeping my eye on that one. And then I'll talk about Femi, but I just want to get a more appropriate segue. Micron, the exact opposite of ARM. Yes, this one was a little bit beat up after the earnings, but I submit to you guys, this is going to be a good stock. I'm talking for the long-term portfolio, not financial advice. I think that there is definitely room for this name in your portfolio if you are microchip AI inclined. All right, let's look at the actual price action. Who's calling me when I'm at work, man? Eat that. 66 bucks, give or take. We were at in the pre-market yesterday. We closed at that 65.25, so we already gap up. The pre-market action, we danced with 65, 75, and 66, and then we went boom to the dynamite all the way up, taking 67, taking 68, and then knocking on the door of that, yes, I don't even know how to say, the iconic 69 number over here. Well, now we're kind of doing a bit of a touch off the 7-period moving average on the 5-minute chart. 68.25, Mr. Kenobi. We're looking possibly here. This is maybe a bit of a reversal candle after the big move down on the 5-minute candle. Maybe we'll get some more upside momentum. But as I look at the future, let me just look at the future real quick. Yeah, we're not that strong on the future at the moment. So Micron, decidedly contrary to the ARM trade. Now, let's get to Femi, man, because Femi the rocket that is Femi yesterday, we had trades on this one yesterday. It's a multi-day runner. It's been on our gap scanner multiple times this week. Today, no different. 7 a.m. comes Mr. Kenobi. We move up. We gap up big boy off that $1.40. And we go green, because yesterday we closed in at a $1.52. We have a bit of a top here at $2, $2.10 in the pre. Then the open comes and $2, $2.10 at distant memory, because then we start making higher highs and higher lows. If you got this off VWAP, you're a champ, because it held VWAP quite nicely, whether on the opening print or on that dip down between 10:15 to about 10:35, and it's been printing one 5-minute candle after another. Now, it printed this kind of reversal looking-ish candle, but it ended up green. So I don't want to make a pronouncement and say, okay, you know, here comes the lower lows on this one. We're still doing, you know, we're trying to get above 3. We got above 3. We wicked to 313. It was a quick move up. The body obviously closed sub 3, closed at 292. But, you know, I'm not taking my chances on this one short. Let's see what it does. If anything, I'm going to be looking, possibly get dips off VWAP. All right, held VWAP quite well. If we can get down into VWAP, I'll be looking possibly for some dips into here, but I don't want to chase it either. The other one, the Kenobi one alluded to, CCL. Oh, yeah. Look, I think this one is a sell the news type thing. We know that it was running up yesterday in anticipation of good earnings. I got to tell you, Brendo and I were at the big desk today, and we were looking, and everything was really up and up. I mean, the over 100% capacity, they're estimating on the year. Gas and costs are not going to be as high as they anticipate. because you know how these guys do. They don't just buy gas at market price. These guys are buying futures contracts to kind of lock in gas prices. So apparently they did quite well with that. And I don't know. I'm not really sure why we're selling off today, except maybe possibly a sell the news event. Keeping my eye on CCL. I like, you know, let's see where the level is. I didn't chart it. I just was talking about it. All right. Yeah, this area we're at here is quite interesting. This is the opening print yesterday, Mr. Kenobi, this 1370 area. We'll see if we get support here. If we start printing 5-minute candles to make new highs, I might get interested in this one, especially how sold off we are. I just finished the other two that I have here, Mr. Kenobi. Nike, this one, again, look, I talked about this one on the morning show. A video to be released later about this one. Check the Instagram account and the YouTube shorts. I go into more detail on it. But look, we moved up big yesterday after the bell. The Katina man probably covered this one on the market recap show. They did better than I think we expected, even though they missed revenue. Looks like margins are getting better and their direct-to-consumer game expanding, and their world reach, even though North American sales were down 2%, their world reach is improving, especially in MENA, Middle East, and North Africa. They seem to be gaining traction there, and also Latin America. So interesting look. Where do we find support, though? I don't know. 93 is kind of like where we trough. We peaked out there before the big break at in the aftermarket yesterday. So, I mean, I don't know how to play this one because there's such a big gap between yesterday's closing print at 89 bucks and where we got up to at 99.47 HOD today. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And then this last one here, Mr. Kenobi, WBA. On this headline here, what happened? According to Bloomberg News, WBA is considering former Cigna Group executive Tim Wentworth to be its next CEO. WBA announced Roz Brewer was stepping down as CEO at the end of August and has been actively searching for its next CEO. They use the word is considering, OB, but the fact that Bloomberg is reporting it may add a little bit more weight because they're a bit more of a reputable source. Those are the 6 that I'm looking at, in addition, obviously, to the futures.
Yeah, nice, nice look there. I just want to cover a super chat here. Thank you for the super chat. Willis Addison saying, "Stop pumping MU. I'm short 68 puts." All right, let's pull up some MU real quick and see. I mean, 68, that's not bad. You know, like whatever happened here yesterday definitely tells you that there might be some selling pressure just underneath that 70 level. But yeah, definitely some strength happening today. Take a look at this RVOL in the past couple of days. Now I don't know what the news over here specifically was, but it seems like they had earnings. Maybe this earnings date a little. Maybe this looks more like some earnings action. Maybe TradingView is a little off on that one there. But yeah, we're getting this day 2 earnings potentially here as we bid back up right into that level there. So we were talking about, you're talking about CCL there. Something I want to point out real quick. You found this level interesting yesterday's open, but something important as well, this is the earnings reaction, and this is the earnings reaction low right there. So a little bit of confluence with yesterday's opening and the earnings reaction low, and we're getting a bit of a chop and churn around this 1360, 1370 area after we failed to follow through on the 15 push. So I think that's a decent look there. There could be a potential trade structured around that. I'm also watching the week low here, this being Monday. The week low is at 1340, and if we can crack the earnings reaction low, yesterday's pre-earnings open right there, and the week low here at the 1350, that 15 short, that failure to follow through, if you have that, you're going to be laughing straight to the bank on that break, because that's a trade in itself as well there on CCL. So yeah, nice look there on Micron. Nice action there on Carnival. But yeah, going to be looking for the next trade there. I'm watching Amazon as well. A bit of a churn and chop. I don't necessarily want to get too involved here on Amazon just yet. Again, we had an okay day yesterday where the probability of the play was much higher, and sure, we kind of botched up a trade today as well, kind of cut it up into many pieces instead of taking that full move. But we're still well within this opening range on Amazon. So let's see where we go today in and around this 128 level. Why is that 128 level kind of key? Let's talk about that as well real quick. All right, so here is the Amazon chart. We saw this kind of quadunk action, some strong selling continuation, right? We've been selling off of that 145. Again, this kill candle over here, the 146, kind of a lick grab into previous trend, and then sellers start to be like, all right, let's get started, and it's heavy selling right out the open, back to back, and yeah, so here's why that 128, I think, is a little key. Also the 129 right here acting as support before we finally crack that 130 out the open on, when is this? This was Tuesday, the 26th. So this Tuesday exactly, right? So when we get that strong sell-off, the initial pullback, confluence with VWAP, that 128 pretty much has a bit of exhaustion there before we continue to the downside, stair-stepping down every point, 128, 127, 126-ish area here, kind of sellers kind of stepping down, and then we get a nice little reversion move, both on Wednesday and on Thursday, kind of pushing back up, and we're getting that continuation potential back into that 129, where support may have turned into resistance here on Amazon. So I think that sandwich between that 128 and 129 was a decent price action there. In between that, we got that in the morning, right, into that 129, and that 129 support turns into resistance, clockwork. But now we're kind of doing a chop and churn on top of that 128. So I'm just curious to know where this will take us, this tight price action here, the break of that price action, or even the failure to follow through. I'll be watching out for that, Fugaze. Definitely going to be a little telling there on Amazon. That's why I like that 128. Daryl Finch saying Netflix is testing yesterday's close. Yeah, man, I was watching Netflix earlier today. Let me get that back there. Okay, so NFLX. Right there, take a look at this move. Pretty nice selling out the open. You kind of break, you pop out the open, 380, nice longs off of that. Only gives you about 2 points, and when you crack back below, the selling definitely starts to happen. You get a bit of consolidation on a potential bounce there, but yeah, that selling kind of comes right back into yesterday's range. And now we're testing this consolidation before the close there on Netflix. Yeah. They've been coming out with some decent
You know,
shows.
today is the last day for their DVDs.
What do you? Oh, they still have their DVDs?
Today's the last day.
Damn.
And it's all over after that.
Huh.
20 years, homie.
So stack up on those Netflix DVDs, you know? Like
I don't
100
know,
years
man.
down the road, they're going to be like, I have the last Netflix DVDs that were ever made.
Yeah.
You know?
When is the last time you threw in a DVD? I can't remember.
Oh,
been a minute.
Yeah. I think, okay, so we have this, the Terminator 2 Blu-ray edition with the IMAX, everything on DVD. So
movie.
every now and then, if I think of one, that's the only one that probably happened like a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Just, you know,
Dude, I don't even know, man.
No, it's
I've got a
all
DVD
streaming.
player, but
It's all streaming for me, but yeah, definitely.
You know what I got, Kenobi?
What's up?
I have a dual VHS DVD.
Oh, classic.
Such is my age, right? I need both. All right, I'm in Femi, guys. The look here is I'm cutting it if it breaks that 3/4 level. Looking for that 3 take. That's 2 attempts now at 3. Both have been rejected. You know that there could be bamboozlement up the yin-yang with this type of stock, especially with the move that it's had already in the morning. It's been a big boy move, strong. Does it continue? Time will tell. We're going to do a bit of we're obviously going to mitigate risk here. So for breaks, I was just telling Hampton's trader in the chat, it breaks that double sevens. I'm going to cut it, and then we'll look for something else. But it's got a topping tail candle, all right? Topping tail candles, so the book says, are usually reversal candles. However, this one closed green on the 5. Typically, when you define a topping tail candle, you're looking for the body to be red. In this case, it wasn't. Going to keep my eye on this one. Sharif is 147 years old, says Ozan. Man, you're dating me, man. Neil says I look great for 147. I'll take it. He said it with a straight face, too. All right, guys. So in FEMY, 90% to the good on the day. However, an unsure trade until we get above and stay above $3. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm also keeping my eye on my friend Carnival Cruise Lines. The Kenobi one was alluding to this earlier. We are finding good confluence between the IB low, essentially, of today and yesterday's opening print. I'm going to probably take a long here, and I'm gonna cut it if it breaks the 58 level. Let's go ahead and do that right now, Mr. Kenobi. The reason being, I like that. If it makes a new low of day, that's where I'm cutting it. We're going long CCL for possibly a move into 14 or 14 and a third, because that is where VWAP is, and then we shall judge what to do next. So 2 trades at the moment. The least favorite of mine is this FEMI one, just because we are really high on the day already and it's kind of extended. Hence why I've got several profit takers around there, but gonna mitigate risk. We're gonna give this 20 pennies of risk, 19 pennies worth of risk into double sevens. You know, I'm thinking even giving it to a quarter, because obviously, you know, that quarter level, this, that, and the other, but you have to do some risk management here. So I'm going to keep my eye on those, and I'm obviously keeping my eye on the future. We just rejected 15,000 again on the NQ, a quick up, and a move right back down. So yeah, keeping my eye on those two. We are 0.87 to the good, and there I'm out of FEMI. It came right back down into my area, stops me out for a 19 penny loser. That's the way she goes, and watch, it'll probably go up now. The bamboozlement is real on these type of stocks, and you just have to be okay with it. It doesn't mean I won't give this another try, especially if it does get above 3 and stay above 3. So that's my look there. We'll keep an eye on FEMI, definitely on the side charts. Oops, wrong way. All right, keeping my eye now on the trade that I'm involved in, CCL. I do like this bottom that it made. It showed a lot of buyers were stepping in at that level. So hopefully, the hopium is real. We can move up. I'm long 79, so flat on the trade at the moment. Obi.
Yeah, thank you, Carolina, for the super chat. MLGO is still shooting to the stars. Okay, let's take a look at MLGO real quick. We know this one has been a pretty popular name as of recent, definitely doing some RVOL over the past week. We saw that last Friday was the significant RVOL there, and then we've been kind of fading off of that, but catching a bit of a bid on a Friday. That's definitely interesting as well. If shorts are definitely getting in on that high RVOL day, kind of shorting this parabolic move, beautiful. These things are working again a little bit, but that fade off on a Friday, getting a bit of a curl, maybe a potential covers there. Futures pumping right there. I got a little long on Amazon on top of the 128. Let's see if that sentiment, there's some follow through there and we can get a top of the range test, as Amazon's been in a kind of a range here. But if the NQ and the ES are slapping up like this, I want to see some of that pressure kind of follow through on Amazon, but we have yet to see if that's going to come into fruition here on top of this 128 on Amazon there. But yeah, we kind of crack right through that 15. Talk about the Fugate, Sharif. You were just talking about that 15 kind of rejecting, and you pop back down, you grab the bottom of that consolidation, and you rip right back up through that 15. So I like that.
But still, we have lower highs, Obi, and that's here. Let me just show real quick my chart until we really change this trend. Have a look here, guys. We got a top of 15,060, and then you have another crest up here, 15,025, and right now we're doing a dance with 15,010. So I need to see that higher high, even though you're absolutely accurate. We do hold that 14,975-ish area. That was the IB low. Sure, you wick below it, but look where the closing prints are, north of that area. So until we see that newer high, you know, I'm not convinced on the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right on that. But the thing is, ES just broke its previous high. that might be going a little sideways, but yeah, NQ definitely making a little bit of a lower high. Let's see if this pop kind of respects this bit of a trend here. I can kind of put it down on a lower time frame to see those tops right there. So this is a 5 minute. Both are 5 minutes now. So a bit of a lower high potential forming there on top of that 15. That's a good look there, Sharif. Thank you. I did not catch that one there. The ES, though, definitely breaking its previous high and attempting to test that. Let's see where the NQ goes around this 15. Definitely that 15 going to be a key level of interest as we've been talking about all week there. I don't necessarily want to get too heavy and too involved on the chop in and around 15, but if we're going to get some ranges, maybe I do want to get a little involved with not as much, I guess not as much size there on a move like this. Again, not a crazy high probability day for me, but yeah, I'm just going to stay looking for that next trade on across the board there. We can take a look at a couple of names today that are kind of hot on the day, right? Some of the volume gainers. Femi, we've already been talking about. Femi looking real strong. Again, we were talking about this a couple days ago as well. It's a trap, man. This is a trap. This is a classic liquidity trap. Nice, I like that. This is a classic liquidity trap. You kind of bait the shorts in. You make some nice tops, and you're like, oh yeah, small caps fade. Look at them in 2 weeks. But no, not every time. When you hold key levels, especially like this one, and you bid right back up through previous highs, oh boy, you might get a little bit of a stair-step squeeze. And happening on a Friday as well with significant RVOL. I like that case. I like that argument for that case there on Femi there. But yeah, Amazon kind of getting a pullback into these 80s. Let's see what these 80s bring us here. The futures, we talked about this. Fugazi pop back up and rip right back down. That 15 definitely churning a lot more than I'd like it to there. But yeah, let's see where these 80s hold.
Just did?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, this
that's
is wild.
It's absolutely wild,
Like,
man.
yeah.
It's absolutely wild.
Another lower high. I mean, we're setting up for a flat bottom break here, man. Through that 14,975 lower high, 3 lower highs so far with a 14,975 in general. Defend. Oh, let me show you guys over here. All right. Crest, crest, crest. But let me zoom out. The 5 will look a little bit better on this. And there you go. The 14,975 defend. This could get ugly if we really start moving down here. But I mean, we saw this yesterday. I looked at the future yesterday. I'm like, it doesn't look good, this, that. But the thing about the future yesterday is that you had consecutively higher lows. You had a trough and then a higher trough and a higher trough. So, and it was exactly the opposite of how it was looking today, where you had higher lows and a flat top. Today you have lower highs and a flat bottom. So I'm not convinced today that we'll end up moving higher, despite the fact that we opened up very strong. The pre-market, when I woke up at 5:30 a.m., the Dow was up almost 200 points. The NQ, whatever it was, like 70, 80 points at the time. I'm like, hey, it's going to be a good day. October, or it's whatever, red September is down. It's going to be Uptober, this and that. Well, we'll see. I'll be convinced when I see it. But yeah, I can't wait for this Q3 to be over. And there goes Femi. And I literally got bottom wick. Oh, it's so frustrating. So frustrating. The bamboozlement is real. It is, it's just putting your stop. You don't know where to put your stop. And there it goes. There it goes. I would have been printed nicely on this one. I had a bunch of resting orders right there, Oh, it's very, very frustrating. But that's the way trading is. And like you advised me before last week, can't get too emotional about this. But there it is. All right, now we took several outs here on CCL, still holding the majority of the position, but I feel CCL is moving with the market as we break that 14,975 quite decidedly. So if CCL starts coming down with the market and the market's going to tank, I'm not going to hold this trade, even though it should be independent of the market. We'll see how it fares around this flat bottom that we put in. Is this just, a momentary move up and a rejection of the 50 period, and then we make newer lows south of 1360, or what's going to happen here? So we'll keep looking. We'll be patient, but big moves down on the NQ Big move down on ARM. I'm looking at my side charts. That's what I'm looking at because we talked earlier about ARM. ARM is making newer lows as we speak now. It is 3.6 to the negative. And yeah, the ES as well is down, Mr. Kenobi. Micron pulling back a little bit, but we shall see what happens.
Yeah, that pullback was quite heavy as we pushed right back into that opening range, and then we kind of clipped right back in. So I'm gonna hold on to this one for a little bit. A bit of fugazi is definitely there. This chop and churn is off the 15 is absolutely wild there. You can take a look at that ES candle as well. Take a look at how heavy that one was, right back to the downside. A little too hard, too fast there on the move. But yeah, Apple still holding its consolidation low. Amazon holding for now its consolidation low as well. Might have been a little too chasey on these initial entries there. A little bit of underwater here. Let's see where this move kind of continues to. But that seems like a pretty heavy move there on the ES and the NQ. So that's pretty crazy. I'm not necessarily looking at the tick right now, but that tick is definitely blasting to the downside there, Sharif. Let's see what this kind of has us here. 127.50s right there. So I'm about 50 pennies out of the money. That's not a good look for sure. But let's see if we can kind of manage our way out of this position here, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just keeping my eye on Femi, and it's doing its thing here. Breaking above and holding above 3. I wonder if this is another opportunity to get in on this name as you know, CCL retraces right back down, but we're still not out of the out of my range at the moment. So Femi, I'd like to get a possible dip trade on this rather than chasing it. Now up over 100%, and we have a couple of candles closing above 3, whereas before it was a quick wick above 3, and then it moved back down. Then you had a test at 3 here and a reject. Now you're actually reclaiming the level. It's just, you know, these small cap gappers, I don't like to take them at these highs. I like to take them, like this would have been my ideal entry, a retracement, but I chased it. That's my fault. I don't like taking small cap gappers at these highs. That's just not my modus operandi. So I think I'm gonna steer clear of this one, despite the fact that it's showing me its intentions, at least for the moment, to stay above 3. So we'll continue to watch, and we'll see what's what. I know that's a meaningless tautology, but that's the way I talk around. Anyway. All right, coming back now, we're 10 cents out of the money on this CCL long, so it looks like as if this was a dead cat bounce off the flat bottom. My only worry is it doesn't actually print lower lows here. If we can hold, I'll add to this trade for a move up. But if it starts making lower lows, that's the end of it. So the low on the day right now is 1360. If it breaks that, I'm going to have to rethink this entire trade. So Dad Trader, trade futures. You do amazing. Thank you, Dad Trader. But, you know, we're below the low at the moment. I'm going to have to wait. I don't want to jump into anything. I didn't chart anything today because I was doing my little walk. And today, this is my first trade. Literally, Femi and CCL are my first trades on the day. Don't want to, I know yesterday I had a really good view on the future. Today, not so much, but we'll keep an eye on that. Nimit, what's up, Nimit? 2 cents. Small crappers are to be held. Yeah, I'm assuming. And watch for at least 1 hour and not stop loss, as it's too volatile every minute, and getting stop loss chances are huge. Just my observation. You're not wrong, Nimit. You're not. It's just, you know, I had a good amount of shares there. We got to do some, you know, managing here because it's not our money. And yeah, so it's a tougher group of stocks in which to trade. Just looking at these other ones that I've got, WBA kind of still stair-stepping up, not bad, but not really doing much at the moment. Micron, a bit of a pullback into an interesting support level. The $68 support level on Micron was an area of resistance earlier around 950.10. It retraced back into 67.25, and then it made the move through there at 10:30. Yeah. Maybe we'll wait for VWAP because the market's going down. I'm not taking Micron long if the market's flushing. The market has rejected 15,000 for now.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy kind of action there. Market kind of dumping to the downside on that. That 15K definitely definitely a little heavy there as of right now. Let's see what we do kind of coming in. That move was a little hard, a little fast there. I wonder if there's any news or any catalyst there, but I'm just trying to go off of this price action right now. About what was that, 127.50, that key area kind of comes back in, and we're getting a little bit of a bid there on Amazon as the market kind of drops. So I think that's definitely an interesting look if a level is kind of being defended as the market kind of goes down. But let's see if that comes into fruition there. If the market kind of is even heavier, then definitely we have a good chance of just blasting through this level here. But I like the potential for that lick grab of the opening range low on a reversion back into this 128. We know that 128 has been pretty key, and we've been testing that over and under a little bit. So a bit of a lick grab potentially there on Amazon off of that. But yeah, let's see if there's continuation there, Sharif. Ponzi Fonzie saying 14.8. Next stop, yeah, definitely that 14.8 has been a key area, and then we blast through it this morning, right? So I was like, that's pretty interesting as well. I'm watching Tesla here as well. Tesla kind of coming back into that 250 mark. That 250 also being a level of interest over the past couple of weeks there, Sharif. So Tesla definitely something as well. People saying check Femi, check Femi. All right, we can take a look at Femi. Femi broke through that 3 mark and then kind of pulling back in. It's pretty strong on the day here. A bit of a strong trend. Take a look at that. Let's pull it up on the 15 or the 5 right there, so you can see that it kind of respects some of these lines here. Definitely a trend direction to the upside today there on Femi. Very, very strong. We talked about it being kind of like a stair-step squeeze, right? A little bit of a liquidity trap there on Femi. So you definitely want to be very wary getting in on the shorts on the front side, as definitely shorts are underwater if you just take a look left at that chart. We're getting a bit of a bid here. Let's see if we can recycle that 128, Sharif, on Amazon.
Yeah, what are you doing with that, Amazon? What's your plan on that?
Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback into that 128. Let's see. I like this 127.50s area, a bit of a defense there. But let's see how heavy this market really is. Maybe we get a bounce, or maybe we kind of continue to the upside or to the downside there. So I have no idea. I'm just going to try to react to whatever I see here. Kind of a little bit underwater in this position, about 20 pennies out of the money right now. We have added a little bit to a loser. Not the best habit, but again, if we're going to hold some key levels, we're going to have a bit of fugazi. I'm willing to take a bit of a chop or a bit of a hit on that kind of movement there. WBA is making a big comeback, says
down,
Moises. Okay, we can take a look at WBA real quick. What's WBA up to? Oh, that's WMA, WBA. Let's take a quick look. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, yeah, a bit of a curl there, break of trend. We were talking about Walgreens and CVS also kind of showing some similar action there on today. So if Walgreens kind of starts to catch a sell, maybe that CVS as well. You can take that sympathy short on CVS. Market looking kind of heavy there, Sharif.
Yeah, okay, I got that bottom wick, at least for the moment, on Femi. We're going to try this one again. I got a couple of profit takers here as their big red candle came in off that 3 1/3 jump and then moved right back down into the 7 period. So looking for my first profit taker in front of that 1/5 level at 20. We'll see if we get printed at 19s. It's stair stepping up. I don't want to get bamboozled on this again, but hey, we're gonna give this one a try. We'll see if the buyers will step in front of this level. There's been good strength on it on the day. Here we go. Well, yeah, there. Just as quickly as we moved up to 20, we come right back down. But with respect to the future, I want to mention this. So I think Fonzie, maybe? I'm not sure who you said there, but they were saying 14.8 possible support. Couldn't agree more. These 100-point levels, I like, but I always chart the closing print from yesterday, and yesterday we closed at 14.860. So that is my first level. Well, that's not actually my first level. The first level is right here, this 14.925. That's the low, the trough here in the pre-market. If we can break this, that'll be a new low on the day. It looks like a bit of a head and shoulders at the moment. So we'll see if we can break through this 14,925 and close below there. Below that, though, I'm looking at yesterday's close at 14,860. If we can break that, then, you know, definitely 1,400 in play. No question about that. So we'll have a look and see how we do there. There we go on Femi. Now we're moving up quite nicely here, Mr. Kenobi. We're going to take another beak wetter up here before it flushes on us, because this one can be quite bamboozling. Long nines.
Yeah, this consolidation on top of this 127.50, I like that. Let's see if we can kind of pull back into this range here. The future's kind of stalling there. That selling was quite heavy. You kind of had a bit of continuation, and then you bounce right off of that 43.4 area on the ES. Something interesting right there. Sharif, what does this number say right there? I'm going to ask you to read it out right there on the ES.
The ES, 43.40.
All right, so maybe potentially this could be, we're talking about the sticky note right there. Maybe potentially this could be a level of interest as I have it marked down, and then you get a strong sell, and all of a sudden you almost kind of get a bit of a stall at that level. So I don't know. Let's see if that liquidity kind of shows up. That this is, again, give or take a few points there. It's not going to be perfectly clean, but if we do get a bounce, maybe from here could be something there. But a bit of a bid coming in, tape speed increasing there on Amazon as well. More of the ask getting slapped there as we kind of start to rip back up. So if the market has a bit of a bounce here off of this area, same with the ES and the NQ as well, maybe we get that 128 recycle on Amazon there. Let's see what Nike is up to. Nike's still straight fading, man. Nice clean fade there. You kind of break that opening reaction low, kind of use that as a resistance area, and then continue to fade back to the downside there. Next level looking left, I see that 93 there just from yesterday, right? I don't know if there's any other levels on the way. Oh, take a look at that. That consolidation on top of 95. Potentially maybe something here. We're also bouncing off this 200 moving average. Don't really use moving averages for that kind of reason, but yeah, definitely could be expecting some sort of liquidity there. Let's see what this consolidation brings us here, Sharif.
All right, so we've taken some profit out here on Femi as it holds at 3 1/3. Next profit taker 336, up 117%. Long nines, trying to get redemption on this bad boy, but the bamboozlement can come in fast and it can come furious. Make sure your eyes are fixed on the stock and you're using hotkeys, or you have resting profit takers, okay? Because it just doesn't spend all that long at the zone in the area in which you're taking profit. So that's my move. Waiting for the next move up here, but it's it always concerns me, this stock, right? These small cap gappers are just there they are what they are, man. We're going to take another beak wetter right there. All right, so there we go on Femi through 336. Good. Now, could we see the $0.50? We breaking through the third. Into the 40s we go. Let's take another little bit right there. Partial fill, as the liquidity is a wild one around here. There we get the full fill. Okay, so now out half the position. Going to keep an eye on that. But we are underwater by 4 pennies on our CCL trade, so we can't forget too much about that, okay? We're long 79s and it's at 72, so as important as this Femi trade is, we're going to have to make sure we're keeping an eye on CCL. CCL definitely not the violent mover that Femi is, so you can kind of rest easy a little bit. And, I don't want to say rest easy. That's probably not the right term to use, but, it's less of a mover, okay? So, yeah, looking for a possible move up into the $0.50 here on FEMY. It's 120% to the good at the moment. We shall see. It definitely held 3 beautifully. It's probably we'll take some out around 42s. 42s will be a new high because 338 is the HOD on the day. Definitely doing a bit of a dance at that third level. I'm talking about 3 1/3. We'll see if we can get a new break, but I'm going to send it to you so I can put out some profit takers.
Yeah, no worries. I'm also keeping an eye on Softy here. Softy, that 319, that 320 area doesn't really necessarily want to come in, and we start to hold this level. I'm curious to know where VWAP is. right there. So kind of just teetering underneath that, the VWAP there. That heavy sell brings us in, of course. That 319 sell coming in real hot, and then you suddenly stop dead right at the bottom of that consolidation, a bit of a lick grab, and then you kind of teeter back into VWAP there on the Microsoft. So let's see where that kind of takes us there. Still that consolidation kind of happening here. If and when we do make a decision, I think it'll be pretty clear where we're going to be headed there. I noticed that the wicks near these bottoms there. Same thing with the NQ. Let's see if some of this wick is some true buying action there. This on the 5-minute. Let's take a look quickly at that 15-minute. Yeah, I got a bit of a 15-minute bottom wick to hold. Let's see if we kind of come into fruition there. Just that 14.9, just above that, 20 points above that holding. This is also kind of like this pre-market consolidation low area right there that we popped off of there on the NQs.
There it is on FEMI. Look at this on FEMI, bro. All right, we just took the $0.50. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Kenobi, but
what's happening?
Yeah, I just minimized my tape. Sorry. There we go. We just took the $0.50, and we're right back at the $0.50 again. 130% now on FEMY. We're definitely having trouble breaking through the $0.50. And there we go. We're doing a bit of a dance with the $0.50 at the moment. Definitely a seller around 51s, it looked like, because it stalled out at that level. I don't know if we printed anything. Did we print above 51s? I loaded trade ideas, and now it's blocking all my... yes, we did print above 51s. We got to 53s. We're in the 40s now. FEMY, the rocket ship, now up 128%. Look at this move down, though, man. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're setting stops, it's just a random area. I mean, you really have to give it to below 3. It dipped down into 17s, and then as it dipped down, this is why there's so much bamboozlement. You can tell this is an algo trading it, and moves right up into 50s as quickly as it dipped through that 17s, as quickly as it got up into 50s. So let's see if this one continues. Having trouble at the $0.50 again. Seeing 48s now, 49s, 50s show up on the ask. Another, you can tell there's an iceberg at 50. Again, it rejects at the $0.50. Do we get continuation? There's not too much size, to be fair, at the $0.50. Only about like 150 lots. There we go through the $0.50. Good move up. FEMY 56's HOD.
Nice, nice. That FEMI keeps on going, man. Can't stop, won't stop. That 350, that's wild, man. Yeah, definitely not involved in this one, but that squeeze definitely coming into fruition there on FEMI. I know PLTR as well, kind of an interesting name as well. Had some eyes on that earlier today, as the opening drive was definitely something to behold there. Strong volume, strong R-vol right to the upside there, and then pushes back into that 16. Let's see what CCL is up to. CCL is still chilling around that level, that 1360 that we kind of identified as a potential area of interest. Yeah, CCL still kind of chilling, not really doing too much there. Let's check out AMD. We know AMD, oh wow, take a look at that. We know that 103 was interesting in the past few days, and that 103 comes in today holding as a little bit of support as we speak, but a bit of a chop. AMD yesterday, man, I don't know if you saw AMD yesterday. Oh no, we did.
I saw
off
AMD
that
yesterday.
97. Yeah, so that AMD yesterday off that 98 level kind of popped pretty nicely, very strong, and yeah, so we kind of push into that 105, and the AMD is back to the downside.
I gotta mention a news headline here. The Brendo sending me this. LAC, Lithium America, U.S. weighing record $1 billion loan for Lithium America mine.
Oh wow, take a look at that. That's a breaking news trade. Yeah,
there you go. So LAC is making big boy moves. Kenobi, yeah, covered. I just want to give people the news on that. Mr. Brendo at the big desk giving me that one, coming in fast and furious. And the chat is they're already wise to it. Darwin saying LAC spike off news. I see other people. Honest Fitness, look at LAC. So that's the move there. You want to have a look?
Yeah, I'm looking at it as well. I'm a little bit more focused here on the Amazon, but we can take a look right here. Yeah, a bit of a pop there. Let's take a look at the 1 minute as the volatility is definitely going to be coming in. Take a look at that volume expansion into that news there. A bit muted right into that 1850. Let's take a look left real quick and identify some levels where we may or may not have some trouble. Right there, that 18.4, and then a little look left of that 19 level as well on LAC. So I know this name has been pretty decently popular over the past few years. It's an EV name. It's an EV associated name, and it's getting some strong some news on a deal right there. Well, I guess it's not here yet, but it just came out, and we're getting some strong buying pressure off of that great trade there.
Did you hear about the battery plant that is getting built right outside Montreal with about $5 or $6 billion of tax dollars? Yeah, so this Swedish company that's never scaled, that's not popular, don't even remember their name.
They got the deal.
They got all our money.
Wow.
Yeah, and this company
well, they better put it to good work.
They better. I don't like when the government gets involved in business, I'll tell you the truth. But in any event,
they always try to take a piece.
I think they're trying to keep up with the Inflation Reduction Act with the amount of money that had for green energy, this, that, and the other. You know what I'm talking about. So Canada trying to stay competitive with America, and in so doing, they're using our money. So anyway, we'll see. It's not a public company. Neil, you didn't happen to look into that, did you, yesterday? That company I was telling you about today, that Swedish. You didn't have a look. I'll look at it. Yeah. I'll have a look. I'm pretty sure they're not a public company. In any event, yeah, big moves there. Apparently, it's supposed to employ 3,000 people at the plant, Kenobi, and then another 10,000 people that will be supplying. So good for jobs, or so they say. We'll see how it works out in real life. All right, but we just got a 3 2/3 HOD, $3.62 on FEMY. Top wick for now, doing a bit of a dance again at the $0.50. We're long nines. So, I'm going to basically, I really don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought I had a plan here. With these ones, it's impossible to have a plan. Let's have a look at the hourly here. All right, here we go. Let's have a look here so I don't make myself look foolish. I go to the daily because there's nothing doing here on the hourly. When is the last time we were up here, Obi? Okay, so the last time we touched a level this high was in early 2022, and it was February 10th, 2022. We got to $4.17. Prior to that, there was after that, February 16th, we got to about $3.88. So let's just say, for the sake of rounding, $4, give or take, is going to be resistance. We'll see if we get it or not. But if any part of this trade comes into my entry at 9s, I'm cutting it. So the stop will get moved up from 295 into 309. We're not going to let any part of this come against us. All right. Cal's in the chat. Cal is in the chat. I see Cal. KC. Sharif is a Quebec hater. I'm not a Quebec hater, man. There's federal money being thrown into that. That's my money. All right. No, I'm kidding. Cal. We miss Cal. We love Cal. He's in the chat. KC. Eric Lundblad says Northvolt. Thank you very much, Eric, for reminding me the name of that. I had forgotten. Northvolt. Google them to find out if they are a public company. I can't look at that at the moment. So anyway, back to FEMY. Any part of this trade comes into 309, I'm cutting it, Obi.
Yeah, it's so we kind of we're breaking lower there on the market. So definitely not in a great place here. Let's see this final ad right here. I got to keep it tight. But that 14.9 showing up right there as we kind of come back into it. That opening range kind of low. Sorry, that pre-market range low being tested right on top of that 14.9. And yeah, let's see if we kind of get a bit of a bounce. I was expecting the bounce from here. We got a little bit of a lick grab, and maybe we're going to continue to the downside there on this Amazon here. We did break a bit of a trend here. All I'm looking for is a bit of a reclaim towards that 128, and with the amount of fugays that's going on. I'm almost expecting some of these liquidity traps to happen there on today, right? I was out the open. I was very, very antsy on some of this action here. I was like, this is a little choppy. This is a little different. So I was a little reserved there. Sure, we got to watch back the tape and get much better at executing at a different pace of tape than normal there. On Amazon, definitely had a piece of the move there. Might be fighting a little bit for this move to come into fruition, but I think we will be all right as that 14.9 kind of comes in, and let's see if we can get that bounce. That heavy selling, take a look at that. That heavy selling kind of wipes right back up as if it never happens in the very next candle. How much time is left for this 3 minute? So we got about a minute and a half. So about half the candle still has to print, and we kind of rip right back to the upside here. So I'm curious to know if this will wick, or we kind of continue back up to the upside there. This strength, I'm taking a look at this consolidation, this 127.8. If we break this 127.8, that's exactly where I want to be for a potential retest of that 128 here on Amazon, as it just looks like we kind of we're just lick grabbing both sides and not really getting anywhere off of this 128 right now.
Understood. All right, I'm going to leave Femi to do its thing now. It's sub 350. It's dancing in the mid to low 40s at the moment. My concern is this makes a newer low, right? So if we crest up a little bit, say at a test of 350, and then we know we wick down to about 329, and then it rejects 350, comes back and makes a newer low below 329, then I'm concerned about that, okay? So that is my look on that one, but I don't want to pull the trigger too quickly. Now back to CCL, we're 1 penny out of the money on this one now as it comes back into that 1380, but it is really holding this bottom, guys. Like, look at this 1365 hold. I mean, this is not by accident, right? I mean, look at all these touches at the same level, right? If this market starts moving up, my suspicion is we could get a nice move up on CCL. It's down 4 2/3 at the moment. We got some nice touches there into the 90s, but it started tanking with the market. So I feel it is influenced by the market, despite the fact that it is an earnings play and should have its own catalyst and shouldn't be subject to the whims of the future. But the fact of the matter, it is, and I don't control that. So I like this 1365 defend until I don't. Defense. Okay? Defense. Anyway, keeping my eye on CCL. Don't want to pull the trigger out on this one. We're long. We don't have a good price. I mean, I should have been picking up some at that 65. If I like this 65 level so much, why wasn't I buying? So that's me criticizing myself. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. It comes back into 65. I may be a buyer. But the more important trade, there's no question about that, is this FVMY trade, and the one I should be more concerned about. There we go. Back into the low 30s, high 20s. The stop is already in place. It breaks. I'm out, right? Super SPACman. Haven't seen that name in a while. Ooh. You should see it a lot more. FVMY coming down. CCL CEO was on Squawk for a few minutes ago, FYI. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Good to know. Usually that's, if he says anything novel, it could be market moving. The call was this morning at what time? Like 10 o'clock, Katina, man? Yeah, the call was this morning at around 10 a.m. or so. Usually that's the more moving of the, I don't know, the more moving statements come during the call. It could come, on a CNBC interview, but he's usually grilled by like a plethora of reporters rather than just one or two on a CNBC interview. In any event, we're gonna keep our eyes really peeled here on CCL. I don't know. Flat bottoming, unless we get something nice here in the market. I don't know if we get the move on CCL. But WBA, I want to go back to that one. I switched it. No, I didn't. Okay. So this one dipped into 22.20, and now we're making a nice move back up to test that 22.50. We're already over 7%. We kind of, peaked out a little bit here. We haven't made any newer highs. 243, still 22.43, pardon me. Still the HOD at the moment. We're at 39, so we're only a couple of shekels off that HOD. This one could, stair step up. Let me go to the hourly here and see where the resistance levels could be. Well, I mean, they're staring at me in the face. On the 14th and 15th, we definitely topped out at that 22.60. Look at all those touches in and around 22.60. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Sure, we have some 22.75 touches on the 6th and 7th. So a bit of a mixed bag. I'd say let's break through that 2/3 of a dollar. Then we got to contend with 3/4 of a dollar. Yeah, there's really, those are soft ceilings. I'd say the hard ceiling here is at 25. I don't think we see 25 today, but there we got a couple of troughs touching 25 on the 24th and 25th of August before Huadunk went the dynamite on September 1st to top off, or to initiate, what has been a very losing month, and historically is. We've been talking about that ad nauseum on the show. September, not so good, but hopefully October will bring better fortunes, Mr. Kenobi. FEMY back into that 3 1/3, 3 1/4 area, keeping my eyes on that one, and CCL still flat, 1 or 2 pennies out of the money.
Yeah, man. So we got that pop. We got that pop of that 127.8. You rip right back up. You only get about like 10 pennies right there into this previous consolidation, and you come back in for a little bit of a pullback. But you know what I like for the confluence there? This the wicking that's going on here on the NQs. Maybe we do get a push back towards this consolidation low on the NQs as well, but that is yet to be seen. Getting a bit of buying pressure on top of that 14.9. I like that. Again, about every 100 points. Yeah, I like
Remember
that.
that?
Go ahead, DJ. Go and bring that back. Is that
No,
how it
that
goes? Or,
was Chingy.
Oh.
Chingy song?
Oh,
I
yeah.
Like that. I like that. Where the money at?
Yeah,
Na-na-na-na.
I remember Chingy. Chingy was great. I remember. So
having a good time.
a bit of a consolidation here. Let's see if we get that bounce on this Amazon. We kind of worked. I guess it was a little forgiving there as our position got about 10 pennies in the money, but we're looking for that 128 kind of recycle to see if that comes back in. VWAP also being right above that 128 as well. If the market
That was Houston, not Chingy.
was it?
Yeah.
Okay,
it was
okay.
Houston, man. My memory, I'm old.
Yeah.
What can I say?
I remember he had a couple songs with Chingy as well, right? I think
That's what I'm thinking.
maybe, yeah, maybe I think so
Chingy's
as well.
in jail.
Oh,
Maybe.
interesting.
Yeah.
That may explain why he hasn't been releasing much music.
Maybe.
You know.
Okay, Obi, I just got the call in my ear. The bullies are ready.
Yes.
But before we send it, this is the end of the road for you, so you can throw it
Yeah,
off.
I will see you guys later next week. All right. Take it easy. Have a good weekend, guys.
Much money.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock on a Friday as we head towards the weekend here. Welcome in. We'll give you a ton coming up in the next 20, 30-ish minutes of ideas to have a look at and consider to get you through the afternoon. Welcome to Lunch Money. I was just having a look at this. Is the DXY. We'll get into stocks here in a second, but I wanted to mention this as well. We're almost, I just said to Neil as we came back on here, almost back to day highs after that initial dip this morning ahead of the PCE data, and then it's been nothing but straight to the upside since the PCE number came out, if you missed it, at 8:30. Basically in line with expectations right across the board. Overall, the market kind of shrugging it off and moving higher into the weekend anyways. This one just popping up, going back a few minutes here, 11:45 I guess it was when this happened. So yeah, the US government going to come through with it looks like anyways, $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion loan for Lithium Americas to fund the development of their mine in Nevada, which is apparently the biggest one, potentially anyways, the biggest one in the US. So good look for LAC. I mean, it's got a long way to go back to highs. If you go out to the daily chart, this thing was all the way up here at 28, 29, even 30 and above. So quite the dip here for LAC, but nice pop anyways. Volume kind of dying off here pretty quick.
But it is worth a look on LAC. Oh, Canada, by the way.
Yeah.
For you, LAC. Don't mind, but we always start with the higher time frame. Going to get to the short float. It's about, 11, 12% short float on LAC. So I think that can be a little bit of a catalyst, but it's all about the potential for this to start something. And if you look at the daily, we always like to zoom out first. Double bottom is where you're coming from, and that's at $16. We like a nice little double bottom. It shows that the downward trend has a chance of a reversal, and there's usually room from there, possibly into some local highs, 20 to 21. That's on a higher time frame. You pop up the 3-minute. Generally speaking, you get the news event, you get the spike, comes back in, you got to wait for it to settle down. It's in the settle down phase, it looks like. This was not having a fantastic day in retrospect. Oddly enough, like technically speaking, this was actually a decent break if you're going to look at it at about 17.25. And I'm looking at yesterday's high, kind of a dip down under here. You look at 17.25. Had it done like a hold to low, consolidate, break out that level, probably would have liked it with minor news. We get back to there, I think that's where you will look for the dip buy to try and catch an upward swing on the stock. Given the fact it's made that double bottom on the daily, I would rather look for the long on the positive news, and it looks like that 17 quarter gives you an in. If it gets underneath, say 17 or 17.05, then all of a sudden it's under when the news came out, and at that point, 100% retracement, you almost want to be giving up on it. So I do like this. It should be on the radars. As I said, the volume's dying down, but it's lunchtime. Allow it to settle down. Some buyers might come into this one a little bit later, and if it holds on to that quarter mark, I think it's a decent bet to take that risk to reward back up to at least 17.75.
We've had many discussions with Rahim Alani on the show about the upcoming demand and the demand that's going to come through for these types of metals. So this is a good look. This is the headline anyways. If you missed it there, just joining a little bit late, $1 billion loan potentially coming through from the U.S. government to Lithium Americas. I was just reading through that, the story, the actual story, and they're saying they're actually in discussions, currently in discussions on the terms of a potential agreement. So looks pretty positive for LAC. Carnival, let's go to CCL. I saw this headline. This was from the call. So the call was at 10 o'clock this morning. I think it was the CFO that mentioned this. Their European brand specifically, booking curves now essentially back to pre-2019 levels. We're also saying capacity at 100% through the end of this year and into 2024. So it wasn't much in the way of negativity as far as this report goes.
Yeah, when you look at the chart of Carnival, the only good Carnival is in Trinidad every single year, and then we have a decent one here called Caravana. But hey man, my family's Antiguan, but Trinidad, they know what's up. They know how to line there. It was 11, it's 11% short float, not was, is, so it's always sexier to get a squeeze on a name like that on the earnings. And it's not to say that it was a bad report or anything like that, it's just the reaction to the price. And I think part of the problem is when we looked at the daily chart, and we're seeing this last night, Carnival had that flat bottom break through 15 even, and had put in a couple of really good days off this 13.5 to make a 10% move to get almost close to that 15 level back to the upside. So what happens is that they get their numbers out, and initially it looks like it's going to break. It rejects that 15 marker, which was that big resistance that it had just come down from, and suddenly you get right down into the previous support, so it goes from top to bottom of the range on the daily, and then it just cannot do that, can't punch through that top again the second time. That's when it turned into a short opportunity. So once it fails that 15 twice, you're looking consolidation short. I was short through 14 at this particular level, but suddenly, hey, you're at that bottom again. And look at the range bottom holding. This is not going to be SSR or anything like that because it's not 10% down. It can move 10% intraday, but it's from the previous close. So you're not looking at an SSR bounce here. What you are concerned with is that is 1365. On that daily chart, that is the support level. I think if it gets through like 1340, 1350, you got to be thinking about giving it up. But the risk to reward on Carnival is maybe some scalp longs off that bottom. If you get back up to like 1420, I almost favor like a little bit of a cheeky short in there, but try to scalp it. This is the type of stock where you want to join the obvious trend wherever it tries to go in the afternoon. I wouldn't fight it underneath 1350, but it's at a significant support level, which is already held a couple of times when you think about it. So it's not always about looking at that report and trying to say, okay, well, based on this, the fundamentals say the stock should go up. It matters where that sucker came from, right? Like you're going to point to a lot of things in the Nike report that look pretty solid and then see the stock get sold off, but you saw where it ran into close to that $100 level, just ran into some resistance. Same thing looks like it happened here on CCL.
I was noting both DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, and Foot Locker also gaining on Nike this morning. But yeah, no, Absolutely. What is actually happening versus what you think is happening?
Yeah, Dix with a firm move to the upside.
Anyone? No.
I'm gonna do it if you
All
say
right.
if you say the company. I'm
I'll
saying
give it to you.
keeps it real.
Let's talk about SoFi. I'm just going to move right on. Let's talk about SoFi back to $8. Couple 2-3 days in a row here. Back to $8, looking pretty good for SoFi. Coming up, I just checked. October 1st is Sunday. The student repayment in the U.S. is set to restart once again. So it looks like a lot of people, or a lot of attention being put on SoFi ahead of next week when that happens.
Yeah, and look, obviously SoFi, this is another name. Like, how many times when we pull up these stocks, it's like everything that we talk about has like a 12% short float. CCL just now, SoFi, pretty much the same thing. A lot of you in the chat like this name. I know you do. A lot of interest in both trading it and owning it and all that good stuff. But it was this 790 level that broke to the downside, right? And once it got underneath here, you saw the big quadrupling action. Now it's attempting to get back above, right in front of the student loan repayment deal. It's interesting in that, you know, everyone's sort of speculating that not everybody's going to be able to make these payments, which would not necessarily be good for SoFi. So what happened when you break down a big level like that, it went from resistance, it got taken out, and then when it blew to the upside, the 790, you had just a gigantic runner to the upside, which gave you a clean 30-cent move. Like, the thing about this is it might only be 30 cents, but it's very, very, this is a 3-minute chart. It's very clean to the upside. Like, when you're getting into this, like, maybe you're taking something out here the first 15 cents, and then when it curls here at 30s, you're probably taking something else out there. It's not giving you reasons to get out unless you're panicking out. And now you're going all the way back. I always say resistance turns into support, and that's the first thesis on a pullback here. It just broke $8. Now, when I was lining this one up, it hadn't broken 8. I was actually looking for another hold of $8 that could have taken out here at like 805, and then you work into some kind of a long. But I don't think you fight this underneath 790. If this cannot hold 790, you don't want to fight it. Wait for next week. That could be your move on SoFi. Underneath $8 has been a pretty decent short. I wouldn't necessarily short it here at 99. I think it has to get under that 790. There's still at least that chance for the bounce. It's at the key level right now. And I think as long as you're not fighting, don't fight the long underneath 790. Don't fight the short if it's going to hold on to that $8, 805 area. SoFi, what a mover. It's been absolutely fantastic. I always like to think about and look for that long first when it has a short flow, because sometimes it's a bit more explosive. I just don't think you can go wrong here. You have to have a lot of patience, as always, with a name like SoFi. And apparently Rivian's making some power moves. I don't know if you wanted to, if we can, I don't know if it's worth it. Wasn't necessarily going to talk about Rivian, but maybe just jump to the chart here very quickly because it just broke the high of the day and it's through that 24. So yet another name with a 13% short float, 11, 12, 13. We like names that have a big short float because it gives you a little bit of extra juice to the upside. I'm just going to quickly pivot and pop to the daily chart. Fortunately, Rivian's a name we've been looking at for a couple of days here. So, the scrolling. So we can tell you it's getting very close to this local high. This is about 24.5. It's had a lot of trouble punching through here. It's been a $20 to 24.5 range for the better part of a month and a half or whatever it works out to. You zoom it in, and this is the move. Now, the market has had trouble holding up here on Rivian. This is a name overall, but Rivian is a name that's breaking out on highs. That's relative strength. Just be wary. It looks super strong right now, but you look at that daily chart, you are at huge resistance that it has all kinds of trouble punching through at that 24.5. I see a level like that in the daily chart. My first thought is give it a chance to fade. There's a lot of people looking at the 3-minute, the 5-minute, the 15-minute, whatever it might be. They're looking to join trend to the upside. And if it breaks out at 24.5, people think it's just a stair step. 23.50, 24, even 24.5. It breaks that long, tries to get over the level on the daily. The short back underneath is a longer term setup on the higher time frame chart and can trap some longs at the high of the day into a potentially weak market. So I'm looking for the short setup off of 24.5. If it wants to continue the trend, you can always look for the 24 even. Safer way to maybe get in there risk to reward.
S&P 500 about to go red on the day. So there's that. 0.4 still positive for the NASDAQ, but yeah, potentially negative market. Rivian as well next week. At some point next week, we'll get, most likely anyways, delivery numbers from Rivian. So something to look forward to as well. I don't see anything right now anyways, but definitely a ton of relative strength coming into play. A little more context on SoFi, for those wondering. One of the products they have is the refinancing of student loans. Although, I mean, I was just reading through this note and they were suggesting a lot of people, now that they have to, might want to refinance, but given where interest rates are right now, I'm not sure that's the best idea, but definitely something that SoFi could potentially benefit from, right? So
that would be good for them.
Anyways, we'll see what happens. Again, that's Sunday, October 1st, when those repayments will start up again. So we'll watch SoFi going into next week. This was 2 days ago on Palantir. They got that 250, or was it yesterday? It was yesterday. The bear cave with a, or sorry, I shouldn't call it the bear cave. It was the bull case and bear case from Benz. I don't know why that just popped in my head.
I was like, short seller report.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? There isn't, for anyone wondering. $250 million contract comes through 2 days ago from the government, once again, for Palantir.
Yes, sir. And with this one, let's just say 16 here. Only an 8.5% short float, and another stock. I mean, SoFi's chart, Palantir's chart, they might as well be the same thing today. Like early breakout, gives it all back, comes right into support. The difference between Palantir and SoFi should be obvious. SoFi just broke $8. Palantir held on to $16. So this is one where you're still holding on to the 16 level, the play back into resistance. That is the 16.35. This is where it gets a little bit dicey because when we zoom out to the higher time frame chart, this same 16.30 area, that's resistance of this channel on the daily. So if you're not holding above that, you're in trouble because that's like the upper part where we failed to break out this morning is exactly above the resistance on the daily. What I was talking about with Rivian, that's what Palantir did this morning. It basically did the breakout long above a resistance level on the daily chart and then took it back in. And then once it was back underneath, the one spot to reshort it was that same level on the daily. I think you look back into this 16.35 and give it a chance to be a short one time. If it breaks it out, fair enough, then this is a true breakout on Palantir and you let it go. So I think you play inside the range this afternoon, 16. It's already been a good hold, fair enough. It's already 20 cents up there. I think the 35 level, look for the fade. It is that level on the daily chart. Overall, the trend, I know the stock is up today, but if you think about it, it's kind of more of a downward trend outside of that early break, and maybe if the market's going to be weak, you look for that rollover. I would not normally like a short at a level like that off a 16 bounce were it not for that level on the daily chart that we're rejecting.
All right, just looking into their next earnings date as well. Somebody was saying there. November 6th, so we got to wait a while still for PLTR to hear from them, but not next Friday, but the week after Friday, we'll get big banks once again. Here's the LAC. Just popping back up once again on decent volume anyway. So trying to get going again, 3% still on that $1 billion government loan potentially coming through. Yeah, trying to get going again. Lulu back on back to the upside today. Nice look on the daily chart once again, trying to hold on to 380 overall. This was interesting. It was, I mean, an analyst take on this mirror product. If you remember, they purchased this product, the fitness mirror that'll show you workouts and things you can do in your bedroom if you want, from an individual. I forget her last name, Bryn something or other. Anyways, I looked it up yesterday. It was $400+ million. They bought it for. They're not going to be able to sell it as a part of this Peloton deal that was announced yesterday. So this analyst essentially saying, don't worry about it. The negative impact of not being able to sell it anymore for Lululemon already priced in.
Yeah, and you know what? I actually like Lulu. I mean, it's hard not to like the chart on the daily, especially if it gets back above 390. So this is a daily. It did not report. Again, just a bit of a glitch sometimes on trade ideas. So that 390 level looks like a big one for Lululemon. It's kind of chilling out, up 1.6%, showing a little bit of relative strength. On the 1 minute, you can see that here. It is looking like a bit of a breakout at 385. It's not normally a day trading stock, but if you look at this double bottom consolidation break, that looks pretty decent. The name that I was more interested in for the trade, obviously the other side of it, and there's always a theme with these during lunchtime, is I always we like these movers, right? Like Peloton, 12% short float, the bit of the hole yesterday. It was a good trade early off the 480 area. You see how much it's been beaten up. It's trying to hold on to 5. I think there's a lot of room for it to squeeze, were it to hold that 5 level. Still hasn't done much of anything when you look at the daily chart. Like, you got a lot of room for this to rally back up to the 50 period or even just fill in this gap. Like, that is $6.70. You're not talking about, it's like 30% to the upside from here. So I like the potential for a squeeze into that level. You look at the 3-minute. What have we done since, I say we, no, actually, I haven't even traded the stock, but what has it done since breaking 5 this morning? Hold 5, a little bit of a higher high, and certainly higher lows into the market, which has not been strong. So, Peloton, it's not doing anything crazy just yet, but risk to reward, you get Lulu breaking out a little bit, you get a few stocks hanging out that bottom, you get something which has a little bit of a squeeze potential, and you have a $5 hold. That's a recipe for a decent R&R trade. It's sitting at 5.10 right now. 10, 15 cents worth of risk, it breaks the high of the day, and you never know what can happen. Now, at the time, I thought maybe it could pull back and give you a 5 entry. That ship has sailed. Like, when I looked at it right at the end of the show, when we were done at 11 o'clock, it was in the midst of this little dip. I'm like, oh, this can get back in and double bottom at $5. But it's putting in higher lows. I think that means you look for the consolidation entry here on Peloton. Never sleep on these things day 2 and day 3. Just because it doesn't go ham on the first day, as long as it still sets up off the same area, you want to give it a chance on day 2, maybe even day 3, similar to how you would approach anything post-earnings.
Bryn Putnam was her name, and I stand corrected. It was actually $500 million. She sold the mirror product to Lululemon for initially back in 2020. So yeah, Bryn Putnam down there for $500 million. Good for her. Now they're not even going to use it. Femi, we'll go with that. F-E-M-Y. 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row here. Just an absolute monster. Wainwright doubling down, HC Wainwright doubling down. This was out earlier in the week. They come out again this morning, reiterating, quote unquote, reiterating their buy rating on this Femi. They like it.
Yeah, you reiterate your buy rating after the stock already goes ham. Good for you, HC Wainwright. But really, this has been one of those, you're not losing going long, but it hasn't been an easy long. Let's be real about it. So, big breakout. It's not really about short float for a name like this. It's about the float being only 13 million shares. So a lot of times you'll zero in, it's like, look at this stock fly, short float 0.15%. No, it's 13 million and the volume is tremendous. It's done 117, almost 118 million shares worth of volume. Like, it's lunchtime. We're doing lunch money. It's 8.5 times the float this is churning through. So, as always, the market makers are the ones that win in a situation like this. But, yeah, you can win to the long side as well. You're just looking at it. The daily chart's going to give you some limited help, I think, since the break of $2. Right? Like, this is a level this morning was playing off longs in front of the 2 level. That was this resistance on the daily. Once that's gone, I think you have to tread at least a little bit lightly here with Femi. I think Sharif has said this. I was saying it this morning. You had to look for your dip opportunities. I think there was a good one in the 220s and in the 230s. We had that earlier. Like, allow it to pull back in, give the snap back up, pull back in, build in. The consolidation has been the way to go because it's having these sharp pullbacks. It was one off the $3 level. You just had one now that dipped right into 3 even. So that might have been it. I kind of thought when I was putting this together that the next dip was going to re-challenge like a 275 area. Since then, you made another high, and it looks like it's going to have to hold on to 3. So 3 looks like the local consolidation zone. The only thing I would say is I don't love chasing these things up top. If you trade this without the willingness to get wicked out in one of those candles, that means you're risking holding on to the bottom. It is very different being long this thing from yesterday, or being long it at $1.70, or being long at 2 or 220, and holding into these levels, as opposed to getting into the long and then trying to hold that for the entire day. You can get long. If you get long in here like 325, and you're like, I'm not putting a stop at $3 or underneath $3. And what's your out going to be? Because if you're not stopping out here and it breaks 275, this stock could halt down and reopen at 225. Like, that's a very real possibility. So I'm always willing to get wicked out. Got wicked out a couple of times on trailing stops in here today. I think 3 is a level you're working off of here. From a psychological standpoint, every even dollar matters. But like this puppy, if you start thinking about like what could really happen in terms of like something crazy, if you pull out the daily chart, Like this here is about 375. Like that's pretty close to where we just got. And then from there, you're looking at all kinds of whipsaw action off the $5 level. So I think loosely 375. If it dips into 3, that's where I'd be targeting. If it breaks out at 4, I actually feel as if I would pay for locates for a shot at the $5 level. Obviously, a lot of people would be happy if it gets there, and the dip 3 would be good at that point. But I'm not really thinking a short until this thing were to at least challenge the $5 level. It's been way too strong so far.
Yeah, and it's not one of those typical ones that, you know, teeny tiny float. I mean, it's tiny. It's 12.8 million, I was just noting, on the float, but not one of those like 1 or 1.5 million float type of squeezes.
Yep.
So interesting. Yeah, we'll see what happens next week for FEMY. Here's VinFast. We'll go to next here. VFS doing its best impression of something that wants to bounce off of $10. There was a headline, I mean, going back to earlier in the week about India plant, possibility of an India plant, but nothing since then. I mean, volume's still a little bit higher than the past couple of days. This thing looks so bad, though, on the daily chart.
It's hard for it to look good given the move that it made. That's just how it is. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like the stock does something completely insane and goes to $80. From the daily, it's going to look like an absolute gong show and dumpster fire, right? So it's not really doing much on the daily. You guys can see that here. I'm just going to do it this way. Pop over to the 3-minute. You can see the last couple of days have been pretty good, like stair step up, challenge the 13 level, bit of a dip, hold on to 12, fail 13, bit of a dip, hold on to 12. This time it breaks 13, looks pretty good. Still not really any follow through from 13. Now on that daily, you did see the next really significant level is $20. So as long as it holds on to 12, this thing has a chance. $20 is an easy, I mean, I hate saying the easy short. At $20, I look for short. Pay for locates, look for a reversal play, something along those lines. The volume is the problem. Again, at the time, it looked like it was making some higher lows, and if volume could have held up, I'd be telling you, play off the higher low, look for that long. This might be, I don't know, like when I set this one up, it looked a lot better for a rubber band play than it does now on lower volume. I would say hold off on this until maybe a little bit later on in the session if it can show it can take out the 13 level. This might be more along the lines of, hey, you might have missed a chance at the 12 dip buy, which is kind of where the support has been. I'm not sure you get something risk to reward that sets up. You might just have to do some volume and take out the 13, look for a consolidation above 13 that can hold on to a higher low at 13 even, and then go from there. A lot of times, set these things up like an hour ago, and I don't know that I would want to pay $12.50 to 12 in here. Kind of felt like you could be a little bit lower and get a better bounce price. Let's see if it can carry above that 13 level. I do believe there's room to go if it can take out these highs.
Yeah, definitely one of those ones. You need some participation, I think, this afternoon before considering it whatsoever. I mean, across the board, obviously, going into Friday afternoon, into the weekend, end of the month. A lot of people have probably wrapped up some positions already and have packed it in. But let's wrap things up, speaking of, with Nike here. Decent look for, that's still VFS, but decent look for Nike today, as we were saying, was up more than 10% when I sat down this morning, and as let's just say it's not anymore, but still pretty good look for Nike. Q1 financials beating across the board. There was some questionable numbers in that report I saw, but I mean, given the circumstances, given the economic conditions, acceptable, I guess, from the market is the best word.
Yeah, it's just, look, it just ran to somewhere where there was going to be sellers. I think that's what happens. Profit taking in a market today where, how many charts did I show you where you had a spike up at the open and then an instant reversal? So it was just sort of giving things up, and oh yeah, it's not that green of a day for Nike. But like, it's obviously going to be one of those situations where it's difficult to get into 100 level on a downward trending stock, and where it wasn't a completely perfect report, and then not have some sellers jump in. It didn't quite get to 100 to set up that short for me. But you can look to, maybe zooming in on this daily, you can sort of see this kind of fell apart right around like 95 half, and then 94 things really accelerated. So you're in the pocket where underneath it, like, things get really nasty, but it's still holding out at that 95 zone. So suddenly, and it just did a bit of a liquidity grab, and this is kind of like the setup that you look for when you're at some of these lows off 95. Like, it just did an under 95 take, held on to 94.75, and then right back up and is consolidating. Like, generally speaking, if this was a 10% down stock, I'd already be long. Like if this was 10% down, that 95 breakdown, I'd be long 95 on the way back in with a stop at 75, and I'm looking for a press back into 96, maybe 96.5. Now it's not SSR, but that doesn't mean a similar setup isn't there. It would just mean I'm more particular about getting in. I'd want to get a nice long consolidation here where it rejects this rollover of the lower high. Show me that it wants to hold that higher low, then start breaking out. If, like as I said, if it was 10% to the downside in SSR, I'd already be in the long just instantly. But here, I think you want to be a little bit more patient if you're trying to pick a bottom in a weak market. But it does have some support. It just wicked the 95 level. Every even dollar from down here looks like it's good. Obviously, Nike not the best quarter. You did also just see Lulu break that 385, so worth keeping an eye on Lululemon. If that starts rejecting that breakout, probably not a good sign for any Nike longs. Like to look at those things in concert, maybe get one dragged up by the other. A lot of trading opportunities out there. I can't get over, I got to go back to it just for a second. I mean, that LAC is going to, like as if. Like it bounces right off essentially the quarter. Like that's your move. It goes right to, I mean, I'd be out at like 75. But it goes right to 1780. Maybe you get a chance at a double bottom, but that's what lunch money is about. It's like calm yourself down. When it's pulling back, look for a level to support. It supports that 1725 once. Maybe LAC does it again. I'll find out when I'm back at my desk in a minute.
Yeah, that's one of the purposes behind this. We give you a chance to kind of, stop what you're doing, get a little bit of a reset in, and then come up with the plan for the afternoon. So there you go. We didn't touch on it this morning, and I was reading through a few of the comments and headlines that came out of that town hall with Fed Chair Powell after the close yesterday. There really wasn't anything earth-shattering, obviously, that came from it. The statement that was released right at 4 p.m., he didn't even comment on monetary policy. There were some very general remarks directed more at education and how education's impact on the overall economy is going to help in the long run. But I mean, it was kind of status quo from Fed Chair Powell. So I saw a couple of people were mentioning that in the chat. And it was really a bit of a nothing burger, it seemed. But going into next week, we have non-farm payrolls coming up next Friday. So that'll be the next kind of stop as far as the Fed and everything is concerned. But there you go, lunch money for a Friday afternoon. We're back at 2 o'clock. Let's go over to Sharif and Adara.
I like what you just said there. Neil's head is opening.
Yeah, I just laughing at the graphic there. Yeah.
All right, welcome, Adira.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back.
There we go.
Making some trades.
Absolutely. Let's take us through the trades.
Yeah, we're gonna learn from our mistakes. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at some unfortunate decisions I made with Amazon.
All right.
Is what we will do. And yeah, like let's all learn from what we've done here. Or from what I've done here. Okay. So this was my issue. What I was trying to like get a play off the VWAP here. I'm gonna zoom in a bit more so we can kind of see what was happening. I was like, oh, we're gonna get almost gonna change this to 1 minute because I think that might be more helpful for what I'm trying to show. But just chart times. Okay, yeah. So I was like, oh, we're gonna buy in the dip. We're gonna get like a bit of a VWAP action. A, I probably should have watched this a bit more to see if it got any lower and then buy below the VWAP. And then B, I just like it didn't ever get any higher than that. I had to get out here, and then like the greatest decision, I got back in for some reason. And then I got out too early. I got out here. It actually ended up kind of almost climbing back up to that. I still don't think it got like as high as I got in on. But yeah, the point is on this one, the lesson I learned was you need to be patient. Patience is a virtue. Try to buy below the VWAP and not like right at it. And just wait and watch the chart, which I know I said I was going to do more of yesterday. But yeah, learning, that's what we do. We learn. We're going to laugh at this Apple here. I was just saying to Sharif too, just off camera, is that I feel like with, I find Friday to be, at least in my limited experience, I find Friday to be like a weird day for trading, right? So yeah, so I mean, as you can see, this is a situation where I, A, again, should have bought below the VWAP, and B, I mean, they call it a long for a reason, wait, right? Because if I had waited, I could have made, I don't know how much, I could have made a little bit on this trade, but instead I lost like 20 cents, right? So I really, here I should have just bought a little bit lower and stayed patient. That's my big lessons from the day, but we're gonna try to get in some good trades.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting look, and I think you bring up a very good point with respect to Friday because you know a lot of people like they want to jet, they want to take off Friday, right? So the volume typically drops off a little bit, right? And so what you're seeing, I think, is pretty accurate. All right, guys, we are out of all our trades, but let me tell you about this Femi trade. because you know, as well as I did on it, I feel like at the end I paper-handed it, and the reason is I should have had a stop below 3. It held 3 very well. Rather than having a stop below 3, I kept my stop relative to my entry point. That is a mistake. That is a junior A mistake. I don't know why I did that. Didn't want to give up the ghost, I guess. I didn't want to give up any profits, I guess. In any event, this is the upward trend line on FEMI. It's holding beautifully, I gotta say. I mean, and you know, these things are kind of put together haphazardly. They're not an exact science, this, that, and the other. Fact of the matter is, we're making higher lows and now higher highs on this retracement. We haven't printed anything above 62s at that 2/3 of a level, but it's been very nice. Move back up off that dip into, I believe, 30, where is that? 303. It got to that low on that red minute candle here. This is a 303 print. Again, it kind of supports my my assertion that I should have had it sub 3. I mean, it had so much trouble breaking through 3. There was an obvious resistance level. Anyway, that's a mistake on my part. I don't need to belabor that point. Point is, don't put your stop relative to your entry. Put your stop relative to the price action. So FEMI, there we go. Good move there. Now, with respect to CCL, got out once it broke that 65 level. That's the end. We'll take a 10-penny loser on that. Rivian, though. Neil traded Rivian this morning on the morning show. Neil, you traded Rivian, didn't you? Did you trade Rivian? He didn't trade Rivian. He mentioned it. He mentioned it because it is very strong, especially relative to the market. Look at this, Adara.
I know. I have it up on my chart right now, actually.
Perfect. You want to take it over? And
yeah,
have
I
a
mean,
look?
sure I can. Yeah, like, so I was actually looking at this when I was back at my desk over there, and I was kicking myself because I saw kind of what was happening over here, and I was like, oh, maybe I should get in. And then I was like, oh, well, no, you know, you have to like have lunch. You have to go do the midday. Like, you can't just sit here and watch this trade. And, you know, I think I was like maybe a little bit in my head because of some questionable previous decisions made about Amazon and Apple that we just talked about. But yes, yeah, so you know what, maybe, again, this is like maybe just, because if I had gotten in here, you know, I think it would have done decently, right? Like, even if I had pulled out earlier, we're still at what? Like, we broke day's highs. So I was, and the funny thing is I was watching the chart as it broke the day's highs and I wasn't in it. And so, yeah. But I mean, I would like to get in Rivian a bit later if we do see it kind of like getting above these levels here, above that ceiling of, I think, 24.5.
I agree. Yep. What I like about Rivian here is it's given you a steady state move up. Now, it's kind of a random area off which to get, but historically here, especially from this move up from 11 o'clock onwards, it's semi-respected the 7 EMA. I mean, there is this dip here on the 1150 5-minute candle where it dipped substantially below the 7 period. But look at the closing prints. And the 7 period, guys, the green one right here. So this is the line I'm talking about on RIVN. The majority, and I would say almost all the closing prints are north of that 7 EMA. The 7 EMA is, for what I use it for, is to get dip trades off something that's trending upward. So if it's not giving you a full-fledged retracement, like for example, back to VWAP, or in this case, there seemed to be a bit of a flat top here at that 24.15. Look at the amount of touches we have at 24.15. Initially here, then again here, then you get the break at 12.15. So the 7 EMA is what I usually use for something that's not giving you an opportunity to get it off a major retracement. And if you're setting up a dip trade around here, it's a good look, at least for me in this case. Anyway, back to the highs we go. 24.49 on RIVN. We're just a smidge below that $0.50 level. Where do we see resistance coming in on Rivian? Because we're already over 6% on the day. Let's go to half-an-hour chart, figure out where we could possibly find some resistance. Taking us back to September 15th, it looks like the wick there got us almost to that 2/3 level, Adair, where we wicked up ever so quickly, and we didn't really stay above there. On the opening print, the 9:30 a.m. print, we got about the 26 2/3. Before that, though, we really need to zoom out. Let's go to the hourly and figure out where possible resistance is. Yeah, it literally is that 24.50. That's an interesting resistance level. That takes us all the way back to early August.
That's crazy. Yeah. I even remember, I remember overhearing Neil talking about the 24.50 on lunch money. And so, because I was thinking about maybe getting in, like I said, but even thinking, like hearing that, I think it makes sense to see if it tests that level, right? But yeah, no, I think Rivian is something
Yep.
that I would like consider getting in for sure. If it goes above that level, if we see a bit of a dip. I actually have Micron up right now because this is one that I was seeing some movement on. Yeah, let's go back a little bit here. But yeah, so it's had like kind of a lot of highs and lows, but right now, why I was interested in it is you are kind of seeing, I mean, it's not like it's gone kind of high. It might be lower lows, we'll see, but I feel like it could have like a bit of, upward sloping action. And if I do see more of a pattern there, I would jump in on it because we also have the rebound play from yesterday where it was super down after reporting its quarterly earnings. So yeah, for a couple reasons, I think Micron is of interest to me at this point.
Okay, cool. I'm just looking at some of the side chart here. I saw some people saying Moderna. Yeah, sure, Moderna's up 4%. It's moving right now, actually. It's probably worth looking at. mRNA, don't see a catalyst, so be careful with this one. 4% is nothing to sneeze at, though. It is a more expensive type stock, but what I like, guys, can you zoom out a little bit from the thing so I can show the volume? Thank you. What I do like is look at this new volume coming in. Sure, we had one volume bar there that got into that 40,000 shares per 1 minute candle. And then we had, again, a couple up here. But now we're having an accumulation, weirdly, midday. So it looks like somebody's interested in this stock after the lunchtime hour. It looks like 12:15 or so, the buying started. We broke HOD at that 103.50 right over here. And now we're knocking on the door of that 104.50. Good look on Moderna. Again, not seeing any reason for that. If anybody knows what's afoot with Moderna, please tag me in the chat. Make sure to tag me so that I can actually see the tag, guys. Otherwise, if you just put my name, sometimes I miss it. All right, so where could we encounter resistance? Well, on the 19th, it looks like 19th and 20th, actually, we definitely had resistance at that 107 area. So it's a bit of a smiley face forming here too, right? Where we had that down day, then you get a bit of a flat bottom at that 98, 97.50. And it's been a couple of days making higher highs and higher lows. So good look on Moderna, but I am suspicious of it because it is without a catalyst. 104.70 now, the HOD on mRNA, keeping an eye on that. And I like the fact that you pointed out Micron. I remember telling the Katina man earlier, Micron strong. He's like, yeah, he was busy with other stuff, though.
Yeah, no, there is strength there, I think, for sure. Right now, I'm just going to have DraftKings up, not for any particular reason, just because I know that was one that Tuesday and Wednesday was getting traded a lot. We had a couple catalysts there. I mean, it's breaking above VWAP. So this is something I would keep an eye on potentially, but yeah, it's a lot of, I find, I guess we've got these really large candle wicks, right? So I mean, it's maybe a bit of a volatile move, but I'm gonna probably keep checking up on it as it breaks VWAP. If it does a bit higher, a bit lower, if there's a bit of a dip pattern forming there, maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll get into that.
All right, let's talk a little bit about FEMI. I know I complained a little bit about this one. This is really frustrating when you get bottom wick like that as you're out. It's not a good feeling, at least for me. But that doesn't mean the trade is over. Now, what I'm seeing is lower highs. And now if we start printing a lower low, especially if we break through that $3 level, this is an interesting short, okay? We know that this one is quite volatile. We closed out at $1.50 yesterday. We're up well over 125%. But this is not one of those ones where you want to get in early kind of to front run the move. I think that what you need to do here is wait for confirmation of the lower high. You're already getting it because it spiked into 340 and then retraced back into 320, and then wait for that lower low. And to me, it's not just enough that it goes below that 304, which is the bottom end of this trough. It's more important that it breaks and holds below that $3 level. This could be an interesting short if it starts giving up the ghost. Not saying it will. It's a strong name, so you need to be cognizant of the fact that it is a counter trend trade. But you can scalp these, right? I mean, what we're looking for is a trend change and to kind of materialize or to capitalize on that. That's what I'm looking for. So anyway, what I'm looking for is a confirmation that we have a lower high and then the flat bottom break at 3. And then maybe we can even hit the flat bottom break animation. That would be amazing. But that's what I'm looking at right now. We talked about Rivian. Adara talked about Micron. ARM is the other one that we talked about at the top of the show. It is decidedly weak, especially when you look at, well, earlier it was, very weak relative to the other microchip semiconductor names. Now we have a couple of other red ones, but ARM has been down and to the right the majority of the day. We started the day off at that closing price from yesterday, 55.5. Best we could do is 56.79. That's the HOD, and that was made on the opening range break, but it has been down, 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 lower lows, lower highs all throughout. Now we got a bit of a curl up to test 54, and lo and behold, we rejected 54, and looks like we're coming back down now into 53.5. Low a day, 53.21. So this one could be curling down, possibly for flat bottom break there at 53.25, Adara.
Well, yeah, speaking, nice. So speaking of those microchip names, I've got AMD up here. Because we're seeing, okay, yes, I was in this for a moment. This was another questionable trade on my part today. I should have waited to see kind of more where it was going. Because I was seeing a bit of these dips here, and again, I was like, oh, let's try to play off of this, right? Because AMD has been strong in the last couple of days. I did really well with AMD for my first 2 trades yesterday, and then it slipped a bit. But I digress. So I went, and then it kind of just tanked to the bottom. If I had stayed in it, it went all the way up here, right? So again, patience is a virtue. But yeah, we're seeing kind of, these swoops here, this upward and downward trending pattern. So if it's something that, again, if this pattern continues, I will maybe jump in that one as well. But I would have to wait to see if this is stable. But especially as the other microchip names are maybe struggling a bit, stuff like ARM, right? But yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, let's have a look a little bit here at the future. Because, we had a big move down after making that 15,060 HOD. And then we've been making, as you can see here, a series of lower highs and lower lows. We started consolidating at this, 14,935, which is a level on my chart, probably a previous close, from which we're finding support. Surprise, surprise. That's why I keep these levels on there. But the interesting part to me is that we are dancing with the pre-market lows at 730 here. This was the 14,925. That was kind of the general area of the low. And then, we've been bouncing off that area multiple times. The thing is, though, it's a random area here on the NQ. I think the better level definitely is to look at the ES here. I think the ES may be the one keeping us afloat at this point here. And this is why I say that. Yesterday's close on the ES, 4337. Look at all these wicks into 4338 once, twice, OB thrice, right? Into that level, and we keep getting bought up at that level. So I feel like it might be the ES keeping the market from tanking a little bit lower here. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. I just got a message from the Brendo. Fed Williams speaking, nothing major, but that always has a possible effect on the market. So make sure you're keeping an eye on the future, and any movement could be associated to that, Adair.
Fabulous. Yeah, so I got in on AMD, as I mentioned I might. We're gonna see how this moves up. Wish I'd gotten in a little bit lower. Oh, now it's going lower again. But yeah, again, we're gonna wait on this a little bit. We're gonna be a little patient, like maybe I wasn't earlier. So yeah, so AMD is, although now as it sinks below VWAP. Okay, yeah, AMD is happening right now. That's what I've got. I'm gonna check Bumble, because it was upgraded to a buy by Loop Capital this morning. So that is one that I'm gonna take a look at. And I
chart too, but it didn't move. I saw that.
Yeah, I thought I checked. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, go have a look.
Oh, yeah, so maybe earlier in the day, let's go to 9:30ish. Yeah, so right at open. Pre-market we had some action, but yeah, other than that, it's kind of dancing around here. Seems a little low, but that was one that I had on my radar that I thought I would take a look at. Let's go. I'm gonna pop over at Nike as well after the earnings yesterday. Yeah, no, it's not really doing much. We've got a couple little ups and downs, but yeah, a lot of the ones that were moving earlier in the day, and I guess this is often the case for midday, which I'm learning, is if they're moving earlier, they're not necessarily going to be moving in the afternoon. But yeah, it's stuff to keep an eye on for sure. Let me go back to my AMD here.
Oof.
Yeah, so AMD is tanking right now. So
yeah,
we'll see
moving down.
if it dips, I don't know. It's getting a little dicey here. As I said, Friday has not historically been a great trading day for me. This is like only the second Friday I've traded, but the point still stands. But yeah, so we'll see how this goes. I would love for it to like, you know, swoop up a little bit here. Yeah, patience and trying not to stress out too much. That's
All right.
the secret to trading.
We just broke through the level that I was talking about on the ES, saying that that was a level that was holding us up. Probably something related to Fed Williams. I'm gonna keep up my blotter here. Yes, so I've got them. Let's see some of the comments he has been saying. Williams says future is uncertain. Data will drive future policy choices. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Says will take a while for full monetary policy tightening to affect economy. We know that there's a lag, obviously, with rates, unemployment to rise just over 4% next year. That's a bold statement. Says GDP should moderate next year at about 1.25. Okay, maybe get a soft landing off that 1.25 rather than seeing some negative prints. Interesting there. Fed Williams says inflation still too high, price stability essential for economy. Okay, job market strong, current unemployment rate matches long-term trend. Okay, job market moving into better balance. All right, so nothing really groundbreaking here. Fed Williams says ample signs that inflation pressures are waning. All right, I don't think anything really that bad from at least from those comments. Now, I haven't read the entire thing and I wasn't listening to it. In any event, we are at the close from yesterday, right at the close from yesterday here on the ES. This is an interesting support level. Do we stay positive, flat, or do we go negative on the day? Right now, we're 0.02 negative as it comes down below that 337 area. And it has been a down day, essentially from the 930 print on. Again, much like the NQ, we have a 4371 crest, then a 4370 crest, and then a double top here at 4365, and then Huadunk went the dynamite, and we were not able to come back above that range at 4352, which was a bit of a bottom on the range here. Can't reclaim it, and we're making lower lows and lower highs. Looks like we may end up negative unless something changes on the day there.
Yeah, and it's funny because I thought we would maybe end up positive because I was looking at the SPY earlier today when, looking at the whole sector watch portion of the earlier segments, earlier in the morning show. But yeah, I was hoping we'd have a positive day. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Abu Alm in the chat mentioned Tesla, so I've got Tesla pulled up here. I mean, what's fun? I was looking at Tesla earlier today because, you're noticing that pattern of like this upward kind of trending pattern. I didn't get into it just because I had other things going on. I kind of wish I had, but it is what it is. I mean, right now we could be seeing a trend upward, but right now it looks like there's a lot of volatility to the downside. Yeah, we got Tesla hasn't really touched VWAP in a while either, so I would say Tesla is probably trending down from what I can tell right now, but it's had a good day so far.
All right, zoom out a little bit just so that everybody can kind of see what we're looking at there. But yeah, so I neglected to mention that there is some confluence at the levels here between the ES, which is at yesterday's close. I mentioned that 4337. But the NQ, despite the fact that it's not at yesterday's close, it is at that 100-point level, 14.9. Now, we know these 100-point levels typically end up being support and resistance levels for whatever reason. So both of them are at, I would say, critical levels at the moment. We blow through the 100-point level, important to me. We blow through yesterday's close, also important to me because we're moving down here. What's Williams saying, man? These Fed speakers, they just need to not speak. They always end up, tanking the markets. Nothing new coming in on my scanner, on my blotter. I mean, there with respect to what they're saying. It's always nice when they have a blackout period and they can't speak to the media, and that's usually 2 weeks or so before the Fed FOMC meeting. They're not allowed to speak to the media. Yeah, so then
people don't stress out about levels because, we don't know. Ignorance is bliss, I guess, at that point. But yeah, exactly. That makes sense.
So kind of like a weird looking head and shoulders here. This is one of these patterns that's a reversal pattern.
Okay,
where you have like a head and like this is supposed to be the left shoulder, this kind of the right shoulder.
I can see it. Yeah, so it's like, and then that's so you can tell things are maybe headed down.
Yeah, and then once it really goes down, you say knees and toes. I'm just kidding.
Oh. Is reverse head and shoulders, would that be a pattern to the upside then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pattern.
That's absolutely accurate. Brendo sending me another message here. Fed Williams, GDP should moderate next year to 1.25. Yeah, got that already. Unemployment raised to rise to 4%. Got that one. See inflation. Oh, this is a new one. I see inflation ebbing to 3.25% this year, heading to 2% in 2025. That's the one I think that's probably tanking the market here. That's not what you want to see, especially with the fact that their stated goal is 2%. And then the Fed is at or near the peak for the federal funds rate. That we kind of knew. Abu Sayh, 199 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Your take on Nike 95 level, please, up or down? You want to have a crack at this one, Adair, and then I'll look at it as well?
Yeah, I can try. You know, we'll do what we can here. Let me take. I'm just gonna this 95 level. Yeah, it looks pretty steady. I think it.
The wick is kind of distorting your chart. I feel like that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, zooming out here, it looks like, you know, trying to get above like this 95.5 is maybe kind of being a struggle. We're seeing some wicks down, so I would say I would be hesitant. I don't know. I mean, that's my take, and that
Sure.
could be incorrect. But.
Let's have a look. All right, 95 on here. This is the hourly chart on Nike, so we're gonna have a look at the wider view first.
Okay, that's probably a good way of doing it. Yeah.
Well, you can do it however you want. But we're going to look to see if 95 is a level with which we need to concern ourselves, or it's just some random level that we're at right now, right? And I got to tell you, say that again. Pixie halted, by the way, guys, down. I'll have a look. Don't worry about it, Sean. I can get it. PIXY. I wonder if, oops, typed it in wrong. Just give me a sec. I will get to Nike in 1 second. Pixie's halted up. It's now up 3.14%. News pending, says Neil, so it's not a volatility halt. Keep that in mind. That is different. All right, back to Nike, and we'll get to Pixie in a second. I don't see 95 as an important level, Edhem, because, you know, we can go all the way back to July. There's nothing around 95 other than the fact that we're retracing into it now. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Let's go to the 4-hour and see if we can see anything at 95. All right, what do we have here? What's this over here? Can you guys take my picture off? Because there's this. Thank you. All right, where is this level? This is 97 and a third, 97. No, I got to tell you, Edhem, I don't really see 95 as an important level. The levels that I do see as important are this 98 level, which we danced with for multiple days. That's first and foremost. And then, you know, obviously you're going to have to say the 100 level as well, because it is the, you know, the whole dollar, $100 level, even though there's not that much activity around it. Yeah, it's a tough one. I got to tell you the truth. Nike's been quite confusing, whether from a price action perspective or a fundamentals perspective. But on the day, Nike definitely finding support at that 95. We've been flirting with it since 11 o'clock onwards, and we haven't really broken through it decidedly. 94.75 low.
Yeah, no, so I think that's interesting, and it shows me too, like with levels, how you need to step back and not just look at the day. I think that was but I feel like, yeah, you get a better sense of at what point things are stopping when you do look at the whole picture, which is, like, I think, a big thing I learned. Yeah, so right now the whole picture I'm looking at is AMD, which is, I mean, maybe heading back up, we'll see. But yeah, this is another case where I probably should have waited and bought it lower if I got into it at all. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna wait a little bit on it. It seems like it's maybe heading up. But yeah, that's the picture on AMD right now. Let me see what else is moving here. I'm gonna take a look at NVIDIA, because apparently that's having a bit of strength. I mean, yeah, so like again, we're still mostly down here, but yeah, like NVIDIA looks like it might be coming up. That would be one to check out. Also, another one for the morning is Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch. That one got an upgrade from the Bank of America. So let's see how this one's. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I forgot that it was even. I was like, oh, cool. But yeah, so 9. Yeah, I mean, from open, we've kind of been all over the place. Mostly kind of down, I would say. Like, they're positive on the day, but I think in general, like, I think it looks like it's mostly kind of headed negative. But yeah, let's see. Let's go back to my AMD here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general, it looks like everything's kind of headed down with the NASDAQ heading down. I think it is going to be a down day for the market. Unfortunately, as much as I would love for us to end the week in September on a high, it looks like that's not going to happen.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We're definitely dancing still with that 14.9, still below it. Keeping my eye on here on the NQ, trying to see if we're really going to break that 14.9 or buyers are going to step up at this point in the same way that I'm looking at 4337 to see if we've cleared it decidedly or buyers are going to start overwhelming sellers at this point. We may not get that answer that quickly, you know, because we are in the slower time of day right now, and you know, it may not be reflective of exactly what's going to happen. But I'm still keeping my eye on this FEMY. I'm definitely looking and seeing the fact that we're making lower highs. We haven't really been able to reclaim that 3 2/3. I'm definitely looking for a possible rejection of $3 and a breakdown below it, but not going to front run this one. I need confirmation. Yeah, I see a micro double top here, obviously at 340. That kind of supports my case, but it doesn't matter, you know, if we have these micro double tops. The level that I'm looking for it to be broken is $3, and for us to give up the ghost on that one. So that's it for there. I'm looking at my scanner, seeing if anything else is moving. I'm seeing MNTS start to show up on my scanner, as well as MLGO. I like MNTS a little bit better because it's doing more volume, about 3 million shares, 500,000 shares done in the last 5 minutes, but it is a $1 stock, and that's the thing, right? So 3 million shares, not that much for a $1 stock. Let's have a look at what MNTS looks like. First of all, first and foremost, what's the float on this one? 1.8 million shares, micro float. What does the company do? Momentous is a commercial space company. The company is focused on offering transportation and infrastructure services. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Does it have a headline? Today's the 29th. Nothing coming in on my blotter at the moment. All right, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Sparsely traded, I got to tell you. It's not my cup of tea here, MNTS, despite the fact that it is up almost 50%. MNTS. We'll put the ticker in for everybody. Good thing about this one, you've got a series of higher highs and higher lows. So there is that upward trend on this name. But, you know, if you're going to range trade this, it's possible. It's just not my cup of tea. You get in at the bottom end of the range, and your stop is the bottom end of this trough. So if you were to get in at, say, 190, your stop would be, you know, that 177, 175 area. And what you're looking to do is take profits near the higher end of the range. It's a style of trading that I don't like and I'm not good at, so I'm going to steer clear of this one, looking for momentum breakouts. But thought I'd mention it to you guys. MNTS.
I have MLGO up. Yeah, so the thing here that worries me is the book on this. It looks pretty slow. We've got about a 3-cent spread here. Volume's under 1 million. So yeah, I don't really know what the vibe on this one is going to be. It looks, I don't know. This is not one that I necessarily. I mean, I think too. With again, like I said, I think I have a bit of an issue with small caps just because like you have a really good chance of things halting out. Like not always, but that that can happen. Things can halt.
Ooh,
and then also the spread here. I don't know how I feel about MLGO right now. Like it's maybe one to look at, but yeah, I just the lack of volume here is a little bit concerning for me.
Cool, you can keep going.
Yeah, for sure. Let's look at those. Like film stocks now that the writers are officially back to work. The strike has officially ended. I'm gonna take a look at AMC here. Yeah, so I mean, we're up on the day, but like giant dip down here. Not super positive. Let me see if there's any other news on that other than, I mean, I think AMC, it'll be interesting to see what the stock does once that Taylor Swift movie comes out, right? The Eras Tour. Yeah, no, nothing on here that I'm finding. But yeah, I think right, AMC is probably one to watch right now just because, again, like everything with the strikes and also, as the Taylor Swift movie comes out, I think going into October, I'm going to keep my eye on AMC. Paramount here. Yeah, again, like a lot of these, much like what we had with AMC, where it's positive, but it's not, it's like up on the day, but it's not moving in a positive direction currently. Let's do Disney as well here. Yeah, again, I think I'm going to try Netflix too, but it looks like these studios all mostly positive. Well, Netflix is negative. Netflix, let's look at Netflix for the day here. Yeah, I mean, this is quite the chart. So much movement. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it seems like everything, I mean, the whole market's kind of moving down, but yeah, now that we've kind of looked, sometimes I like to look at what things in the sector are doing to kind of see if there's a general move within a particular area, within a particular industry. So right now, it seems like we're kind of headed down on, I mean, in the market in general, but right now especially, it looks like within the industry or the film industry, we are kind of heading down.
Okay. All right, let's have a look at the markets. The Katina Man alerting me to the fact that we are about to go red on the NQ, and this is after being up over 1%. We're barely holding on to that 14,860. That's where we closed out yesterday, and that's where we're just bouncing off for the moment on this one. We're already negative on the ES, but the NQ still holding on to dear life here. Do we get a bounce back later on in the day? We shall see. But let's see what big tech is up to at this moment. As you probably would guess, you're curling down here on big tech. Now you have Meta in the negative after being up well over that $3 level. We were up at 310 and 2/3, in fact. Amazon still in the positive, up 0.75%. Likewise with Apple, up 1/5%. Microsoft as well, up 0.85. But then you got Google negative, Tesla, the best, I would say, of the bunch, almost 1.4% to the good now. Likewise with NVIDIA, up 0.93. Yeah, the NQ's holding on for dear life here. It's not really the Mag 7, you could tell, that are going to send this one south. Well, it could be. It could be. Google actually is negative. Did I say? Yeah, I said Google. Okay. Netflix is negative as well.
Yeah, I
Meta.
just touched on that too with Netflix going down, yeah.
Yep. Let's look at what microchips are doing. You know, NVIDIA, like I just mentioned, AMD also up 0.5%, Intel 0.43%, Micron still strong, 3.5%, but you got to say, the trend, it looks like it's changing. We just went red on the NQ. We broke that, 14,860 now, 14,850. We are headed south, baby. Now, where are we going to find some support? Well, let's look at the overnight lows. The overnight lows takes us to 14,825. We've got to figure out possibly where resistance is going to be. Support, pardon me. 14,825, that's the overnight low. Another possible area of support. We've broken through a bunch of support levels. First and foremost, 14,925. That was the trough there earlier on at around 6:30, or no, sorry, 7:30 or so. Then we broke through the 100-point level. Now we're breaking through the closing level, and then the next essentially is 14,825. I remember Fonzie saying 14.8, baby. Ponzi, you might get your wish. We may be headed to 14.8, but before we confirm that, I definitely want to watch how we trade at this level to see if buyers step up here in the same way that they stepped up yesterday at critical levels. But we're going to have to wait and see it there.
I'm checking on our friend Rivian over here. So it looks like, so I think the high earlier was 24.9999. Now we're at 24.50. That was the high. I guess it broke its high, although technically that's like, what, a decimal point. But yeah, it's headed back down now. I think it'd be interesting to see if this one goes back up, but it's something that I am not going to get into or think about. I'm going to be good until I see if this is more of a pattern, because honestly, like anything going down now, it could be less of a pattern or a levels thing and more of just, especially because it's on NASDAQ, more of just the market to the downside, right? So I think, yeah, paying attention to things, seeing how that's going. I'm going to check on some of the other car and EV names too while I'm at it. Let's take a look at NIO, which I was looking at earlier. So NIO, we have, I mean, it looks like it's headed down. I have the 5-minute on. So yeah, I mean, we've got some, generally we haven't been super high on NIO today. And I think there was some news on NIO as well. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it was trading high in pre-market as well, still off of the exploratory talks with Mercedes, which again, we'll see how valid those are. We'll see what actually happens with the exploratory talks. But yeah, that was a thing. Let's check XPeng. So yeah, XPeng also, they announced a share repurchase program. So that was the big reason they were kind of trading high, at least from what I'm aware. But yeah, I'm going to change the 1 minute here for a moment. I mean, yeah, we're above VWAP, but it looks like we're going to dip below there now too, right? And again, because of how things are moving now with the market kind of moving down, it is something that is a little bit, I don't know. We'll see if this is more, again, like a levels play or more. This is just how the market's going. And actually, I have a question on
go
that.
for it.
So do you find in general trading the midday, do you have any tips for trading during the midday just because it is a bit more headed to the downside, I would say in general, my experience, than in the morning when you generally have stuff moving up?
Yeah, well, typically you have more action in the morning.
Yes.
I don't know if like you're always headed down in the midday. I think recently we've been doing that because
Yeah, that's
we've
kind of
been
what
in
I
a weak
noticed,
market,
right? Yeah.
right? But in general, we have less volume in the midday, so you're you're less likely to have as much volatility midday as you are in the morning or in the close. Like power, we call it the 3 to 4.
The power hour,
The power hour, exactly, right?
Okay, that makes
and
sense.
that's why I try to, especially between 12:30 to 1:45-ish, try to stay hands off unless something's really moving. Now we are moving down this market, but I didn't have anything planned for the future below these levels, and I'm not just going to jump in willy-nilly. But it does look like we are moving down here. We're going to give up the ghost.
Yeah, everything's headed, like just even looking at your side charts, everything's
Yeah,
like still
everything's
downside.
headed down, baby. There's a whole bunch of levels coming in here, whether it's on Meta at $300, because now we're at 302.25. Whether it's Amazon's closing print here at 126, we're at 126.80. Whether it's Apple at the closing print at 170 2/3, because we're at essentially 171. That 315 level might be coming in on Mr. Softy quite quickly, in the same way that 131 level could be coming in on Google. So multiple levels coming in here. We just broke 250 on Tesla, an interesting level. That takes us back to the morning. That was where the majority of the closing prints closed above. They were all above that 250 level, despite the fact that we had the opening range low. That was just a wick at 248 2/3. We are stair-stepping down on the big cap names as well as the future. So be careful here, guys. Whatever Fed Williams said upset the market. I'm willing to bet the fact that it was kind of his dot plot, like a pseudo dot plot that he had. He saw rates at a certain level at a certain time. That always spooks the market because they always, they anticipate, cuts initiating in the second half of 2024, and then once he throws cold water on that, you have to make an intraday readjustment. But again, I mean, this is all intraday prints. Who knows? Fat Williams, Angry Bear. I don't even know these. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. Don't even know who he or she is. I should probably have a look to see which person was speaking. But the one that I'm interested in is FEMY. This is the one I'm more in tune with. We're up well on it on the day. I'm looking for a possible $3 break as it continues to reject off that 340 level, not making the lower lows that I like, but we haven't made any higher highs either. So that's the one I'm keeping my eye on, guys. And if we get buying on the NQ here at this level and we start printing higher highs, I might be interested in a long off a support level.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just saw some news on Getty. I guess it's using NVIDIA for generative AI. Anyways, I mean, it's not on the NQ, so that'd be worth it. Look, it's not a NASDAQ stock, it's NYSE. But yeah, I don't know, it's a little bit choppy around here. I also want to pull up on, speaking of FEMI, some of those other small caps. So I want to look at MLGO again. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it looks like it's pretty stagnant. Like I said, again, my biggest issue with this one, at least from my perspective, is the spread. Well, the book in general, right? Because you've got the spread, which is 6 cents right now, and the book's not moving. Like, if you look here, we're kind of stagnant, almost at the same level. It looks like there isn't a lot of action on MLGO. Speaking of something without a lot of action, I believe Pixie is still stalled. Shift Pixie on the NQ. Yeah, that is still halted. And yeah, so some news here. Apparently, there's been a delay of its reverse stock split. And now the new date is October 16th, so maybe that's what's causing this halt here. But yeah, small caps, other than FEMI, seem to be at a bit of a standstill right now.
Yeah, MNTS is making a decent move, but I'm still a little bit, suspicious of it. It's still doing that higher high, higher low thing where, you're kind of range trading it. I don't know. This is just not my style of trading. But there it is. You bounced off that trend line, and now you're getting that rejection off the trend line again. If you want to range trade this, go for it. But at some point this may break out maybe we test $3. It's nothing to sneeze at. 69% to the high side. It's a very small float, 1.8 million shares. Let's find out what the short float is on this one, if any. MNTS. Monster Beverage. This is Monster Beverages. Okay.
Really?
I thought Monster was way bigger than this.
I thought Monster was owned by Pepsi.
No.
Or Coke, or one of them. No, okay.
1.5% short float, Adair. So
I would not have guessed that was Monster. Oh my God,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Hold on. Am I doing this right? Is it actually Monster?
Because that looks like the right logo though. Like, that logo is
Momentous.
correct.
No, MNTS.
Oh.
Why is this showing me that? What is going on here? MN.
I think you typed MNST. Yeah, okay.
MNT. Yeah, because I know Monster is a monster. It's way bigger
It's
than that.
It's monstrous. I'm
Yeah,
actually
the
gonna pull up
market
Monster
cap
now
is
because I'm
huge.
curious.
All right, here we go. What is the short float? I typed that one wrong. Short float, 3.19%. Okay, so still kind of negligible. Nothing really to write home about. But the important part about this one is it's a very small float. Trade Idea says 1.74 million. IBKR says 1.8. Potato, they're both small and range bound. But it's looking like it's holding that $2 level. Looks like it wants to take 2.25. So this one, an interesting one for me. But yeah, I'm going to stay away from it. I'm looking for a possible flat bottom break here on Femi.
Tyrone Hamilton is saying, look at CFFE. So I'm just trying to pull that up right now here. So yeah, it's an acquisition corp. I guess it's a SPAC. Yeah, we're below VWAP here, but it looks like it's holding pretty steady. I'm just gonna zoom in. Yeah, I mean, we're not. Yeah, it's not going super low right now. Like I think it could be of interest, but yeah, we've got a 40-cent spread, so that stresses me out just a tad here, just a skosh. But yeah, so I mean, this is CFFE, SPAC Acquisition Corp. Here we are.
Yep, you can keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna look at the big tech. Let's take a look at Meta. Yeah, okay, so down, very down. I mean, I guess all of big tech right now too, right? Like I think, you know, Tesla's positive. Some of them are actually, a lot of them are still positive. I think they're just moving downwards. So yeah, I mean, very, very down, but yeah, Tesla is still positive. Actually, I heard recently, I saw it this morning that, I mean, I guess it's been like an ongoing thing all week, but we actually have that, now they're doing the hiring for Tesla and a couple other companies off of that the X hiring, because Elon Musk was saying that LinkedIn is cringe. So yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are using LinkedIn, to be fair. I kind of get it. But yeah, so that's what's happening there. Not really necessarily something affecting Tesla stock, but just of interest that now apparently they are.
He's getting sued by somebody too.
I saw that. Yeah, Tesla's getting sued for discrimination. Yeah,
like,
I don't know what it is. The company. I don't know what part of the company, but yeah, they just that started this morning. A lot of these big companies are getting sued right now, right? Like Amazon and the antitrust trial, and Google and its antitrust trial. I'm actually going to pull up both of those names now. Amazon. We've got Amazon. Very down, and you can see my little sad contribution, me trying to get in on Amazon there. But yeah, Amazon's very down. Happy I got out of it when I did, even though, you know, arguably we shouldn't have gotten back in the first place. And then what else? We have Google. Take a look at Google for big tech. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's kind of trying to make a play up here. We're kind of stalling a little bit. Like, if I'm going to zoom in here to kind of show this, and at least, you know, how I'm reading it here, right? We get to that, just above 131, and then we go up, and it look like we might not, if we don't break below the 131, that could be interesting. I mean, we'll see, but again, like I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this, because I don't know if this is something of interest here. It's probably just, again, like just the NASDAQ moving, and I think as I'm kind of learning about trading too, the one thing that I'm not necessarily on the best on yet, and I need to get better at, is like, again, knowing what news is relevant and what levels are relevant and which to trade. And I think that will probably come with practice. But yeah, it is interesting that I don't think we're super breaking below this 131, but we might be headed down there now.
I don't know how many more governmental agencies are left to come after Elon. I didn't even know what this EEOC was.
I read about this morning, but I hadn't heard of EEOC either.
I can't believe this, man. I can't believe. Talk about weaponization. Anyway, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission coming after Elon for discrimination, reports the Dow Jones Global News outlet. That came in yesterday, guys. That's not a news headline from today. I think it was later in the day. Yeah, about 19:30. So 7:30 or so it came in. Yeah, poor guy. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't buying.
We have John Sturdivant, DKNG new low of day. So let's take a look at DraftKings. Yeah, so very low. Yeah, I was just like looking in shock there for a moment because like, oh my god. So yeah, I mean it's still positive on the day, but it looks like if you are in DraftKings, I mean like it looks like, you know, maybe a time to get out. I don't know. That would be me. But yeah, DraftKings is having quite the moment. And very low on the day. Thanks for pointing that one out, John Sturdivant. I apologize. Maybe I mispronounced your name there. But yeah, so very interesting. This is of note. Let's see what else is going on in the chat here. RSLS.
What?
Reshape Life Sciences. Yes, so someone put this in the chat as well. RSLS. Yeah, this is down. Oh my God, down 40% on the day. So it looks like we took like a massive wick down at 12. Oh, they halted on the downside. Okay, this is what my big issue was with Axla. My slight, you know, fear of these microcaps here. But yeah, so we're headed down, and it doesn't look like we're gonna go get up on that one anytime soon. Okay, Benny asked Rivian not ready for a breakout. Let's look at this one. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, yeah, it could. I kind of agree. I think it could go up. I think, yeah, it's playing off the VWAP, but I mean, I would wait and see on this. But yeah, here's Rivian. I mean, it's crazy that it got that high now. You know, now it's this low, but it's one of the ones that I did wish I got in on earlier today. But yeah, that's where we're at with Rivian.
All right, Apple finding some support here at yesterday's close. You know, nothing really to be too excited about, to be honest with you, but you know, you like these wicking, well, I like these wicking candles into that level that are immediately bought up. And then if this 5-minute candle closes the way it is at the moment, looks quite bullish to me. Again, this is a kind of a counter trend trade, to be fair, because we've been moving down the majority of the morning. We've been printing lower highs on Apple essentially since the high that it made at 10 a.m. and lower lows. But it's a critical level. I always like to chart the closing prints. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm not going to stop saying it. Closing print money is the most important money. It's the one that stays overnight. It is the more committed money. That's the way I look at it. And now we're back above that 171 area. Now, I'm not saying as Apple goes, as the market goes, but you know, it's cap weighted, right? 7% on the S&P, whatever, 15-something% on the NQ. Apple's a behemoth. And it tends to, you know, have a good, fair degree of influence on the market. But anyway, these wicking prints into the close are interesting to me. So I want to see a little bit more. If we do get a little bit more, and then you're printing a couple of green candles here to the high side on the 5-minute chart, this may entice me into getting long Apple or getting long the future. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Not jumping into anything at this moment, but important levels to keep in mind as we watch these big tech names, whether it's the Mag 7 or it's the futures contracts. So keeping an eye on that, and as I keep an eye on that, I'll keep an eye on this. We just had another test into that 303, 304 level on FEMY. Lower highs still printed. We haven't gotten above 340. We definitely haven't got above that 362. I think it's 362 is the high. So still keeping an eye for a possible flat bottom break at 3. Daryl Finch. Well, when the USA government gives you almost $5 billion to use, they will come knocking at some point. Tesla, Elon Musk, but playing long on Tesla, so he has something bad to say about Tesla, but he's going long Tesla. Hey man, you are absolutely entitled to your opinion, and I respect it. They gave him money, but I also feel like they've shafted him in some respects. You know, how do you not invite him to the Green Energy Summit at the White House when Tesla essentially, is the one that took electric vehicles? They made them a thing. But everybody has their opinion. Now, a lot of people don't like the fact that Elon has been kind of union busting, if you want to call it that, especially with, current president saying, you know, he's the most union-friendly president in history, whether that's accurate or not. That's what he's characterized himself as. So there's all this politics that comes into it, and I get that, man. I get it. So whatever. You're going to have an opinion on it one way or another, and I absolutely respect your opinion. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on Tesla. Tesla is, you know, like Apple, finding a bit, you know, I don't even want to say finding a balance because it's one measly green candle at the moment. Gonna not trade. I don't like anything at the moment, and unless I see something, I'm not going to just jump into it.
I'm just going to jump off of Nimit a while ago mentioned in the chat with RSLS, so I did look that up. Thank you. So it turns out, yeah, there was I think the reason for the halt was that they announced a pricing of $3 million public offering for 33 cents. So that's probably, that would explain the RSLS news. Let's, with that halt there, because at the time there too, I'm going to look at these microchip names again, because I know someone in the chat as well mentioned AMD as a long. Yeah, I'm happy I got it when I did. I unloaded half my shares here, and then I realized, like, you know, hey, we're not going to go any higher. I'm happy I got it when I did. I shouldn't have gotten it in the first place. Lessons learned. But yeah, I mean, in terms of AMD as a long, I don't know if I would do it, just because that was something mentioned in the chat here. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm a little like Sharif kind of said. I feel like there's very little that I figure there's very little that looks like a good opportunity to get in right now, at least as a long. Or even as a short, because I just think there's so much volatility right now from my understanding, from my take in the market. And let's look at Micron as well, keeping with these these chip names. Micron actually, this could maybe be headed up. I mean, because even Micron's still up 3.7% for the day. So I don't know. I mean, we're seeing this low here, but we're kind of maybe headed up. I don't know. And again, like I'm excited to get better at reading charts and everything. But yeah, for my understanding of what's happening right now, looks like we could be headed above the VWAP potentially. I think for me, I think it's potentially a better long than AMD would be, at least for me, if what I would be comfortable getting in at this moment.
Bears versus Bulls is kidding me. That's got to be the comment of the day. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the world's greatest moderator. It's not Cal Canis. It is Bears versus Bulls, baby. All right. Huh?
I just saw that.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I love it. I love it. Another move down here on Femi. Let's go Femi, baby. Flat bottom break 3. I want to see this one flush. We took it to the high side. Now we want to take, I'm talking about myself, to the downside. But I got to tell you, maybe I'm seeing what I want to see here because it's holding 3 quite well. And when you zoom out and you look at the 5-minute chart, it's really bullish. I mean, it's not down. It's not angling down. It is very much consolidative. Yeah, this one might be a risky one to take short, even if it breaks 3, because then you could have the buyer step up immediately and shoot it right back up, whether it's a highs or not. It'll probably take it north of 3. I think I'm probably going to test the waters if we do break 3 here, but with a tight, I don't want to say a tight stop, probably with smaller size. That's probably the move here, because last time I kept a tight stop, I got stopped out. So keeping an eye on that. Even the production team is shouting out Bears versus Bulls.
We've got
right?
Chris RML in the chat. I'm scared of Femi. Ellipses. Okay, drama here. Oh yeah. Okay. I think I'd be scared of Femi too. It looks. Yeah. I mean, kind of like from here, right? We're seeing this seem to steep down a little bit of an increase. It looks like we could be. I mean, we're seeing it's from here on. We're kind of seeing those lower highs, like here. It looks like we could be taking a deep dive. In the meantime, I actually want to jump back on Micron because last time I checked, it actually did look like it was a long play. As you know, I'm very proud of myself for kind of. I mean, to be fair, it was already like here when I called it, but it looks like it actually is kind of maybe scooping up over that VWAP. So I mean, we'll see how long it stays there for. But that is, I want to check on that. Another move, another stock making potentially a play here was Ball. That's the company name and the ticker, which is cool. Yeah, Jeffries has upgraded it from a hold to a buy. I saw that this morning. So that was kind of on my radar for that reason. Yeah, we had like a couple moves just here below the VWAP here, kind of making that play. It looks like it's doing it again. So yeah, I guess like now at this point, it's kind of already up above there. But yeah, that's Ball. Ball and Micron, two things to maybe watch to see if they continue this VWAP pattern.
All right. I was just talking to the Neil, and I was like, "Look, man, what do you think about this?" He doesn't like the fact that I call him the Neil, which is just gonna make me want to do it more. But in any event, $3. Look how we get him in. And those are his blue light glasses, by the way, which I advocated for him to wear on the show. I think he looks cool AF, but
it's a look. It is a look.
He doesn't like it. Put him on again, man. Get him in the circle there between us. He doesn't want to. There we go. There we go. Look, isn't that fantastic?
I mean, I feel like him like emerging between us in the glasses made it even cooler.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, a couple people here are mentioning SLNO here. Sorry, I'm just gonna bring this up.
Do your thing.
Yeah, so like crazy spike. If you got in on this, very lucky. I mean, at this point, like literally anywhere up here, going crazy. But I mean, it could be. Looks like it could be heading down now again. With the small caps, I like to approach with a skosh of skepticism more than a skosh of skepticism. We've got a 21 cent spread here though as well. It doesn't look like, I mean, it's like 1.25 volume, so not great either. Like not terrible, but not great. Yeah, I don't know. SLNO, I mean, the spread's getting a little smaller. We'll see on that, but it looks like it is heading to the downside right now. For my money anyway, that's my take.
I respect that. SLNO, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yes, thank you. The production team telling me Pixie is open. Let's have a look at our friend Pixie, P-I-X-Y. Let's see if I can type this without making a mistake. Down goes Pixie. Are we going to get a halt here? No, not quite yet. Okay, what's the volume first and foremost on this name? 2 million shares. What is it, Brendo? Here it is. I got the headline. Brendo was talking to Neil and I overheard him. Shift Pixie announces delay of reverse stock split. Effective date set to be October 16th, 2023. Okay, all right. They need to stay in compliance, but they're kicking the can down the road, I guess, for the minute. Here's the look on PIXY. This is the half an hour chart on this name. Jeez Louise. All right, there we go. Just got to put it in the ticker for everybody. There we go. So clear level here on the half an hour of that 70 penny defend. Look how many times we touch 70 pennies from which we find support. We get that touch initially on the 27th. We get it again yesterday, albeit in the pre, because this is like a 7, 8, and then 8:30 and then 9, and then we're close to getting it again today. We got a 71.55. So 70, a level of support until it's not. And the reason I say that is because you have a series of lower highs. So show me something above that 87.5, maybe 90. You get a higher high, and then we can maybe say the trend has changed. But so long as you have lower highs and a flat bottom, to me anyway, that looks more bearish. And then you're also not getting any discernible amount of volume. Let me just show you the volume chart here. Like oops, what's going on? The volume all came in around on the 27th. Yesterday we didn't have much volume either. Neither do we today. So unless we really get going here on PIXY, volume to the high side, you know, I'm definitely not going to participate in it because I don't know what the book looks like right now or the spread. We have an 85 penny high. Yeah. So PIXY alert though. You know, if the volume kicks in, definitely we'll have something to say about that. But for the moment, nothing for me on that. What Pixie was that, Sharif? I don't know what that means, but it's okay. Back to FEMY. Again, man, here, look at all the lower highs come in. And Neil, when I was talking to Neil, he was like, look, man, you know, wait until it clears that $3 level. Don't anticipate. And I couldn't agree more because, you know, he's thinking this is actually a bounce off 3. Even if it breaks 3, 5, 6, 7 pennies, he's observed it before, and it's one of those ones where it breaks a key level, then all of a sudden the buyers are stepping up and they're taking it north. And that was my concern. But, you know, we're going to wait. We're going to wait. Not jumping into this one, Adara.
I had someone mention plug in the, I'm going to check what the new, if there's any news on plug, but I had to mention plug in the chat. So yeah, plug looks like it. I mean, I want to, because I think the big thing I've learned,
It's on my you-know-what list.
Oh.
I lost $1 a share on this.
Oh, so this is your AXLA. This is the way I
My
feel about
personal
AXLA.
account.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But yeah, okay,
Yeah.
it equates. It equates.
Right? Okay. So no, I mean, like, I think you kind of have your point because it's on a list from Benzinga yesterday of stocks that hit a new 52-week low yesterday. But yeah, no, nothing right now. Because I was trying to see if there's any current news happening with this one. Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing too I've learned from today is just like looking at the whole picture of a chart.
Yep.
And not, because that was, I think, what was getting me a little bit today. But so yeah, looking back on this for the day, I mean, I think we're seeing a pretty steady pattern with plug where it'll go quite a bit down and then go back up. But I don't think it's like, the highs are still lower. Do you know what I mean? Like this is, we are seeing, so I don't, it could be of interest if you want to like get in and get out a little bit. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure on this one.
Can I tell you, too,
Yes.
just like not even from a technical perspective, just from a fundamental perspective, all we hear about is this government's giving this company money for batteries. It's always EVs or batteries that are getting the bulk of the money.
Yeah.
This company is basically, they're betting the farm on hydrogen, which is supposed to be like an alternative play. But if you believe what Elon Musk has to say, and a lot of people do, I'm not saying everybody will, the best case scenario for hydrogen is not even as good as current electric vehicles. But the other side of that is when you look at going mass scale EVs, so for example, they want trucks to be EVs.
Yes,
but
like the Cybertrucks and stuff, right? Okay,
exactly.
okay, yes, okay.
Not even the Cybertruck, like that's a pickup. I mean like the Tesla 18-wheeler, right?
okay.
Like I mean like 18-wheeler truck.
Like the giant, like ones on the highway and stuff,
Yes.
for lack of a better term. Yes, okay.
The batteries on those are 10 tons, 2 5-ton batteries, okay?
That's
So,
crazy.
yeah, to charge those, they were saying to charge a fleet of 30 trucks is like 50 something gigawatts or megawatts. The facility that makes those trucks is 2. So when they come to the city and they say, we need facilities to charge these trucks, the city's like, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
You don't have the capacity for that. So the point is, even though it's the best case scenario, is way better than hydrogen, can we actually handle all these EVs with our current power grid?
I see.
And that's kind of like where hydrogen has a little bit of a case to be made. Because even though it's better, I don't know if we can actually handle it.
Yeah,
because
no,
hydrogen you can just deliver. It's hydrogen.
Yes.
Right?
It's
Oh,
crazy.
how-
Yeah, food for thought. Definitely food for thought there. But yeah, I mean, it already, like, going back to plug, in the time that it took for us to discuss plug as a company, plug is already kind of headed to the downside here from what I can tell. So yeah, I mean, just kind of zooming in. Yeah, we had like a little bit of a bump here. This is where maybe I thought, oh, we could travel up a little bit. No, it looks like we're headed back down on plug. That's my take on that here. Yeah, we're seeing, let me see what else is happening here. Oh yeah, so I'm going to look at Ford here because of the UAW strikes, which they're looking to expand. And also, we've got a headline here that Ford is actually looking to, let me see if I can read this. Yeah, Ford executive says that 300,000 to 500,000 supplier workers could be laid off because of the strikes, which I guess was maybe to like be a call to the strike workers, but it doesn't look like it worked from an investing standpoint because Ford is just taking a little swoop to the downside here. It looks like they kind of maybe had a little bit of momentum here, and even then, I'm going to zoom in here. A little bit hard to tell, but yeah, it looks like we are headed down on Ford, and for that matter, we're going to take a look at GM. Yeah, honestly, almost same kind of pattern where we are, although I think it's less drastic with GM. If I'm going to pull up Ford again, just kind of compare like at this level. Yeah, so I think Ford is taking a much more steep pattern down. But yeah, these auto companies with the UAW strike continuing, and now apparently it's set to expand. I think with the strike action happening right now, Ford and GM seem like they are not going to have a positive day. We're going to see how next week goes.
Yeah, I think we may be headed down here on the future. I got to tell you, we just bounced up and now we're bouncing right back down again. So I may be interested in a futures position here to the south side in a minute. And Meta's printing south here, baby. Meta might just hit 301 real soon. 301 and a third. You're kidding.
Actually? No.
You're kidding. The Katina man just told me they made an arrest in the Tupac murder of 1996.
1996, yeah, because Biggie died a year after. Biggie died in 97, Tupac died in 96.
Okay, we need to find out what's going on there, baby.
I'm a huge rap nerd. Like I legitimately, I own a book. I think it was like 2015, so this is not up to date anymore. But it was like the most important rap song for whatever reason of every year, 1979 to 2015, and that's what kind of got me started on like the rap nerdism. Like, but yeah, I love rap. A lot of weird facts about rappers, and yeah, I mean, R.I.P. Tupac. Oh, like that's crazy that the killer only got arrested now.
Okay, man tied to suspected shooter in Tupac. Go ahead.
So not even the shooter, the man tied to the suspected shooter.
Yeah, well, I think someone probably had to set him up, right?
Yeah.
96 killing, arrested in Vegas. Here's the look. One of the last living witnesses to the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur has been arrested in Las Vegas area. Long-awaited breakthrough in the case that has frustrated investigators and fascinated the public ever since the hip-hop icon was gunned down 27 years ago. Dwayne Keith D. Davis was taken into custody earlier Friday morning on suspicion of murder, according to two officials with first-hand knowledge of the arrest. They were not authorized to speak publicly. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, there you have it. I mean, maybe we'll actually get some answers to this. This probably doesn't interest many of our viewers because they're here for trading. But it is an important event nonetheless because it was one of those kind of historical things, right?
No, I literally thought that was a joke, like when this was first mentioned today. Like
old news.
Oh my God, that's wild. Yeah, I'm going to take a look again at Micron because I know that was something that I was looking at. Yeah, so I guess I'm a little happy. I'm not in on it, so it's not like I can actually benefit from this. But yeah, around here I was like, oh, maybe it could be a long. It looks like it was a long that I didn't take. But yeah, here we are. We're actually headed to the upside on Micron right now. And again, like just kind of looking at this as, I guess, like a VWAP play and just like a patterns thing. But yeah, here we are. Micron is headed up. I'm going to take a look at those, like the big tech here. Let's see what's moving just on the side charts. Yeah, let's take a look at NVIDIA again. Again, like, you know, another semiconductor, another chip name. Yeah, NVIDIA's, what are we doing here? Not much, right? Like we're kind of floating around here at this level. See what's happening on the, let's do a 5-minute.
I tried to get short Tesla, I didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit more of a sharp decline if you look at it in the 5-minute. And this is like another thing I'm learning too, looking at different charts, which I think like, Sharif, you've been really helpful with like comparing charts and seeing different timelines.
Right. But
yeah, I think when you look at it, the 1 minute, I think there's less of a decline. If you look at the 5-minute, I think NVIDIA does seem like it's kind of dripping down right now for me.
Down. All right, I just got into Tesla short here, guys, because we got a curl and I'm looking for a 248 break. I don't know if we find support here. I'm going to give this one a little bit of room. I know how wonky Tesla can be. Out of the money on it at the moment. Let's look to see if we can make a move down below 248. We're going to try our hand at this one. But Tesla, super volatile. I'm going to give it to the top over here, 249.5. If we print anything above there, super small amount of shares, by the way. Nothing really to write home about. But if we get above that 249.5, that will be the end of the trade for me because then that could be a double bottom. What I need here is a series of lower highs and lower lows. If it breaks through the crest and makes a newer high, the trade is invalid in my books, and therefore I will end it. So looking to take Tesla south to below 248. We'll see how this one goes. Meta also doing a dance at 301. It actually made a newer low, 303/4 low of day on Meta now, trying to break above that 301 as well. So keep your eye on that one. So we'll report on this Tesla trade. Going against me at the moment, but we're gonna try to be patient on this one.
Oh, I didn't realize you shorted Tesla.
I was doing it while you were talking.
That's crazy.
Because this is what I like about it. The fact that
you've got the
we had a newer low, and then we made a bounce back up, and then moved right back down for that flat bottom break. Now this could go one in two ways. It could be a double bottom, which is a bullish trend when you have like a W pattern.
And then it goes up?
Exactly.
Okay.
You know you're wrong once it breaks through the middle part of the W, right?
Okay.
So if it makes a newer high above here,
then that's when you get out?
That's when I would get out, right?
That's good to know.
Yeah, it's not a hard and fast
I mean, yeah,
rule.
all the patterns, right?
Exactly.
But I think it's helpful to know the patterns so you know what to look out for.
All right.
At least for me, yeah.
But if we don't, right, this is where I would be looking to see if the trader's right or wrong. What I'm looking for is a break through 248. we shall see how this one resolves.
Yeah.
But as I look at that, it looks like the future is making a comeback.
Oh.
That's not so good for me, though, because
Oh, because the Tesla.
yeah, right. As the future goes up, likely Tesla will go up as well. So we're going to have to wait and see on that one, Adair.
We're having some people mention Meta, so I'm just going to pull up the chart. I know you just touched on Meta, but I'm going to pull up the Meta chart now for the people asking about Meta. Yeah, oh, I went the wrong direction. Okay, so yeah, so here we are. This is the 1 minute. Yeah, like I don't know. It seems like we could be headed back up here. I'm going to see at the 5 minute, kind of see what the levels are on this one. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of been like steadily down from like that 305 5 point. I don't know. We're gonna check back up on that one and see. Let's look at VinFast. VFS has gotten a couple shout outs here as well. Let's see.
VFS, baby.
Right? Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, VFS. Do your thing, 21. Yeah, no, that song was horrible for me because now I reference it too much and it's a mess. But yeah, so here we are. I feel like, you know what? I'm kind of enjoying VinFast, except for when I look at the book and then I see that 4-cent spread and how there's not a lot of movement happening here. But like the general look of this is interesting, and I'd like to revisit it more in the afternoon. But like lots of volatility here with VinFast, but definitely a chart worth looking at. Because I remember like when VinFast was honestly not a company I was super familiar with until I got here. And you know, everyone's talking about VinFast and like kind of the meme stockishness of it. But yeah, I remember too at one point like I think it was the CEO saying like, oh, VinFast has strength, as like just, you know, the stock tanks and everyone's like not a fan of it. But yeah, I mean, very entertaining stock, and this chart is entertaining as well. So thank you guys for mentioning VinFast. Very happy I got to pull it up here. Yeah. See what else is KRE. Kenny D, KRE. Let's look at that.
Oh, it's on the Amex.
Oh, it's on the Amex. Okay.
Yeah, because it's I think KRE is the regional banking ETF.
Okay, so I was not aware of that one. Okay, I'm going to see if I can find. There it is. Okay, thank you. Here is the KRE. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're seeing. This is interesting. So it's kind of. Like we have like that V shape here, it's going up a little bit. I'm not seeing a lot of like consistency. I don't know if it would break above the VWAP. It looks a little low here. We're also seeing some mention of Nike. Nike Too Strong from Adrian. Shout out to Adrian. Nike, NKE. Oh wow, okay, yeah, indeed, strong. This is, yeah, I mean, it's kind of moving a little slowly.
Yeah, sure.
It is, yes, moving off of the earnings for sure, and which were reported last night, along with Blackberries, which actually I want to take a look at now. Which, no, I don't.
Neil says, no, you don't. That's why I'm laughing.
I did hear that too, yeah. But this was, yeah, I mean, the book is sad, the chart is sad. We're going to go back to Nike, yeah. And actually, the other thing that reported earnings, actually, we had this morning, Carnival, which had like quite the adventure since the open. So yeah, oh my God, yeah. Just looking at this is crazy. So it had strength before open on hype of the earnings, and then you know, kind of when was this, around 10? We've just kind of steadily tanked from there. We have not gotten up to above VWAP since 10. But yeah, so all the earnings plays. I think the only one from earnings of note that was happening that's still kind of trending up right now is Nike, which it looks like, I mean, it's moving there very slowly, but it looks like Nike could break above the VWAP. So we'll have to see on that. That might be one I look at later.
All right. Well, we're going to have to see about this Tesla trade, but we're still making lower highs, right? Now, again, I don't want to belabor the same point. It breaks 249.5. I'm out. But it wicked up into that 248, 80-ish area, declined. I had a couple of beak wetters here at 248.11, and then I have another one here south of 248. We'll see if they print. I don't want to stare at this one too much because Tesla always makes me nervous because it's just so volatile. But I still think that I have the right chart pattern on this. We'll see if we end up getting the print or not. Here we go, right
It
back
looks like it's
down.
headed in the right direction.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean,
it's finding support. There we go. We get a beak wetter. We get 2 beak wetters right there, baby, to the south side on the move down. So we'll see if we can get more. Thanks for that, Katina, man. We'll see if we can get more a little bit here as Tesla giving up the ghost, as my good friend Neil likes to say, baby. So we're gonna, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take another little bit out here, and I need to be able to see my position.
I have a question. When
Go
do
for
you,
it.
when, like, and how do you decide to set the beak wetters? Because, I mean, I don't, this is a term now. I just can't believe I just said that. But yeah, how?
Yeah, you're great at there.
I was gonna ask this yesterday too, and then it was like, it's such a weird thing to ask. And then, you know, there was, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, at one point are the beak wetters set?
So for sure, you take 1 through 248 because that was the support level.
Okay.
It kept finding support at that 248
Okay.
level, right? So for sure, I took one around there. But then I have to zoom out on this. I just can't zoom out at the moment because I kind of keep my eye on this.
Yeah,
But then
that's
you're
fair.
looking at key areas of support and resistance.
Oh, like this
You're
is
like,
again looking at historical data.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. You absolutely got it. We are absolutely tanking here on Tesla, Adara, as we move down big.
The beak wetters have
Yeah,
paid off.
$1 in the money. We're hitting the dollar club there. That's the Katina man's, but we're going to hit it today because...
I guess anyone can join the dollar club.
Absolutely. There we go, baby. Nice move down on my French Tesla. Sorry, Elon. We love... Well, I like you. Yeah, too many hit pieces, the Katina man says, right? There's only so much you can handle, guys. But yeah, there we go. Nice flat bottom break through 248. I'm happy. I think he does. The Katina man saying, don't you think he likes the smoke? Don't you think he likes the heat? I think he's like one of those guys that thrives on it, and he wants to prove you wrong kind of thing, right? So we'll see. We'll see how Elon does the rest of the day. And I know I'm saying his name wrong. It's supposed to be funny, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I am, Lulu, sorry, this one's a little bit up here, so I apologize, it's not right away. Michelle Muir, Lulu moving up nicely. Let's pull up Lulu, which was, yesterday that was a big one because of the deal with Peloton, although Peloton moved more from that than Lulu. And then Lulu also had the partnership with Exponential Fitness, but we were actually discussing this yesterday on the midday. There just wasn't much really kind of happening with Lulu just because Peloton had more to gain than Lulu did from that partnership.
I agree.
But yeah, so right now, I mean, I apologize also, this is late because I did not see this message right away. But yeah, I mean, Lulu at that point definitely was moving up. It looks like it's maybe headed down a bit, but these are higher highs. So I mean, this might be one again that I check up on to see kind of if it breaks above that VWAP. However, the spread is like 28 cents. And I pay a lot of attention to spread, which I don't know if this is like, you know, I think people develop their own strategies, right? So my strategy is I am not a huge fan of like big spread plays because that's kind of what I've gotten burned on. But yeah, so I always look at the spread kind of first and foremost, especially if a stock is moving more slowly, if I see a book like this. But yeah, so that's Lulu. Let's see what else we've got happening here. Oh, leave Elon alone, Sharif. I just saw this one.
I don't know. I like Elon, guys. You guys know that, right? I'm just saying his name funny because we're taking Tesla short, which is not usually my thing to take Tesla short anyway. I don't usually trade Tesla. I'm not Max. Max absolutely dominates this one, and the big kahunas as well. They know how to trade this better than me. To me, it's just so volatile. But I did see the lower lows, lower highs, and then you had that 248 flat bottom break. Got in and then, kind of punch and prayed sort of thing. But yeah, we get that big move down. Now, let me tell you, de-risked a lot already. So if this one comes into 248 and a third, gonna cut this one.
Gonna unwet the beak. Gonna take the beak out of the water.
Taking it out.
This is my new favorite phrase.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with
like
you, I'm also keeping my eye, Adara, on the future because I think as the future goes, especially the NQ, not so much the ES, but so much the NQ, if we continue to make lower lows here on the NQ, it looks like we are going down below yesterday's close at 14,860. Now we're at 14,842. We're continuing to print lower lows here, Adara, on the way down. I think we're going to see more red, possibly for Tesla and some of these other big cap names.
Yeah, it seems like it could be like a short day. One that isn't, at least not right now. I mean, like now it's kind of heading back a bit lower, but we have Amazon here, which was kind of moving up a little bit. It's kind of stutter stepping up. We'll see if that momentum continues. I'm going to keep checking up on this, but I'm not going to get back in it because, we can learn from our mistakes, and I had this whole hot mess here. But yeah, so Amazon is struggling. And I think like a lot of these tech names like Tesla, I think it might be like a short, right? It's kind of the vibe that I'm getting so far. I mean, like you've just killed the Tesla short, so go beak wetters. But yeah, so that's how I have a problem. I hear a phrase I like, and you know, I have a problem. But yeah. Oh my God. I also have another question actually on that, because you were mentioning like certain people trading certain stocks.
Yeah.
How do you, like, is there a, I guess for lack of a better term, a science behind finding like a stock or like a company that you like to trade? And does it come from like a place of liking the company? Does it come from a place of liking the movement? I guess, yeah, how does one come to that decision? Is it like a good choice to have stocks to rely on?
Yeah, I mean, I know Sean, he loves big tech names.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to see him trading these small
caps,
often. Neil, better at definitely, he likes these small cappers as well. You know, it's just, you know, whatever you want to end up focusing on.
So just you kind of find it by trading, by
yeah,
testing the
and
waters.
I think it's just reps. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
cool.
I know a lot of people, you know, they like when I first started trading, it was really only small caps, right?
Yeah.
A smaller account that I started with, and then you don't really want to be punching in.
Yeah, and these big numbers, right, where you can have a lot of loss or there's more volatility. Yeah.
Bigger prices, and you know, it takes a lot more buying power to do that. Then you come on a prop floor, and all of a sudden you have this buying power, right? You're able to kind of diversify your game a little bit.
Well, it makes you want to try other stocks, right? Like today, I was trying to try my hand at big caps, as I mentioned, right at the top with Amazon and Apple. It didn't really work out, but I mean, you know, practice makes perfect, right? And I think that's of note. But yeah, I think, because I know you trade a lot of small caps still as well, right? So it's like if you find a thing that you like trading, then I guess, and it's working for you, then keep trading it. Yeah.
They make me nervous in the same way that Tesla makes me nervous. And what I mean by that is, like, when you're trading Apple, you're unlikely to have the same type of volatility on Apple.
So it's less exciting.
It is, but I'll take that.
Okay.
Because, you know, I don't necessarily want to be nervous in the trade. And, you know, I've been trading almost for 3.5 years, and I'm still nervous trading, right? So it's just, I think it comes down to your own disposition, right? Like, I feel Max is like very even keel when he's trading. He could be in a position with like a lot of size, and he's just very, like, you know, he'll be, you know, stoic a little bit. Not everybody can do that, right?
Okay, that's fair.
And Obi too. Obi, very calm in his positions.
Yeah,
right?
I think that takes a lot of practice.
It does, but it also has something to do with your general character. Like who you are as a person. You can try to kind of deviate away from your natural tendencies, but you're only doing that about like what, 5-10%? You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that's just my look on it.
So it's about knowing yourself, and then that kind of helps know who you are as a trader. Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's important to know.
Yeah, so we're still in this Tesla trade. I've got another profit taker here at the third level. 5 minutes left on the show, guys. We'll see if we can get another out. But I got to tell you, you know, we're headed down on the futures. At least it looks like for the moment. Maybe we haven't made a newer low on the NQ, 14,825.50. The day's low on the NQ. We're at 14,846 at the moment. Unless we double bottom here, and let me show you the chart rather than just talking about it. Unless we double bottom, it doesn't look very bullish for the NQ. And the reason I talk about the NQ is, again, I feel that there is a good amount of correspondence between, I was going to say confluence, but I didn't.
Trademark.
That would
Trademark.
me. I know, right? Can't say that one.
Some phrases you just can't share.
Yeah, exactly. Unless we get above this 14,875 and break this the crest that we made over here at the double top here at 14,875, I think it's still a bearish trade, but only time will tell. And, you know, I'm just going to have my profit takers and my outs set up for whatever way it resolves.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's, Femi is moving up. Tony Majid, let's take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, yes. Okay, so absolutely. I just was at the wrong part of the chart at first. I had to scroll a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing, this is like skyrocketing up. I think this is one you definitely have to keep your eye on. I think with small caps in general, at least in my experience, because they have that volatility, they move so quickly. It's like you really want to be watching it so that you know exactly, you know, when to get in, when to get out. But I mean, let's see where it is compared to like the day's highs. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it makes this point. It seems like this, and I could be wrong, but to me, it seems like this is where the test is kind of here, the test levels. Because since what time is this? Since like 11:45, 12, this is like the highest we've gone, right? So it'll be interesting to see. I think if it breaks up past here, we'll see if it can get even higher. But yeah, chart analysis and FEMI. But yes, you are correct, Tony. FEMI is like flying up, and also the spread is good. The spread is 1 cent. So we know I care about spread. The spread is good. I'm happy. I would like to see if it breaks those levels though over here.
Yeah, well, Neil was bang on with that because he's like, look, bro, don't take this one short. Wait for the confirmation. But before I get to that, let me get to this. Tesla is absolutely flunking here. We just broke 247. Tesla's moving down big, but so is the future. So I just took another one there. About 3 more outs left on this one. Took one right at 247. I don't know where to expect this one to go. I didn't chart it. I got to tell you the truth. I didn't chart to see where the profit taker should be. Maybe I should do that now that I don't have enough size, Okay, so looking at Tesla, yesterday's close, 246 and a third. Do we find support around there? Because we are moving down right now, man.
Everything, like I'm looking at the tech charts on the big tech charts on the side, and everything's like whoosh, down like Google. I'm going to pull up Google here. Oh my gosh, like crazy low. This is what I've noticed so far, at least in September, at least in the midday. Yeah, it seems like right around 2 p.m., I guess before the power hour,
Yep.
Markets go into hibernation, everything goes south.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just one example of the big tech tanking right now with Google.
Big tech is tanking, and the market just made a new low there, 14,819.75 on the NQ. We had a 14,825 low, and so that's bringing big tech down with it. Meta just got to 300. $10 worth of range on Meta. Wow, I think one of the guys in the chat was telling me about this earlier. He's like, man, I had Meta short at 310. I should have held it. Yeah, 310. That's what Sean just yelled out there. But yeah, anyway, good look there. We are almost done as it is 1:59, but we're going to take another for you. Beak wetter right there. Through the 75.
I can't believe this is a phrase that I didn't even mean to say it, and now here we are.
Here we
phrase
are.
of the day, I suppose, but
there we go. All right, guys, we are overtime. Adara and I, and Obi and I, will be back Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Orendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon here as we head towards the weekend. Just seeing a couple things of note as far as the overall market is concerned. The latest stop